All right, friends. I think we're live everywhere. I think we're live on YouTube. We're live on TikTok. We should be live on both YouTubes, actually. And let me open up my guest box before I forget. Don't want to do that. We don't want to forget about that. That's kind of important. Okay. Guest boxes are open now. Now we should be ready to rock and roll. And welcome in, friends. Is it Friday night? I think it's Friday night. Either way, it's Friday night. We're gonna rock and roll. I don't know how late we'll go tonight. I guess it kind of depends on how the calls and everything go, but we're gonna fill it up as much as we can fill it up. So, TGIF folks. Let's see now. Actually, what was I thinking? I had some new topics that I'm gonna run soon. I did add a extra tab to the cheat sheet. Was it yesterday? I think last night. I added a new tab. I added a Trinity tab to the cheat sheet with a bunch of stuff for the Trinity. Although, if I remember correctly, I think there's still a couple things that I need to add on that. Give me 1 second. I had some quotations from the church fathers that I still need to add to it. Other than that, it's almost finished. Yeah, I've got like 3 pages of quotations from the church fathers that I need to add still yet. So I'll be building that out, and I've got a couple syllogisms as well that we're going to add to the cheat sheet. So for the Trinity topic specifically, and then we'll add more. Also, last update. I did finally get around, for all of my TikTok friends, I did finally get around to deleting all of the emojis off TikTok and re-uploading all of them. So they should all be working now. We did a test, I think, on our last stream, and it seemed like they were working. So we should be good to go there. Bible Guy, good to see you tonight, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Says, cook 'em good tonight, bro. I'm certainly going to do my best. Certainly going to attempt to make that a reality. You know what I mean? And helping make a deconstruct says, let's cook rock hard for Doug, simply what for shared. And that is the case. That's what's about to happen. Okay, we do have a guest, early guest, so let's bring him in, and we'll get moving right away.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, how you doing, Dom? Are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a god?
Yeah.
Awesome. And what kind of god do you believe in?
I'm just going to argue for classical theism.
That's interesting. That didn't answer my question. My question is, what kind of god do you believe in?
Yeah, obviously that would seeing as though at least that would entail that or at least the god that I'm going to argue for is ipsum as a subsistent, and it's pure act, right?
I'm sure you are,
how would
but
you
still didn't answer my question.
Yeah, how would you attack the argument from motion?
My question
I did,
is,
right?
which god
Are you
do you believe
not
in?
tracking? Yeah, I said I was going to argue for a god that's
right,
pure
yeah,
act,
which
right?
is
So are you tracking?
which is still not an answer to my question. Do you
Yeah,
do you know what my
it
question
is. Just
was?
because I'm not going to argue for a specific conception.
Do you know what my question
Christianity,
was?
that's I mean that I'm not.
So he doesn't know what my question was because he wasn't listening.
Because
so
you're getting.
Try this again. So here's what I'll do. I'll give you 5 seconds to tell me what my question was and give me the actual answer to my question, or I'll drop you and put an adult up.
What type of God do I worship? And I answer that that I was going to argue, or I worship a God who's pure act, right? And that's what I'm going to be arguing for. And I motivated it by percent.
So the answer to the question should be, I believe in the God of classical theism. So I asked you 3 times what God you believe in, and your answer was, I'm arguing for the God of classical theism, which, as it turns out, wasn't an answer to my question. An answer to my question would have been, which God do you believe in, not which God are you going to be arguing for. So the reason why I ask is, I make sure that whatever God you actually believe in real life, I make sure that it actually comports with the argument that you're giving. So, for example, if you give like a really bad argument for classical theism, but I know you believe in the Abrahamic God, and your argument contradicts whatever properties of your God exist within your faith, I'm going to call you out on it. That's just like internal consistency, right? So if you believe in the Christian God, and then you make an argument for a God that is not Christian, then it's just going to be a problem. You see?
Buddy, you do realize that I'm just going to be arguing for like a God who's like who's ipsa esse subsistent, which is just going to like coexist with like that.
Imagine thinking that you're going to go on somebody else's live stream and just endlessly yap without actually engaging in the dialogue.
Buddy,
it's crazy to me that these people even exist. It's wild, actually.
You're refusing to engage, seeing as though like you acknowledge that the intellect gap is evident, which is why you're trying to like run from the.
Imagine accusing me of not engaging when you just dodge every question.
Which is why you're trying to run from the conversation. Crazy. So instead of like running, can you actually engage in the argumentation that I presented, or should we conclude to the fact?
So I know you're confused because you think you're in control here and you're not. So what's going to happen is I'm going to ask you a couple questions that's going to determine if you're lying to me about your God. And then after we've determined that you're not lying about your God, we can move into the actual arguments. I don't care what argument it is. I'm more than happy to talk about your bad argument from motion. I know about Aquinas' 5 ways. You're not presenting anything new. You're not doing anything novel here. All you're doing is presenting an argument that somebody else made that you didn't think about very deeply. So we'll try this. Since you say that you're just a classical theist, you don't believe in any God.
I never said that.
What I'll need you to say.
Tracking?
What I'll need you to say then is that Jesus Christ is not Lord.
Bully. I literally said multiple times that I was a Catholic, and
nope, no one heard you because you were busy being muted. All right. Well, I think we've had enough of him. Hopefully, we've got an actual adult waiting to get in. Let's see if we can get an adult. Han, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, on tonight's episode of Justin Reads the Dictionary to Christians, will words finally mean words? Stay tuned to find out. What happens may shock you. I know. I do know one thing, though. If you're talking to a Christian or a believer in a book, words will definitely not mean words. That's definitely the case. Stillattax says, insert witty atheist meme here, and you did it. You actually did it. This is like an inception. And Unashamed Apostate says, blessed be Doug, who keeps the fire and watches the pot. He delivers us from the Phil Bros and those who season slavery with lies. Now, if he could just stop Volta from destroying your house. I know. Listen, here's the thing. Volta is determined to destroy my house. And it is what it is. He's cute, at least. You know what I mean? Like, I can accept it from Volta. Former Prophet Nathan, good to see you tonight. It says, love watching a good cook while on a long shift. Well, hell yeah, former prophet. I hope your shift goes well, and thanks for being here. Amin, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, love watching you educate theists. You, Ian, and Dr. Blitz are the trinity of reality. You complement each other's knowledge so well. I think we complement each other. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. I do agree. I think Blitz and Ian are geniuses, and I'm glad that I get to work with both of them. Carlos, good to see you, my friend. Thank you so much. It says incoming subs in 3, 2, 1, and deliver. Thank you so much, Carlos, for sending out 10 DZ debate memberships. I really, really appreciate that, friend. That's monumental. And Randy, thank you so much for sending out 20 Deconstruction Zone memberships. That is huge. It helps the channel a lot. I really appreciate that. And last super chat from our friend Charles says, well, just got laid off. For a moment, for like a microsecond, I thought that was going to be a good super chat about something else. Says I just got laid off, and at the end of March, part of that making great again, but I didn't hear no bell. Rocky. Oh, interesting. I will continue fighting to my last breath. I will be a member to the best I can. Please keep educating. Well, thank you, Charles. But also remember, please make sure you're taking care of yourself. We love and appreciate all our members here, but we want to make sure that everyone's taken care of. This is a community after all. We support each other. But you're right. This whole making America great again, you have to really wonder if words don't mean words to the administration as well. What does it mean by great? You know what I mean? And Randy, thank you for sending out 20 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. That is humongous, my friend. And I apologize. I have one last super chat from our friend L Teen. Hold on, L Teeniddle. There we go. Thank you so much for the $100 super chat, friend. That is huge. That's gigantic. That's monstrous. I appreciate that. Says, hey, my friend, it's been way too long since I caught a live. Sorry. Just letting you know I'm fighting the DZ fight. That's what I'm talking about. Some JWs knocked on my door today. I used your talking points from the cheat sheet. Pretty sure their jaws are still on the floor. Thanks for the ammo. That's what I'm talking about. That the cheat sheet is amazing, by the way. I do love the fact if you just learn the verses that are on the cheat sheet, y'all would be pretty well equipped to talk to JWs or anybody else trying to convert you to this nonsensical religion. Welcome in, AF.
Hi.
Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes, I'm at least 18 and yes, I believe in God.
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
I believe in Jesus.
Awesome. So, what do you think is the best evidence or the best argument for the Christian God being real?
I don't mean to sound disrespectful, but can I ask you, like, why you make it says your God is imaginary, prove me wrong, but when you make the statement, shouldn't you be, like, the one that have to prove your statement?
I mean, I can, but this is called a challenge. So a challenge statement is not a philosophical point of argumentation. It's a challenge statement. So I get a lot of people coming in here and crying about the fact that I have this challenge statement, but it doesn't actually make your God real.
Yes, absolutely. I understand that. It's just because if I could understand your arguments as to why God is imaginary in your opinion, which is your burden of proof, then I could answer you back.
To be clear, then you don't have an argument or evidence for your God.
Oh no, I do. Did you want me to start the argument, or did you want me to
go for it?
Respond to you. Okay. I believe in Jesus Christ, but since the argument is to just prove God's real, I can do that without even using the Bible, by something that you quoted earlier, which is the Aquinas' 5 ways, but also just through philosophy. My first question to you is, do you believe that demonstration can be weighed in 2 ways? First, through the cause, and second, through the effect.
I don't know what you mean by demonstration. Do I believe in cause and effect? Yes.
Because I would like to demonstrate to you that God exists. So through the cause would be me a priori, and through the effect would be a posteriori. So I can.
I'll pause you right there. If you let me ask you a question. Does your grandmother know what those words mean?
My grandmother? Well, I speak French, so yes.
Sorry. Bad example. We'll reword this. If somebody outside of your language group and outside of your philosophical class doesn't know the words, you shouldn't be using it here. So you didn't walk into philosophy class. If you keep using words that slow down the conversation because I make you explain them, it's just going to bog down the conversation. So it's up to you how much time you want to spend bogging down the conversation.
I actually explained the word before I said it. I said through the cause is a priori, and through the effect is a posteriori.
So the definition of a priori you didn't give, or post. You're welcome to give them.
It's through the cause.
But you didn't say that the cause was the definition. So if the cause is the definition, then you've got 2 different words with the same definition. Want to try again?
I said through the cause is a priori, and through the effect is a posteriori.
Doesn't define the word.
But do you agree with what I said?
I mean, I could look it up for you. Like I understand that words are difficult for believers and you expect us to all speak the same language. If you don't want to give me the definition, I'm happy to look them up for you. Do you know what they mean?
Yes.
What they mean?
Well, I just basically dumbed it down for the whole live.
What's the definition of a priori?
It's through the cause.
No, try again.
Okay, can you just search it up just to make sure that we are on the same ground? I'm not trying to be arrogant with
Yeah,
you.
a priori is knowledge independent of sensory experience. So it'd be objectiveness. A priori would be objectiveness. Post errori. That's a tough one for me to say. Is knowledge only after experience. Neither one of them are related to the cause. So we're going to ask that if you use words that you don't know here, that we're going to make you define them. This would be a good day to use words that you know and not words that you think you know.
I'm just confused because I don't feel like you're using the philosophical definitions of those words.
Just use the definition of the word.
Okay.
Again, we're not in a philosophy class. If you've got a word that doesn't match the dictionary, you've got to provide the definition. I read the dictionary. I learned like English growing up. I didn't learn French, and I didn't take useless philosophy classes.
It's just because when I'm going to show you that, well, demonstrate to you that God exists, I am gonna have to use philosophy. That's why I would like for us to already be on the same page regarding the words.
You can use philosophy without misusing words. So in order to use words, you can use any words you want to do philosophy. That's the fun thing about philosophy. You don't need special vocabulary to do philosophy. Now, you like special vocabulary because it makes you feel like you sound smart, but you don't need them. I've had long conversations on this channel with people who know philosophy very well without getting bogged down in any weird definitions. And also, you don't know the definition of the two words that you provided.
Well, the two words that I provided are like the words that are used in philosophy. So there's a lot of words that you're going to find in it. Well, that's how St. Thomas Aquinas uses them. And that's written in the book. So did you want me to quote the book?
I actually don't care about St. Thomas Aquinas. St. Thomas Aquinas doesn't live in the 21st century. He's not speaking modern English.
And like I already said to you, I'm speaking philosophy. So the philosophy has been invented.
Speaking nonsense. A priori is relating to knowledge or reason. It has nothing to do with a cause. My guess is you read St. Thomas Aquinas and you didn't understand how the words were working, and you just assumed that the words had definitions that they don't actually have.
No, actually, it actually says demonstration can be made in two ways. A priori, which is through the cause, and a posteriori, which is through the effect. When an effect is better known to us than its cause from the effect, we proceed to the knowledge of the cause. This is literally in the book. This is by doctorate people.
And you don't actually know what that. You don't even know what that means. So you're repeating phrases that you don't even know. So the cause being a priori means that it's objective. The knowledge is objective prior to having an actual demonstration. The result of the cause is something you have knowledge of because you can witness of it. That's why it's
through the cause. Through the cause.
Right. So what you've done is you've read a sentence that you don't fully understand. Now you think that the word cause is somehow the definition in post and a priori.
No, so I didn't say that. I started by saying that I need to demonstrate.
Use arguments that you don't really understand the words of. So you could try it again. You're more than welcome to give the argument. In fact, I'll just write down the premises for you. What's premise one?
Well, as you already know, the 5 ways, I would like for you to explain the first cause, obviously.
It ain't my job to do your argument. You give me the premise, I'll debate it.
My premise is nothing can cause its own existence if it has potentiality.
Okay, so premise number 1 is nothing can cause its own existence if it has potential. Well, we're going to say potential, right?
If it's, well... Sure.
We know what potential means. It's something that's not actualized.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, there's a couple problems with premise number 1. The first thing is I don't believe that the universe caused itself. I think that there's an infinite chain of causes. I believe that the infinite universe goes in the future and in the past. And I know you think you have an argument against it, but you don't. You don't have an argument against an infinite past. You only think that you do. The other thing is that you have to support that premise, and I know you can't do it. So, but I'd love for you to try. Go ahead and support the premise that nothing can cause its own existence?
Simply by looking at the effects of our world. Is there anything that you know of that can cause its own existence without being dependent or contingent on anything else?
Okay, so the support is we've never seen it.
The point is it's physically impossible.
No. Your claim that the premise is true is based on the idea that we've never seen it happen, correct?
No, it's based on the idea that it's physically impossible through the laws.
Which law? Which law makes it physically impossible?
Well, every law that we
Which
know
one?
of.
Name one.
Okay, well, for instance, the law of non-contradiction. I can't contradict myself when I say that my mom gave birth to me. I was dependent on my mother. So
go ahead. I'm listening.
It's physically impossible. There's nothing in the existence that we have ever seen that has caused its own existence, whether it is materially, or through even vegetables, through animals. Like, we don't know of anything that has caused its own existence.
So the problem that you have here is that your argument is it can't happen because we've never observed it happening. And that's a bad argument, because then we could easily just apply that to your God. We'd say, well, listen, if our ability to observe something is required for us to know whether or not it could or couldn't be, means that your God's right out. No one's ever observed your God. Nobody will ever observe your God.
Well, that's not true. We have a lot of encounters with gods that are brought up by the saints.
And so does everybody in every other religion. So the best you can hope for is if people's personal testimonies are true, that means all the gods exist. Because every god, everybody in every religion has heard encounter stories with gods. In fact, I've got a friend who worships the Greek and the Egyptian gods, and she claims to have experienced 2 of the Egyptian deities.
Okay, but those are still... This is not the argument.
So it is the argument. The argument is if we don't experience it, that means it's not true. So I said, that's great. That means that your God's not real because no one's experienced your God. And you said, well, people do have these subjective experiences. I said, congratulations. People have subjective experiences for everything. People think they were literally taken up on alien spacecrafts. Do you think those experiences should be believed?
But that's not really what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is that it's impossible for anything to cause its own existence, and we can know this not only because we haven't seen it, but because it's impossible. And the reason why it's impossible...
That's what I'm waiting for, is why it's impossible.
The reason why it's impossible, because if something were to cause its own existence, the thing's essence would include existence.
I agree. So then your God doesn't exist because it can't cause its own existence.
No, because I believe in a God whose essay is the same as its essentia.
Plead then. We'll special plead then. Okay. Well, the essence of the universe is that it's uncaused. It's necessary.
The essence of the universe is that it's uncaused.
That
doesn't make sense. Can you expand on that?
If we just get to define what we want into existence, there's no reason why I can't just say the essence of the universe is that one of its properties is that it's necessary and eternal.
Sure, but you'd have to prove it. I can prove it because my God...
I wouldn't have to prove it.
Yes, I can.
I only have to claim it because you can't prove your God is real. So you're giving an argument by necessity. The only argument that your God exists is through necessity, which, by the way, you can't demonstrate in number 2. You can't actually show why it's necessary. You just think that it's necessary. For example, if you're trying to posit a prime mover, something of that nature, then there's a million options of a prime mover other than God. Literally could just
be absolutely true.
Literally just could be a naturalistic force that causes things to come into an existence. It's not sentient. It's not a God. It doesn't think. It doesn't do anything. It's just a naturalistic force. And it's true because it's metaphysically necessary. See how easy that was?
Yes, but I agree with you. A lot of people could claim that, but the thing is, they would have to claim a lot of other things for their God to be true. And if they were to claim those things, then this God would just...
I didn't say God.
Anything.
I said I said naturalistic force that has the only property of bringing things into existence. That's it. It's not a mind. It doesn't think. It doesn't do anything. It's just a naturalistic force, and it's metaphysically necessary. Therefore, it exists.
Does a force have an essence?
Everything has an essence. Let me ask you, what do you think the word essence does for your argument? What do you think the word means?
What a thing is.
Yes, it's the essential characteristics and properties of something, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So everything has essence.
Yes, but not everything has an existence with an essence.
No, everything has essence. Essence is not something that you can like hold in your hand. It's a description. Like, so when I talk about something that has essence, I'm just saying it has characteristics. It's synonymous with just saying that it exists. Anything that exists has characteristics.
I understand that, but you know that something can have an essence and not have an active existence, right?
No, I don't agree. I don't think that things that don't exist have essence.
Oh. Okay, well, let me give you an example, okay? You can understand, for instance, what a unicorn is.
I just want to clarify.
Without it actually existing.
No. I'm saying, in fact, things that don't exist don't have essence. Now, we can imagine characteristics for fictional entities, but in that case, the essence isn't real. It's imagined. Now, listen, I agree. You could imagine an essence and call it God, and then we're finally in agreement, which is that your God is imaginary.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that not only am I imagining it, that it has its nature, but I'm also saying that it has an active existence. Those two things, and that those two things are one in God. They are not distinct.
That's what you have to prove. You have to prove that your God exists.
Okay, but to prove that my God exists, do I not have to set like what my God is to you? Because I can prove that God.
You're either
like
Catholic
Jesus,
or
God.
You're either Catholic or you're Orthodox, right?
No, I spoke to you before, and we had a really nice conversation about Jesus and the Bible. Like, I'm not anyone that is like undercover.
Wait, are you K from like 2 years ago?
Yes.
Shit, it's been a long time.
Yeah, it's crazy that you remember me, matter of fact.
Yeah, well, the reality is there's very few women that engage in philosophy on these live streams.
Yeah, we talked about Jesus, if Jesus was, what's the Son of God, I think, or the Psalms. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the reality is, like, we could define God into existence. That's easy. I could define anything into existence. The question is there any reason to believe that the thing is in existence?
Yes, actually, which would be another one of Aquinas's causes, which I can bring up to you, and I would really like to know your opinion on that. So if I define what my God is, and the God that I believe in has absolute divine simplicity, which is that I believe that God is also his attributes. So when I say God is love, okay, I'm not saying that as like an image. I'm saying that God is actually love. The attribute of love is God. The attribute of power is God. So when I say that God, we can see God's effects in reality, what is your answer to that?
I would say that you can define anything any way you want to that doesn't make it true. Just saying that my God is love is a meaningless statement, especially if you're a Christian. Aren't you a Christian?
Yes, I'm Catholic.
Yeah, I mean, God's not love. If you just look at the definition of love in 1 Corinthians 13, God fails every one of them. So he can't be love.
Can you bring up the verse, please?
Yeah, 1 second.
Although I'm not here to, argue biblical claims, but
I think you should. Listen, I hate it when smart people get bogged down in useless philosophy. I mean, I'm not going to say that all philosophy is useless. Some of it is really useful. But when it comes to theism, you might as well, at least if you're going to believe in a specific God, you got to know what's actually in the book. So
yes, it's just because I have been through all of these, and it's because someone can always have a different interpretation of a verse. So I also always feel like arguing over an interpretation, I found that I'm never going anywhere with that,
Sure. So
although if you want to bring up church fathers, I would be delighted to speak about that.
Not really church fathers going to get you anywhere either. I mean, that's just
Well,
one side of the same coin.
I would obviously go to their interpretation rather than mine or yours, right?
Well, I mean, we could just go how words work. I'm not really interested in how somebody in like the 6th century thought these words worked. So first one right off the bat is love is patient. Do you think God's patient?
God cannot really be patient because God is not limited with time.
Oh, well then you've just ruined your first argument. God can't be love if love is patient and God's not patient.
Yeah, but there are different degrees of things. Like God is a supernatural kind of love, not the same way that we can experience love.
Gotcha.
Here.
So now God's not actual love. He's some spiritual form of love.
Like he is like 100% love, and like we don't even have anything that looks like this here on Earth.
Well, so then you don't know what it is. So you're just saying God is love, and you no longer know what love is. If love is not what God said in his book said, then what's the definition of love?
Well, actually, there are, which is another argument of the 5 ways, grades to a thing. So, for instance, when I say that, I don't know, like, this drawing is almost perfect. When I say almost perfect, is because there is something that is 100% perfect, and there's obviously things that are 0% perfect. So the fact that there is like you can grade something means that there, like, for instance, I can say like, oh, I can experience my boyfriend's love, but I cannot experience God's, like,
not until
how
you're married.
God is love. I'm not married at the moment.
Gotta be careful with that language.
Why is that?
Depending on what country you're in, when you experience somebody's love, you're having adult relations.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh no, I didn't mean to say that. No, I mean that, like, when I when I love my boyfriend, not in any bad way.
We gotcha. We're just letting you know, careful with your English wording. So
thank you.
What does it mean when we say that God is love? What does it mean to say if God is love if it doesn't match what the Bible says love is?
It does. It's just that the love that God is something that we can never experience until we meet God. And okay. I understand yeah.
God has perfect love, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm going to do a syllogism for you. And let me know if you need clarification. Premise number 1 says perfect love entails perfect patience, right?
Well, like I said, because actually I would say imperfect love entails perfect patience.
Okay, so imperfect love requires patience. Why does perfect love not require patience?
Because with the only way that us Christians think that pure perfect love would be like experienced is with God, and when we are with God in heaven, there is no time.
Okay, so that means God can't love then, under any definition of the word love, right? So if you take the actual definition of love, which is really, it's just chemicals in the brain, and not like the colloquial version of love, well, God can't do that because he's got no chemicals and he doesn't work within time, so he can't do anything. If love is like a behavior, if love is a behavior, right? It's like what we do as human beings or as entities that are agents. Like if love requires agency, then God still can't love because, again, he's outside of time. Agency requires decisions, and decisions require time.
Yeah, but that's why I say God is love.
But he's not. So if God is love, what that means is that love no longer has a definition. It's a useless semantic argument.
Yes, because
what is love?
God.
Then now it's just God is love and love is God. What does that mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So we can never truly experience 100% of those things. We only can experience them at a certain grade.
No. What does it mean to say that God is love and love is God? What does that mean? That doesn't define anything.
That they have the same existence. They are like that. God's love is his nature. That's what it means.
Okay, and what is nature?
What God is.
No, what does the word nature mean?
What a thing is.
Oh yeah, it's very similar to essence. Something's nature is its characteristics, how it behaves, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what that means, if God's nature is to be loving, that means he must act in time and he must comport with 1 Corinthians 13. Otherwise, the definition in 1 Corinthians 13 doesn't work.
Well, no, because I believe in God that is pure act. Like when he is pure act, he cannot, like. What do you mean?
Listen, I know that you think that these words are going to help you, but they're not. Saying that God is pure act just means that your God is incapable of doing anything, right? You're saying that, like, rather than having potential, God is purely actualized, meaning he doesn't do anything. The God is useless at this point. Saying anything is pure act is akin to saying that it doesn't do anything. But your God does do things in the Bible.
Can you please just tell me the definition of pure act other than actualization? Because I don't feel like you understand in my philosophy what it means.
Oh, pure act typically refers to the idea that something no longer has any potential. There's nothing left for it to do. It's already done all things. Like, so
Yes.
100% of its potential has already been actualized. But the problem with that is if 100% of all of God's potentials, even his decisions, have already been purely actualized, what that means is he's been doing nothing ever since he became purely actualized.
Well, it's a little I get what you're saying, but it's just because it's a little complicated to imagine it, because it's not that God has done everything and now he's sitting and waiting. It's that everything for God there is no time. So what you're saying that he's doing nothing is just his one pure act. For him, it's not like, oh, one day has passed, he's been doing nothing. Another day has passed, I've been doing nothing. It's not like that for him. So I don't feel like it's genuine for you to make that, comparison with how we live our world and how God has lived, like how God lives his actualization.
No, God can't live. He doesn't match any of those definitions. If God is purely actualized, he doesn't live, he doesn't love, he doesn't create, he doesn't think, he doesn't decide, he doesn't do anything. God can't do anything if he's purely actualized.
It simply means that he has no potentiality. Like, for instance, if God is love, that's what I'm saying. If God is love, it's not something that he suddenly had one day. It's his essence. So he doesn't start to love ever. He is love. That's what I mean.
No, he can't be love because you can't give me a definition of love. If you say God is love, and I ask you what is love, and you just say God, you've still yet to define the word. So this is going to be the problem that we keep running into. Kay, is you've like read a bunch of books and you've memorized a bunch of arguments, but I don't think you've thought about the argument. Like, if to say that your God is love, but then you can't tell me what love is now a meaningless statement.
I get what you're saying. It's just a little complicated for me to explain, because I feel like I know that in God those like things are all the same thing. So when I say that God is love, I also say that God is, justice, God is power, God is this. So in God, all of those things are the same thing. So in God, God's love and God's power is essentially the same thing because they're both his essence, But we, through his effects, see these things differently. So we can say, oh, that was an act of love, oh, that was an act of like justice, but in God those things are all the same thing. So yes, I
so
could
they don't
tell
have
you
definitions.
Well,
so,
in their effect they do.
No, in order for this argument to work, you have to tell me that love, justice, goodness, that they no longer have definitions. And then I'm going to ask you, well, what does it mean to love here on the earth? What does it mean to have justice here on the earth? And you're going to give me a definition that actually is meaningful, which means now you have words with two very different definitions. You say, well, when humans love, it means this. When God loves, it just means God. These are meaningless statements. I could just easily say that Klomadrov is love. And if you want to know what love is, I'll say love is Klomadrov.
Yes, but then that thing that you're defining should still be making logical sense for it to be real.
I agree, and Klomadrov is real. Klomadrov lives inside of time. Klomadrov does actually have feelings and affections for human beings, and does actually like do things. It interacts in time in the real world.
So how can he be God? What is the difference? Like, what is different from him that makes him God?
Klomadrov's just the most maximal being in existence, which, according to your definition, would make it God. Now, Klomadrov's not omniscient. Klomadrov's not omnipotent. Klomadrov is timeless, obviously, always existed, but didn't invent time. Klomadrov lives co-eternal with time.
Okay. Well, let's like, I'm gonna try and like give you a definition of love just so we can stop this circular argument. Okay. What if I say that like when I say God is love, I mean that God is like identical with the act, the eternal act of willing and causing the good of creatures.
Okay, so God is identical with the eternal act of willing good to creatures?
Willing and causing the good of creatures.
Sure. So this is a better definition than what we started with. I don't think it's going to ring true, though. So, for example, God is identical with the eternal act. What is an eternal act?
So when I say God is pure act, that means that, you know, God is all acting in, like, let's put it this way. When I say God is pure act, is that everything he does is simply one big act, okay? And when I say that he is identical with the act of love, I'm saying that God didn't start loving at some point. God didn't start loving when he made Adam. God didn't start loving when he made Eve, and he didn't stop loving when people were mean to him. What I'm saying is God was eternally loving as he is eternal.
Sure, but I'm asking, what's an eternal act?
Like, I'm trying to find like synonyms, I guess. Like something that does not have a beginning and does not have an end and doesn't change. Something that is.
Okay, so it's not an act then, right? If it's a constant, if it's just a state of affairs that never changes, that means it's not an act. It's just a state of affairs.
Well, it can't be a state of affair because a state of affair would have to have a beginning.
I don't think so. Your God doesn't have a beginning, and you think that your God has a state of affair that's unchanging.
Yes, simply because, like I gave you my first definition, God's essence and his existence are the same thing. For anything else in the world, those two things are not the same.
But you've just defined him into existence. That's not how that works. I could just say Klomadrov's essence is identical to his existence, and there you go. Klomadrov exists.
Yeah, but he started existing at some point when God didn't.
I told you, Klomadrov is co-eternal with time.
Yeah, but time isn't... Okay, what?
Klomadrov is co-eternal with time. Time and Klomadrov have existed forever.
I don't know what the argument is anymore.
The argument is that you're just defining God into existence. And that's not really how arguments work. I could define anything into existence if I just wiggle the words around enough. Like that's not how this works, right? So here's what I suggest. First of all, what the God you're trying to define into existence isn't the God of the Bible. The God of the Bible is a God that is in time. It's a God that didn't claim to invent time. It's a God who does act, like has potential. It makes decisions, in fact. And if you go to Exodus chapter 33, he actually tells Moses that he's got to essentially wait because he needs to decide what he's going to do with the Israelites because he's mad at them. Remember Exodus 32, he almost destroys them, almost kills them. Then he changes his mind about killing them. And then at the beginning of the next chapter, God's like, I need to decide what I'm going to do with you, right? So this is a God that is in time. We have nothing in the Bible that would lead us to believe that this God is somehow transcending time and has no potential and is purely actualized.
Can you I don't understand, because obviously through God's effect we could say that, God is deciding, God needs time to decide, but obviously those things are not real when they're defined through the philosophy.
But no one cares about philosophy. That's what I keep trying to tell you. Listen, if your philosophical God disagrees with the Bible, then you need to figure out if you believe the Bible or if you believe philosophy. Because that's the problem you're going to keep running into. The God of the Bible is not the God of philosophy. So he's mad with the Israelites because of the golden calf incident. And Moses intercedes, say, hey, why should you kill these people, right? And then it says in verse 14, the Lord changed his mind about the disaster that he planned to bring upon his people. And then in the very next chapter, he's still deciding. He's still like, I need to decide what I'm going to do with you. So this is a God that does act, a God that does have potential. Whatever you're studying in philosophy is unrelated to the Bible. Listen, Thomas Aquinas was a cool dude, but he's a goof. He didn't know what was in the Bible.
But the thing is, what I'm saying is the way that the Bible have been written, whenever Moses or any David or any of the prophets had encounter with God, they are going to speak with the way that they think that we are going to understand, or they're going to speak with their language. So obviously the Bible often speaks of God in human terms and put him in human contexts. I don't think that what philosophy is useful for in Catholicism is to explain those passages. Whenever it says that, for instance in Genesis, that God regretted creating humans, do you really think that the Bible means that God made humans and then was like, oh man, I shouldn't have done that?
Yeah, that's exactly what I think is happening, because the Hebrew language demands it. And that's the problem, is the church wants to take the Bible and do apologies for it. See, when I read the Bible, I'm saying it means what it says. What you're doing is you're saying, listen, it can't mean what it says. So I'm going to do a bunch of philosophy to make sure it doesn't mean what it actually says. Could God not have just said what he meant? Listen, if God doesn't make decisions, then in the Bible, he literally could have just said that. He just said, I don't make decisions. Everything I've ever decided is outside of time, and it's eternal. He could have said, listen, I decided eternally what I'm going to do with you, right? He didn't say that.
But the thing is, as I already stated earlier, he is appearing to humans who are going to put him in human context. We are not Muslims. We don't think that the Bible came from, that the Bible was written by God. Okay, we believe that it was written by humans who are going to express what they received as a divine revelation in their words.
So
when for instance,
when God speaks, is he a liar?
No.
Okay, so when God says, I will decide what to do with you, is that not potential?
It doesn't mean that it's potential. Maybe
saying it's I will is not potential? Yeah. You're telling me when somebody says I will decide, that means they've already decided?
It doesn't make sense. Your argument doesn't make sense. When people say God will bring good things to you in your life, or do you think that they're saying that God has potentiality?
No, I'm talking about decisions.
It just means that their timing hasn't
I'm talking about decisions. When God makes a decision is in time. When God says, I will make a decision, he's saying there's a point in the future in which I will make a decision. All of these things require time and potential.
Again, it's the way that look, I'm not Moses, okay, but how the church explains those things with how we explain that God is that this is a figure of speech. Like, for instance, if God appeared to Moses and said like, oh, I am really not happy with what is happening with the tribes of, Israel. I will reveal to you later what I am going to do. And Moses wrote it that way so we can understand, because that he doesn't speak God, like he speaks within context of humans.
This is God's quotation. So this isn't Moses saying, here's what I think God said. This is Moses writing down God's word. Say to the Israelites, you are a stiff-necked people. If for a single moment I should, which is potential, by the way, this is cohortative, that's potential, I should go up among you, I would consume you. Now take off your ornaments and I will decide what to do with you. So this is a God that has potential because he has yet to make a decision, and he's going to make a decision.
Again, we Catholics would argue that this is God speaking through like effects so we can understand.
All right, so God's words don't mean words. Do you think when God spoke to Moses, Moses knew that his words didn't mean words?
Okay, I'm going to give you an analogy, okay? When a mom, okay, tells her kid, oh, yeah, like, we made your little brother, and a seagull, I don't know what it's called in English, sorry, a little bird came and gave us your, or like, mom and dad really love each other, and then they made your brother, right? Those words, okay, that's not true. But she's putting those words so her child understands the way that a child can understand things.
They're children. Moses isn't a child. He's an intelligent man of over 80 years old. By the way, by the time this is happening, Moses is 80 years old. You can tell an 80-year-old guy, like, hey, I'm going to do something to you in the future. I've already decided what it is. Like, he could have just said what he meant, right? So there's no reason why God has to tell an 80-year-old man something that isn't what he actually intended.
Look, because the analogy was just that there are sometimes people are going to say something that is not necessarily what the words actually mean, but they're going to say it so the other person understands better. God does not live within time. God does not. I disagree. Okay, how do you disagree? This happens every day.
I disagree because my argument is that the words in the Bible mean exactly what they say. Right? So you're saying, no, the words don't mean what they say, and you have yet to actually give me a good reason why I should take the words in the Bible and say they mean something else. Which, by the way, you would have to come up with some sort of verifiable way to determine what the alternative meaning is. What is the alternative meaning here?
Okay, wait. Someone in the comments said something. They said she's saying that anthropomorphic language is analogical.
And I disagree. I don't agree. I do not agree that the Bible is anthropomorphizing God. That's something you would have to find a way to demonstrate, and I know you can't do it.
I can demonstrate it because we believe in God that lives outside of time. So we have to
that's a belief.
Anthropomorphize God.
I'm not asking what you believe. I'm saying show from the text. See, what you're saying is, my religion teaches me that I have to read the text this way. I don't care about what your religion says. I said, show me from in the text why I would believe that this is somehow anthropomorphic language.
Well, in Revelation, it says, I am the Alpha and I am the Omega, which means I am the first and the last, which means that God is eternal. So we believe that God is eternal through the text of Revelation and more. And because we believe that, we can then assume that when he is speaking in context of time, that it is anthropomorphic language that is analogical.
I disagree. Nothing in the Bible says that God is outside of time. In fact, every description of God is inside of time, which means the logical conclusion is that God exists in all forms of time, and time always existed. In fact, we don't even have a hint in the Bible that they even had a concept of time. Like that time was something that needed to be invented. That's something that comes later in history.
But what about the verse in Revelation? And I am the beginning and the last, the first and the end.
That's in time. The beginning and the end are both times. They're moments. That means God. If God is the beginning and the end, it means that God is temporal.
What the Catholic Church is, what they believe.
Oh,
that it's
I think
not
she's
of
getting a phone
Is
God,
call.
someone
that it's
talking?
demonic, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, there's an echo on your phone because I think you're getting a phone call. Just swipe away and come back. It'll fix itself. It's a shame that so many smart people are getting bogged down in philosophy that has nothing to do with the Bible. Welcome in everyone from the Ian raid. Big W. Good to see you, friends. Hey, if you like Ian's live stream, we're actually having a I'm going to call a quasi-philosophical discussion at this moment. Okay, did you hear me? If you swipe away from the app and come back, it should fix the echo. I think you were just getting a phone call. Is it okay now?
A lot of
Hello?
community within
Who's
the Catholic
talking?
Church, not just from your local parish.
I have no idea.
But also, it's very helpful if you have like
Do you hear it?
Yeah, I'd hear it too.
like a monastery near you.
Is it me?
Well,
And
So-
also if you have
So there's a TikTok glitch. I've seen this before. So there's a TikTok glitch where sometimes it imports audio from another stream. So the only way to fix it is to drop, close the app, and come back, and I'll bring it right back up. TikTok glitching out tonight. El Teniddle, thank you for sending out 50. That's fucking humongous. 50 Deconstruction Zone memberships. That's humongous, my friend. I really appreciate that. It really helps the channel a lot. And maybe Necro. I'm reluctant to say this is Necro, but I can definitely say it might be Necro. Thank you so much for sending out 10 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. Monumental. And Demonzel, thank you for sending out the $20 super chat. Says, sounds like someone who just finished her first week of Philosophy 101. Well, actually, I talked to Kay 2 years ago, and we had kind of a biblical/philosophical discussion. So she's been studying all that time. If I remember correctly, she does like Aquinas. But hopefully we can get her to see that Aquinas isn't helping her argument. Aquinas is making the argument worse. You know what I mean? Carlos, thank you for sending out 10 more DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. Huge W. Hope you're doing well. All right, Kay's back. We'll bring Kay back. Welcome back, Kay. I think it's probably fixed now, right?
Yep, thank you.
Okay, we should
You
be
can
good.
keep responding to the comments if you want. I don't mind.
No, when we have like pauses or gaps like between guests, I'll read super chats, but no worries. Okay, so my point is, in the Bible, like the way God is described is not the way Aquinas is describing God, right? So I would need a good reason to believe that God's like, outside of time.
I'm going to use what someone said in the chat earlier because they use better, like they're better in English than me, and they said the anthropomorphization is meant to explain the internal, infinite terms. It's not meant literally. And in our philosophy, when we describe God and when we read the Bible, it looks like that's true because obviously, when God says, "I am the first and the last," and things like this, it's infinite terms. There's no other terms that we know of that he can say.
So that doesn't really fix the problem. That doesn't demonstrate anthropomorphism. So, for example, in the ancient world, almost everybody thought that the gods were very much like humans. They were just floating up in the clouds, and that sometimes they would come down the earth and they would boink women. In fact, Zeus did it. We find a story in Genesis 6 of the Bible where the sons of God did it. And in the ancient Canaanite pantheon, the sons of God were literal sons of God. The gods ate and they drank. In fact, in the Ugaritic Baal myth, Baal's dad, El, that's where the biblical Elohim comes from, gets drunk. He gets wasted on wine. So like the ancients believed in a god that was corporeal, that worked within time, and that was part of this physical existence. They didn't believe in this Aquinas, nonsensical, immaterial, timeless deity. To say that God is the Alpha and the Omega isn't to say that he's outside of time. It's just saying that he exists at all times.
Well, obviously, when something is eternal, he does exist at all times, right? Okay, so God is eternal. That's my point. And
I
when
agree,
he
but you could be eternal and still be in time. That's my point. The idea that God is outside of time is not in the Bible. That's something people invented.
In two Peters, it does say that, like, it says something along the lines that the
A day
Lord
is like 1,000 years.
one day. Yeah. You're good.
So all that means
Yeah.
is that God has a different timeline than us. Like if a day like us is similar to 1,000 years for God, it just means that God, like we're dust on the wind. We're a blink of the eye and we're gone. God's not like that. God lasts forever, which means, for us, a day is nothing to God. That's all that means. It doesn't mean that God's outside of time.
I'm searching, sorry, a verse. I think it's Isaiah also, in Isaiah 55, and this could explain. I'm sorry, I have a hard time saying the word
Anthropomorphic. It's a tough one.
Yeah. In Isaiah, it's 55, 8-9. It says, "For
Okay.
my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, declared the Lord. As the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways way higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts." So this is saying that, the way that I do my ways could never be the way that you do your ways. So everything that God does or did in his one pure act, the way that he revealed it to us, there is no way that he could do this other than to do it with our ways, because our ways are two complete different things. They're really different. And when I say really, I mean in the philosophical sense, a real distinction.
This is not defining God's nature as being outside of time or being immaterial or being in that he doesn't think. Nothing of that
that's
is in this passage.
That's for the that's the anthropomorphic argument that you say in the scripture. You say, like, for instance, he said that God has to decide. Well, in Isaiah, God says, my ways are much different than your ways. The way that I think is much different than how you think. So God does have to put those things in infinite words and act and say things that we are going to understand in our context.
So this is very easy. It's not a difficult passage. What he's saying is that my behavior and my thoughts are superior to yours, which could have been true of any god of the ancient world. It could have been true of Zeus. Zeus could have easily said, my ways and my thoughts are better or higher than yours. It's true of gods that are corporeal and gods that would be non-corporeal. It doesn't do anything for demonstrating that God is being anthropomorphized.
So you think that there's no passage that could mean something other than what the words are 100% saying? Because I remember that you study languages. I remember that you study languages, so I understand why you would.
I definitely didn't say that. Me, it's what I'm saying is that unless a metaphor is being employed, there's no reason to think that there's anything other than what it says. So if it says something and it's not a metaphor, then it just means what it says. Metaphors are pretty easy to find in the text. When a human being says, I'm like a bird, we know that they're not literally birds. It's a metaphor. I'm like, it tells you that it's a metaphor. It's a simile, right? So the reality is the God of the book is always described in corporeal terms and in physical terms. In fact, we even get the location of where he lives. Psalm 150 and Ezekiel chapter 1, Ezekiel chapter 10 says that his home is just on top of the firmament. He lives up there.
But then that's my question to you. Who are you to decide when something is metaphorical and when it's not?
No, I'm not deciding it. The language is. So
Yeah, but
the
that's the
reality
thing.
is
What are you trusting?
we know
What are
how
you trusting?
metaphors work. Metaphors is when you're comparing something to something it's like typically impossible to be. If I said, you know, I'm hungry like a wolf, it's a metaphor. I'm saying my hunger is comparable to that of a wolf. I could say that say there's a guy that cheated on his girlfriend. I could say that guy's a dog. Well, we know that he's not a dog. We're saying that he. Yeah, we know that because men
I'm going to use your argument.
You're not
How
going
can
to.
you prove that a man is not a dog?
Because
Can you prove it? How can you know that?
Because we have definitions. So the definition of a man
what definitions?
is different from the definition of a dog. A dog
Okay,
is
but
an entirely
I
different
can say that about anything.
species. Okay, then words don't have any meaning then. So if you can't
Yeah, but
differentiate
that
between a
was-
dog and a man, what that means is words are completely useless in your worldview. We shouldn't have any words.
Do you not remember this? This is the argument that I gave you earlier. I told you, for instance, that nothing can cause its own existence. And you said to me, well, how can you prove that? I said, well, it's physically impossible. And also, obviously, because we have definitions, and also because we can see reality. And you said to me, well, you can't prove it. And I was like, well, there is nothing in this existence that has ever caused its own existence. Okay. And you said, well, I can say that about anything. Well, here I am to you. I think that how can you prove that a man cannot be a wolf? How can you prove that this is a metaphor?
Okay, because a man and a wolf have different definitions. This is just following the laws of logic.
Okay, God and humans have different definitions.
This follows the law of identity. The definition of a man and the definition of a dog are different. A man is not a dog. A man is a man.
Okay, but earlier you gave the example of that. I don't know what that thing that you said is co-eternal with time and whatever. You gave that definition. You gave this thing the same definition as you would give God.
Klombadrov.
What? Yeah. Why do you think that I took so much time in the beginning to define God?
I gave you Klombadrov so I can demonstrate to you that there are arguments, like the argument you're giving could be used for anything. It could be used for the life-granting unicorn. It could be used for Doug, the rock of all grounding. It could be used for Klombadrov. If we just get to define our thing into an existence, there's nothing I can't define into existence. It's useless. It's silly.
But that's my issue, because that's why I took so much time to try to define what God is in Catholicism and in Christianity, because when we don't, then we end up saying, well, God can be anything else, right? The same way that a human cannot be a dog or a human cannot be a wolf, right?
Right. But what I'm showing you is that the God of the Bible is not the God you're describing. The God in the Bible is a God that has location. It's a God that's in time. It's a God that thinks, that eats, that actually has actions, that has potential. The God that you believe in, the God that you're arguing, is not the God of this book. The God of this book has a sanctuary and a home where its presence resides. The God of this book has a presence that translocates. It moves around.
Okay, let's say that God is eternal. Does that mean that God lives within time?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go with that.
Okay, so God lives in time. Fantastic. Next thing, God lives in space as well. Space-time is a continuum.
What space?
Space-time. It's a continuum. They exist together. They're inseparable.
Well, okay, God exists in heaven.
Yeah, so God is corporeal. God exists within time and within space. Fantastic.
What do you mean by corporeal? I don't believe that God is material.
Well, the Bible says he is. The Bible says he has a face, a nose. In fact, when you pray to him, he can hear it. When he moves, he has an actual presence that takes up space. When you give an offering, he can actually smell it. What this means is that he has the necessary components to interact with the world, and also he tells you he has these things. He says he has a face. He says he has a nose. He says he can do all these things. Why would I think that he was lying about all that?
Like God turned his face, like that means that God has a face?
Well, that's one of them. There's a lot of passages that mentions his face and his nose. In fact, when it's angry, it says that he has a hot nose. When he smells the pleasing aroma, he's using his nose.
Again, I don't understand why you can't accept that those things to Catholics, and because I'm Catholic, and Catholic philosophy and theology, that those things are not literal. Like, no, choose that they are literal because that's what the word says.
No, that's what I'm asking you for. What is the evidence from the text? I'm not asking what the Catholic Church says. What's the evidence from the Bible that these things don't mean what they say?
The evidence is like all over the Bible and all over
Find it for me.
The theology.
Find it.
Okay, let me just search another verse.
Because Psalm 150 says that God has a sanctuary and it's in the firmament. Praise God in his sanctuary. Praise him in his mighty firmament. When Ezekiel goes to visit God, it's at the top of the firmament.
I'm sorry. You can take some time to read your comments that you received, because I'm just going to search something that Aquinas said regarding that I remember reading, and it's gonna come with.
Okay, Aquinas is not helping you.
Bible.
Like, if you want to understand this, if you want to understand this,
because St. Thomas does commentaries on.
Aquinas is a goof. Summa Theologica is a nonsensical piece of work.
Okay, I'm saying that I'm going to read St. Thomas's argument, like, because I read his when I read the Bible, I read his interpretation next to it on Aquinas CC.
Really wish you would use your own brain rather than deferring to Aquinas.
Oh, and become a Protestant? No, thank you.
No, I'm not saying become a Protestant. I say just get rid of Aquinas. Aquinas isn't helping you.
Okay, I don't understand. Like, okay, the Church Fathers and the theology and the saints, like, we have to go by what they interpret the Bible, because if we were to interpret, okay, I can tell you why. Because, for instance, all of us have read the same Bible, or almost, and yet we all come to a very different answer. So I'm going to go to as close as the source that I can as possible.
Aquinas
for instance,
isn't the source. Aquinas was like 1300, wasn't he?
I said as close as possible to the source. So, for instance, I give you an example.
When did Aquinas
I give you an
live?
example. So
he died in 1274. So he died in 1274. Okay. So what that means is that he's nowhere close to the source. In fact, if you read documents close from the time when the Bible was written, they all believed that the gods were corporeal. All of them did. In fact, there's a really good book on this by Dr. Esther Hamori called "When Gods Were Men." Like, everybody in the ancient world thought that gods were corporeal.
Okay, but the thing is, I just gave Aquinas as an example because he's personally who I prefer to go read. But if you want to take anyone else, for instance, Saint Ignatius of Antioch, okay, he was the student of Saint John the Apostle, okay, and then from there we see, okay, who did Saint Ignatius of Antioch teach? So obviously, I'm gonna try to go as close as the source. And Saint Augustine, who lived around the 400s, is also a very good source. And Saint Thomas is an Augustinian. He is very close to St. Augustine's work. And because he is a little bit later, his words are rather more interesting and just easier to understand to me. So they are much closer to the source than I could be, or that you could be.
Ignatius is closer. I said Aquinas. I said get rid of Aquinas.
But Aquinas is Augustinian. St. Thomas Aquinas literally has read every single of Augustine's work, and Augustine is from the 400s.
Augustine's
Are you serious?
Out of his mind. Have you read the City
Saint
of God?
Saint Augustine of Hippo? Are we talking about the same person?
Yeah. Have you read the City of God? It's a giant failed prediction.
Yes, I have.
It's one giant. It's like 1,000 pages dedicated to a failed prediction. He's a goof. He couldn't control his own hormones. He's like Freud. He's got mommy problems.
His mom is actually Saint Monica, which is his mom, was praying for him and was always there for him. Actually,
I'm sure.
Daddy issues.
I'm sure. Yeah, he had a lot of issues.
Well, get your facts straight, at least. If you're gonna say that Saint Augustine didn't have a mom, no.
I didn't say he didn't have a mom.
Well, he said he has mommy issues. His mom was always next to him. What are you talking about?
He's got issues. So The reality is,
Yeah.
like, appealing to these church fathers don't fix the problem, which is that the book says something.
No, but you should.
No, I don't
Why
care
do
what
you
they
think
say.
your interpretation?
I don't care
Yeah,
what they
but
say
see-
because, first of all, Christianity is not true, right? So this is demanding that I tell you that you have to read the New Testament through the lens of the Book of Mormon. That's preposterous. I'm not going to read the Hebrew Bible through the lens of the New Testament. Never going to happen.
That's what I don't understand. Why would you take your own interpretation and not the interpretation of maybe the Saint Ignatius of Antioch, who was taught by apostles?
Because they're all wrong. Nothing in the New Testament.
How do you know that?
I know it for a fact because the Jews are right. The Jewish people understood their Hebrew Bible and the Christians were goofs. That's why Jesus fulfills 0 prophecies. That's why Jesus' lineage doesn't go back to David. That's why the 2 lineages you have for Jesus are completely irreconcilable. That's why the New Testament's written in Greek rather than in Aramaic. The people who wrote the New Testament, the early Christian church, didn't understand the Hebrew Bible, not one lick. They're all goofy. They don't know anything. They're dumb. They misquote the Old Testament. They say that things are prophecies that aren't prophecies. This is one thing. If you think authority matters, go ask the ancient rabbis why they rejected Jesus.
Okay, but you said you know for a fact, and then you gave me subjective arguments.
No, I didn't.
Can you explain yourself?
I didn't give you an argument at all.
Well,
what I'm telling you is that if you think authority matters, if you think understanding a text matters, then you shouldn't be asking what the Catholic Church says about the Hebrew Bible. You should be asking, what did the ancient rabbis say about their own text? Asking me to read the Hebrew Bible, which says that God has a body, through the lens of the New Testament and then subsequently the New Testament Church, is meaningless. That's like me telling you that you have to read the New Testament through the Book of Mormon. Do you think that you should have to read? Do you think that you should have to read the New Testament through the lens of Joseph Smith?
Let me explain something to you, okay? I am not a hypocrite. When I read the Old Testament, I do look at Jewish rabbis' commentaries. Those are very important for the understanding of what is happening. But you can't make that same argument with Joseph Smith and the New Testament, because Joseph Smith is nothing near. He's nothing near the source. What I'm saying to you is, I want to go the closest to the source as possible.
Jesus wasn't near the source.
Are you saying that Joseph Smith? Jesus is the source. Are you saying that Joseph Smith is closer to
Moses? Lived
are you saying Joseph Smith?
Moses lived 1400 years prior to Jesus.
Okay, we're talking about the New Testament. For the Old Testament, I do use Jewish rabbis' interpretation. But for the New Testament...
So you think I should read the Old Testament through the lens of somebody who lived 1400 years after the fact?
You can read St. Augustine if you prefer, or Saint Ignatius. I would be very happy to go only through Saint Ignatius's lens of the New Testament.
Missed a problem. You missed a problem. Why should I read the Hebrew Bible through the lens of somebody who lived 1400 years after the events happened?
Why are you saying the Hebrew Bible as if, the Hebrews didn't
That's
as if
what it is.
the New Testament doesn't
exist.
That's
the name of it, the Hebrew Bible. That's what we're talking about right now. I'm giving you passages from the Hebrew Bible that describe God as having a body, that describe God as being corporeal, that describe God as eating and being in time. And you're saying
that's your interpretation.
You're saying none of these. No, it's not my interpretation. It's literally what it says. See, this is the difference between you and me. I can read the Bible and I say, hey, it just means what it says. You read the Bible and you say, no, it can't mean what it says. It must mean something else. And then you twist yourself into a pretzel trying to figure out what it must mean.
Well, no, I don't. Like I said, when I read the New Testament and when you read the New Testament, you shouldn't take your own interpretation. You should take an interpretation that is closest to Jesus, because, at the end of the day, the New Testament is... Why not?
I didn't quote the New Testament once. You did. So again, I brought you verses from the Hebrew Bible that clearly describe God as having a body, having a location. I'm asking you, why should I believe that God doesn't have a body? And your only answer is, well, these church fathers later said he didn't.
Well, Jews don't believe that God is material, and they do believe that God is eternal. And
oh no, I disagree.
So I don't understand. Oh, you think Jews believe in a material, physical God?
Yeah, they said so. In fact, they even describe how he exists at the top of the firmament. In the Talmud, they describe that God exists at the top of the firmament in an air pocket, and then over top of the air pocket is the waters that are on the other side of the firmament. He has a physical location on top of the firmament.
And
I can read it. I can read it in Talmud for you if you want.
I mean, sure, you can bring up the text.
Yep. We've got.
I still don't understand why the anthropomorphization is not a good argument for you, honestly.
Because it's not an argument; it's a claim. So you made the claim that all these verses are just anthropomorphic language. You have yet to give an argument for why I would accept that claim. So just saying that that is the case doesn't make it the case. I would need you to demonstrate that it is the case. That's the power of my argument. The power of my argument is that these words mean exactly what they mean. And you're saying, no, the words don't mean what they mean. They must mean something else. And you have yet to give me a good reason why I would believe that they mean something else. But in the Jerusalem Talmud, Rabbi Phineas says that the name of, referring to Rabbi Hoshea, says equivalent, talking about the space and also the thickness of the firmament where God lives. It says equivalent to the space between the earth and the firmament, so is the distance between the firmament and the upper waters. So he's saying there's distance between the firmament and between the upper waters. There's a gap. It says, according to the passage, let there be a firmament in the midst of the water at the midpoint in them. Rabbi Tanhuma said, I will say the source, had it been stated, God made the firmament, he divided between the waters that were on the firmament, I would have said that the upper waters rest directly upon the firmament, but since it is said, and the waters that were above the firmament, indicates that the upper waters are suspended above the firmament by the word of God. And this is the explanation in the Talmud for how God lives at the top of the firmament, if in fact there's water up there, because he can't live in the water. So he said there's a space, and the waters are suspended by his spirit.
Well,
and I can read more. There's more quotations. I got like 6 of them from the Talmud talking about this subject. It says the firmament is similar to a pool of water. Above the pool is a dome. That's Bereshit. Also in Bereshit, it says the thickness of the earth is equivalent to the thickness of the firmament. As it is stated, it is he who sits over the circle of the earth, Isaiah 40:22. The circle of the heavens, he makes his way, Job 24 or 22:14. And then he says the word hu provides a verbal analogy. Rabbi Aha says says in the name of Rabbi Hanina, it is like the metal. So he's saying now the firmament is made like metal. Rabbi Yehoshua bar Rabbi Nehemiah said that it is approximately 2 or 3 finger breadths thick. Now they're describing the thickness of the metallic firmament. These are physical things.
Okay.
Everything.
Okay. The thing is, okay. I understand when you say that you read something and that when you read it, you just, what it says is what you believe. I totally understand that. It's just that when we're reading like texts about God, in my opinion, we have to also like think of the option that there could also be another meaning as to why it is phrased this way. For instance, in the Old Testament, and I know all the verses you're stating, I think what you stated was in Leviticus.
No.
When that no, it wasn't. Okay, perfect. Sorry. But anyway, when the writers of the Old Testament want to affirm God's presence, I think that what they're trying to do is affirm his presence, but also try to, on the other hand, his nearness. So they're trying to a little bit like put God into a context of that we could like relate to. Okay, so through an experience,
that's the claim
of God's physical manifestation. So people like Moses is going to show or write about God's physical manifestation, to remind people that yes, God is far, but God is also near, and for us to try to relate to him.
Again, you're just using anthropomorphic language. You're saying that it doesn't mean what it says. I still have yet to hear a reason why I should believe that the words don't mean what it says. Like when God says that his presence goes with you, when God says that his presence goes with you, why would I believe that God's presence doesn't get localized?
Okay. The reason why, okay, I'm not a Jew. I'm Catholic, okay? So obviously I believe that the New Testament is like going to be a continuation to the Old Testament. In the New Testament, it says that God is spirit. It says a lot of other things. In John, it says God is spirit. It says other things. You know, in Luke, I think.
What does it mean to be spirit? Because as it turns out, the word spirit doesn't mean that you're immaterial. So in the ancient world, the idea that you were made of spirit was still material. It's a different type of material. It's a very fine substance that you typically couldn't see with your eyes.
Okay.
In fact, in 1 Corinthians 15,
Luke 24:39.
in 1 Corinthians 15, Jesus is given his spirit body, and it's still physical. It's still a body.
Okay, let me bring up Luke 24:39. It says, "See my hands and my feet, that it is I myself. Touch me and see. For a spirit does not have flesh and bones, as you see that I have."
I agree. I didn't say that it had flesh and bones.
So it's not material. It doesn't have flesh.
It is material. What is it? Yes, it is material still. And that's the unfortunate part is nothing in the Bible tells you what the material is. It's just not the same as what humans have. And again,
it says for his invisible attributes, namely his eternal power. Again, do you remember when I said?
I didn't say anything about. When I said, I didn't say anything about visibility. This is where listening comes in handy. I didn't say anything about visibility. I said immaterialness.
So can you tell me what is the material?
No, and neither can you. In fact, if you tell me what God's essence is, you can't tell me what that means.
Yeah, because I don't believe he's material. I don't have.
I'm not asking what you believe. I'm not asking. It's not my burden of proof either. What I'm saying is that in the Bible, if you read any of the ancient literature, they talk about this finer substance that the spirits are made out of. It's still material. It's a different type of material. They don't know what it is. They can't define it because it doesn't exist. The reason why they can't define it is because it's not real.
I don't care if it's real or not. I think that God is not material, but you think God is material, so thus you must prove that what this material is.
The book says that he's material, and you don't have to know what the material is to know that it's material, because it says that Jesus has a body even after he rose. A body is material. You don't get a body and be in the immaterial world.
Yeah, but my point is that this is my point as to why it's anthropomorphization. That's my argument.
Well,
it's that in the New Testament, in the New Testament, we see that God is described as being spirit, as being not material. So I think
wrong again. A spirit is not something that's completely immaterial. That's something you're bringing into the book. That's something you're doing. When it says that God is spirit, the word spirit, pneuma, it refers to something like a wind. Same thing in the Hebrew Bible, ruach refers to like an actual wind or a breath. And that is, while it's invisible, it is material. Wind and breath are both in the material world, as is Jesus's spirit body. That's why it says in 1 Corinthians, it says, not all flesh is alike, but there is one flesh for humans, another flesh for animals, another for birds, another for fish. There are both heavenly bodies and earthly bodies. Jesus has a heavenly body. It's made out of something. It's not made out of what we're made out of. It's made out of something, though. It says the glory of the heavenly one is one thing, and that of the earthly is the other. That's it. There are bodies in heaven. This idea that there's this immaterial heavenly space where God exists doesn't show up in the Bible, ever. Not even in the New Testament. That's why Jesus rose bodily into the sky where he said he's coming back from, because they believed that the gods lived in the skies. Everybody did.
Again, it's like, since God has to speak in words for us to understand, heaven is not like really describable perfectly, so he is going to say like to give something as close as we could understand it to be.
Nope, heaven is just the sky. Uranus in Greek and Shemayim in Hebrew literally refers to the skies. In fact, we know for a fact that Shemayim refers to the skies because it literally thinks that there's water up there, and the root word of Shemayim is mayim, which is water. It's a dual form. It means water. Shemayim is the skies. It's where there's this other celestial body of water. That's where the rain comes from. It's not referring to some plane of existence far away that is immaterial at all. That's not in the Bible. That's something you have to read into it.
Yeah, my whole point since earlier that I've been arguing with you is that you have to read into the text that you read. It's
No,
not everything that is written is lit, but that's where we disagree.
No, I agree.
Respectfully.
Our disagreement is that I think the words mean what the words mean, and you don't like what they mean. You have to change them.
Hello?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I mean, look, if you want to say that my interpretation of the sentences means that I'm changing the words, I'm fine by that. But I want to know why you think your interpretation is better than mine.
It's not an interpretation. This is where you keep getting wrong. You think I'm interpreting the words. I'm not. I'm saying the words literally mean what they mean. That's it. I'm not telling you that they don't mean what they mean. So, like, if you read a book that said the sky is blue, the only thing you should take away from that is that the sky is blue. If I walked into that and said, no, actually, it doesn't mean the sky is blue. It just means that the sky is sad, because sometimes to be blue is to be sad. Well, that's nonsense. You would need to give me a reason to believe that that's what it actually meant, right? So I'm not interpreting it. I'm telling you it just means what it says.
Yeah, but the reason is all the hints that we have throughout the Bible that show that God is spirit, God is all-knowing, God is eternal, all those things.
Again, you can't demonstrate that a spirit's immaterial.
You can't demonstrate that it's material.
No, I just did. So I don't know if you missed it. The heavenly bodies have a body. There's a different substance that the heavenly bodies are made of. It says that in 1 Corinthians 15. I just read it. Jesus's body, his glorified body, is in fact still a body up in heaven. That's what he has right now, a glorified body. Does Paul know what it's made of? No. But we have documentation from the ancient Mediterranean that this idea that the heavenly bodies were still physical bodies, we just don't actually know what the material is. We've got lots of literature that talk about that. This isn't like a difficult thing. Like, and I'm not inventing this. Like, literally just read an actual academic study Bible or an academic commentary and you'll find this out. Like, forget what the church says. Read what an actual academic has to say about it, who's referencing literature, comparative literature from the time period.
You know, I know that you and I are both really genuine people, and I feel like because we have this barrier in how we read texts, I feel like this isn't gonna go anywhere, and I don't want to waste your time. I know that your time is precious, so if you want, we can talk about another topic. Like, if I know that last time we discussed 2 years ago, it was about Jesus being the angel of the Lord. If you want to discuss that, we can now. But if you want to let someone else speak, I just feel like we're not going to go anywhere, because I really believe that I should look at the Church Fathers' interpretation and look through the text, and you really are not going to change your mind about how you just need to read the text and literally just understand what the text is saying.
Well, the Church Fathers aren't important unless Christianity is true, specifically if Catholic Christianity is true. So you'd have to demonstrate that Christianity is true, but I don't think you could do that. I would, however, love to talk about
I don't need
Trinity.
to do that. I don't need to do that. When I read Jewish texts, I don't believe in Judaism at all. But I am going to go read rabbis' really ancient commentaries, because I know that those are very close to the source. I know that those are very much going to enlighten me in a lot of things that I couldn't think about. And I'm not Jewish. So I expect people, when they're reading the Bible and the New Testament specifically, to go look at Church Fathers' commentaries, not their own interpretation. I feel like this is, maybe this, you can say this is an argument from authority, but I think this is a valid argument from authority.
I mean, only if you think Christianity is true.
No.
Also, only if there wasn't like a huge divide of opinion, like on a lot of these subjects. Like, you can turn church father and I can turn church father, and they're going to say competing things. So going to the church fathers isn't always helpful. Like even going to the rabbis isn't always helpful because they disagree a lot. But there's a lot of things that they do agree on. The things that they do agree on, I think, is the helpful part. But I would love to talk about the Trinity, because I think the Trinity is like the biggest problem for
No, the angel of the
God.
Lord. What we were
Trinity?
talking about in the emphasis was the angel of the Lord.
No,
And you
I
said
want-
that you don't believe Jesus is the angel of the Lord.
No, I don't. I also don't care. But I want to talk about the Trinity.
Okay.
Okay. So premise number one of my argument is that you can't be 100% of anything unless you're identical to it, right?
Okay, yeah. The law of identity.
Right. Exactly. If you're not 100% that thing, then you're not identical to it. That's all I'm saying. Okay, so you can't be 100% of anything without being identical. Got it. We'll say to it. Easy enough. Premise number two, to be identical to God, you must have all of God's attributes. You could say essence, whatever you want to say there. You agree with that one?
Can you repeat, please?
Yeah, to be identical with God, you have to have 100% of its attributes.
I don't. This is too vague for the Trinity philosophy. So, for instance, I would agree that you have to have 100% of God's attributes, but if you're going to bring up their personal attributes, because we're going from the fact that we are talking about the Trinity, so the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, we believe that they have different personhoods. So I agree that they all have the same attributes, which are love, goodness, justice, etc. They have 100% of that. But what I don't agree with is that they 100% have each other's personal attributes. So which attributes are you talking about?
I didn't ask about personhood.
Which attributes are you talking about?
The attributes that you're required to have to be considered God. What attributes do you need in order to be considered God?
Oh, so God's attributes. So God's love, God's justice, God's goodness. Not their
Anything else?
personal attributes, right?
Anything else?
Well, a lot of things, yeah.
Okay.
Power.
Okay, so we would say I'm going to do like a clause under premise 2. And we're just going to say attributes include. Some of the attributes, could we say omnipotence?
No, because God.
So something could be God, but not omnipotent?
Well, I just don't know if attributes is the right term, but yes, you could say.
I mean, you call it whatever you want. Essence, nature, attributes, characteristics. Which word fits your preference?
I would say those are. Yeah, okay. Omnipotence is fine.
Okay. Okay, so we need omnipotence. We would also need omniscience, right?
Yes.
Okay. So omniscience, omnipotent, and then we would say, I mean, I'm not going to do omnipresent because I don't think that's required to be a god. I don't think the Bible even teaches that. But we do need omnipotence and omniscience. Anything else?
Those are like those. It's just because in St. Thomas, like in the theology that I read, attributes is more like God's love, God's power, not like omnipotence, omniscience. Like this is just things that God has.
Is the Trinitarian God omnipresent?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so some of the necessary attributes are omnipotence, omniscience, and omnipresence. Anything else?
Loving, goodness, truth.
Okay. Well, truth isn't an attribute. Like you can't possess truth. Like you just
truthfulness, I guess.
There we go. Truthfulness. Fair enough. Okay. Premise number 3, I think, should be pretty easy, which is that Jesus was not omni. He wasn't omnipotent. He wasn't omnipresent, and he wasn't omniscient. Do you agree or disagree?
I disagree, but how is that P3 not conclusion?
P3 is not a conclusion. It's just either a statement. Is Jesus omni? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So are you saying Jesus knows all things?
Yes.
Okay. What about Matthew 24:36 when there's something he says he doesn't know?
Oh, so he doesn't know the hour?
Yep. Nailed it.
I'm pretty sure you heard all of the arguments regarding that, right? Like you heard the arguments of the Jewish marriage tradition, right?
Not a good one yet.
Okay.
I do know about the fictional Jewish marriage custom though.
The
It's
one
not
that
real,
says that
by the way.
it's the father of the groom that can announce the day of the wedding.
Yeah, that's not true.
Okay, can you prove that?
No, that's your claim. You have to prove that that's a real tradition they have. Not
that's
me.
my claim, but you're saying
Okay,
it's not true.
Then support it.
So-
Support it. Support your claim. It's a silly apologetic. It's not going to help you. I've already been through this with others.
Well, there is a lot of reason why Jesus says that he doesn't know the hour, but I just want to say, and again, you're not going to agree with me because we disagree on how we are to take words. But no, in this context, even if I put aside the Jewish marriage argument, no in this context does not have to mean knowledge. When St. Paul in the Bible says, I know no one but Christ, does that mean that he doesn't know anyone?
Okay, come on.
No,
knowledge
I'm asking
isn't
you a
knowledge
question.
now. Words have no meaning to you, do they?
No, wait. When Saint Paul in the Bible says,
wild.
"I know no one but Christ," does he mean that he does not know anyone but Christ? Like he doesn't know anything?
No, this is where like it's really frustrating that Christians aren't capable of picking up on metaphors. Every time there's a real metaphor in the Bible, like it goes completely over your head. But every time Jesus says something that's inconvenient, now it just doesn't mean what it is, even though there's no metaphor being employed here. So all he's saying is that he gives a literal list of things to look for when he comes back. He says, all these things are going to happen before I come back. In fact, he even says that it's going to happen within this generation, which he was wrong again. He got that one wrong because obviously he doesn't know the future. But also, after the entire list of saying, hey, here's what to look for when I come back, he says, but about the specific day or hour, listen, nobody knows the specific day or hour, not even me, only the Father in heaven. Why in the world would I read metaphor into this?
Okay, I read that it's a metaphor because of other Bible verses. Again, that's why you need to read the entire Bible.
I've read the entire Bible. Give me the actual rules of grammar in this passage that would lead me to believe that this is a metaphor. What does it mean that God has, like the Father has knowledge, but the Son doesn't? What's it a metaphor for?
It's a metaphor for for Jesus's humility.
No, certainly not.
Oh, okay. Prove yourself. Why not?
No, I don't have to prove it. I'm rejecting your claim.
You know, so
when you make a claim without any evidence or support, I can just reject it. Like if you don't support your claim, it's not on me to say that I have to now go disprove your claim. You don't have to disprove baseless claims. You have to give support. What's the support in this passage? No, I'm not asking about Philippians. I'm asking about Matthew. What's the support in Matthew? What's the support in Matthew, verse 24, or chapter 24, that there's any metaphors going on?
It doesn't have to be.
There does. Yes, that's how metaphors work. I don't know if you know this, but metaphors have a direct context. Like we can tell when a metaphor is being employed. So what you're going to say is verse 35, not a metaphor. Verse 37, not a metaphor. Verse 36, that's a metaphor. That's the one. And the only reason why you're saying that's a metaphor is because you don't like what it says.
No, it's not because I don't like what it says. It's because it's not in line with what other of the text says. You know, you don't just read a phrase. You read the entire context. You read the entire book.
Then
so
show me where Jesus says he does know the day or the hour.
Well, I don't need to show you this exactly, but I can show you a lot of places. Like, for instance, everything that the Father does, the Son does also. And also says in the Bible that everything that the Father knows, that everything that the Father has and knows is also transmitted to the Son. And also,
it doesn't say that everything the Father knows, the Son knows. He does say, I only do what I see my Father in heaven doing. He does say that. But nowhere listen, you could be the first one to prove me wrong on this. Maybe there's a passage I forgot about, but I don't know of a single passage, and I've read the Bible a lot, where Jesus says, everything the Father knows, I know.
I didn't say that. I said there's a verse, in the verse it says, everything that the Father does, the Son does also, right?
That has nothing to do with knowledge.
Okay, so does thinking not an action, a doing?
Thinking is an action, but you don't believe that God thinks. So now all of a sudden God does things. Isn't it interesting how your metaphysic really changed the minute you read the Bible? Isn't that weird?
No, because we're not talking about Jesus. We're talking about Jesus as a human. So obviously, when Jesus was human, he was.
Does the Father think?
Well, not like I quoted you Isaiah earlier. Not the same way that we do. He says, "I do not think how you think. I do not do my ways as you do."
Oh, so then what's he doing? Listen, if Jesus is only doing what he sees his Father do in heaven, what's his Father doing that Jesus is able to replicate here in the physical world?
The omniscience, the omnipotence.
Unfortunately, that's not a thing that you're doing. You're not doing omniscience. You are omniscient. Yes, you can. It could be a characteristic, but it can't be something you're doing.
Okay, well, God shows through his effects a lot of love to us, the same way that Jesus has.
No, you just told me that God does. You already told me God doesn't have love like we have love. So Jesus is showing love has nothing to do with what God in the Father in heaven. You said what humans are doing, us in the corporal.
Jesus is God. But Jesus is God.
Oh, he's not God. If Jesus is God, that means his expression of love is different than the Father. But you just said that the Father's expression of love is different than what we have here in the physical world.
I didn't say the Father's. I said God's. Don't change my words, please.
I'm sorry. Do you think that God the Father and God the Son are identical?
I think they're identical in essence. They are not identical in person.
No, you don't think they're identical in essence. My argument, in fact, makes that impossible. The reason is, all I have to do is ask you what essence is, and your whole argument collapses. What do you think essence means?
What a thing is.
No, what does the word essence mean?
What a thing is. That's what it means.
No, it's the definable characteristics of a thing. Like something's essence are its indispensable characteristics that make it that thing.
I mean, okay, so if I tell you that I have a ball, okay, it's characteristic. It can be round. It can also be another shape. Is that going to change that its essence is not a ball?
Right. Again, you've just described characteristics. Like you want to use the word essence as though it's a substance, and it's not. So essence refers to the nature of something or its characteristics or qualities. So a ball has the essence of being a ball. And as it turns out, my syllogism, which I still have written down here, you could literally substitute the word attribute for essence. You could say you can't be 100% of anything without being identical to it. To be identical to God, you have to have 100% of its essence, and essence here is synonymous with characteristics or attributes, which means my argument demonstrates that Jesus doesn't have the same essence as the Father.
Again, I have every right to think that those words don't have to be taken literally, because in other passages
Words don't
there
mean
are
words.
similar. So sorry.
Words don't mean words, like we always say.
Just because you think something literally doesn't mean that I have to.
What? No, what? You haven't given me a single reason to believe that these words are metaphors. Because you believe that the verse previous to it, the verse after it are metaphor or not metaphors. Just this one verse. This is the only verse that's a metaphor. And your only reason for it being a metaphor is you don't like what it actually says.
It's not because I don't like what it says. It's because it doesn't make sense with the context of the Bible entirely.
It does. It does make context.
It does
Jesus,
not. It does
Jesus
not.
at no point in the Bible is a Trinity ever affirmed, not at one verse. This is a post-biblical innovation. This is something that you guys have to put into the Bible. The original story of Jesus was that he was the Son of God, just like David was the Son of God in Psalm chapter 2. Psalm chapter 2 says that today you have begotten me. So Jesus is the begotten son, just the same way David is the begotten son. It's not till much later that people had to invent this nonsense talking point about the Trinity. It doesn't show it in the Bible at all.
Okay, what about Proverbs? Shit, what's the verse again? 34. Who has ascended?
The poem of Egwire?
To heaven?
I love this one.
Who has ascended? Who has ascended to heaven?
You're not gonna like
this.
Who
has gathered the wind in his hands? Who has bound up the water in his clothes? Who has established all the ends of the earth? What is his name, and what is the name of his son?
I know. You want to hear the actual explanation for this? Because I bet you've never heard it. Okay, who's speaking? Who's speaking? Did you read verse 1?
I read verse 1. Yes, it's just that I know this verse by heart.
You should know the whole chapter, because the whole chapter tells you what's happening. It says the words of Agur, son of Jakah, an oracle. So this is a person speaking. A human being is speaking right now. Okay, so an actual human on earth is speaking. It says, "Thus saith the man, I am weary, O God. I am weary, O God. Am I wasting away?" So we've got a guy that's now doing a lamentation. And he says, "Surely I am too stupid to be human, and I do not have human understanding." Do you think that this person is a human or not?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, he's just saying, I'm really fucking stupid. And that's okay. People say that. He's now humbling himself before God, which is why he says the next thing, "I have not learned wisdom, nor have I knowledge of the holy ones," the Kodashim, the angels. Who has ascended into heaven? Now, this is the interesting part, is who has ascended into heaven and come down? This is a question. At the time he's saying this, he believes nobody has. Now, he's also wrong, because there have been people that have ascended into heaven. He doesn't know if they've ever come down, but Elijah theoretically came down. Hold on, Kay.
No, but wait.
Hold on, Kay.
Why are you assuming that?
We're almost there. You'll get to the finish. I
don't agree with that.
I'll let you finish. Just pause. So the reader obviously doesn't understand Elijah, who wrote a letter after he ascended into heaven, unless you think he's writing heavenly letters. But it says, "Who has ascended into heaven and come down? Who has gathered the wind in the hollow of his hand? Who has wrapped up the waters in his garment? Who has established all the ends of the earth?" This is something that a God does. So he's now asking. He's asking about, is there a human being who has done any of this? No. Which is why he ends it with, "Hey, what's the person's name, and what's the name of the person's child? Surely you know." So the other thing, if you read this in the Greek Septuagint, which I bet you like the Greek Septuagint a lot, because that's the only way you can get to any of the prophecies that are in Matthew. In the Greek Septuagint, it literally says children. It says, what's the name of this person, and what is the name of his children?
Can I just say that I disagree with what the presupposition that you made, that when I asked the question, can you go up a little bit on your screen? Mm-hmm. When you say who has established all the end of the earth, you claim that you interpret this verse as him saying that there is no God, or that this doesn't exist, because in the latter, when
Didn't
you
say that
come
at all.
after,
you weren't listening.
Yes, you said that. You said he's asking a question because he's lost. He doesn't believe in a God.
No, I didn't say any of that. Nope. None of those words left my mouth.
So can you repeat what you said exactly?
Yes, what I said exactly
about those
What I said exactly is that this guy is suggesting that God is fundamentally different from man, and he hasn't even achieved knowledge and wisdom of mankind, much less knowledge and wisdom of the divine. That's why he says, I haven't even achieved the knowledge of man. And then he says, I have no knowledge of the holy ones. He's just abasing himself to God. This is a lamentation. He says, hey, who's ascended to heaven and come down? Obviously, the person who has ascended to heaven and has come down would have knowledge of the holy ones. He's saying, listen, humans don't have knowledge of the Kodashim. They don't have knowledge of the holy ones. Who has gathered the wind in the hollow of his hands? Obviously not a human. Who has wrapped up the waters in a garment? Not humans. Who has established all the ends of the earth? Not humans. What's this person's name, and what's the name of this person's child? Surely you would know, because there's no human who has knowledge of the divine.
Okay, how does that disprove my point? To me, that's talking about God and Jesus.
It's not talking about Jesus. It doesn't say God's son.
Of his son.
It says It says the name of a person's son. It's not talking about God's son, which is why the Greek Septuagint also says children. What's the name of this person and the name of its children?
It's actually, if you read in the context like you just did, he's like saying, who established all the ends of the earth? And he is a Jew, or whatever he is. He believes he believes that God has done those things. Okay,
you're right. So he believes that God has done it, not man.
Okay, right. So he says, "Who established all the ends of the earth?" And then in the verb,
not man.
Okay, right.
The answer to every question he asks is not a man. Every question he's asking in verse 4, the answer to the question is that there is no man.
Okay, that's exactly what I'm saying. When it says, what is his name? It's talking about God. What is his name? It's God.
No,
and what is the name of his son? Which
disagreed.
Why?
He's asking the name of a man who has done this. The answer to every question is about whether or not there is a man who has ascended into heaven and come back again with the divine knowledge. Is there a man who has done these things? And the answer is no. That's why he says, hey, if there is one, give me its name. I want to go find him. I want to go talk to him. I want to attain knowledge.
I don't agree.
The whole point of this, well, you disagree with the scholars then. So the whole point of this passage is to determine if there's a difference between the divine knowledge and human knowledge right now. And he's saying, I don't have either. I don't have human knowledge, and I definitely don't have divine knowledge.
It says, who has established all the ends
I'll show
of the
you.
earth?
I'll bet you $10 my Catholic Study Bible agrees with me.
You know, the comments don't have to be that rude, guys. Like, I'm just a random girl on the internet. You don't have to be that rude to me. And I love all of you, even if you're not nice to me. You don't have to be rude. Why does it say who has established all the ends of the earth if it's not talking about God?
Because it's not a man. Again, the answer to every single question here is not a man. Only God did these things. Did a man gather the winds? Nope, God did. Did a man wrap up the waters in a garment? Nope, God did. Who established the earth? It was God. That's why he says, hey, what's this person's name? If a person did this, I want to know the name of his name. That's why he says.
I agree.
Egwar denies he has secret heavenly knowledge. The purpose of the denial is to underline that God directly gives wisdom to those whose conduct pleases them. The Hebrew phrase, do you know, at the end of verse 4, which is supported by the versions, the phrase, however, does not appear in the important Greek manuscripts, Vaticanus, Sinaiticus, spoils the sense. For Aguar, not God, is the questioner. The phrase seems to be an addition to the Hebrew text borrowed from Job, where it follows a cosmic question. Just like Job was questioned, hey, were you there when I laid the foundations of the earth? That's what's happening here. This is about who has knowledge. Yeah. This is not about the Trinity. It's not about Jesus. It's not about God having a son. In fact, if you think God has sons because of this, you should wait until you read the rest of the Hebrew Bible, because God's got at least 70 of them.
But when it says, I don't disagree with you that he's not talking about a human. It says, who has established all the ends of the earth. Obviously, that's God. And what is the name of, what is his name? What is the name of the person who has established all the ends of the earth?
Exactly. They don't exist.
What is...
No.
Yes, it's God.
Wrong
and
again.
What is the name
He's
of
not
his
asking
son?
that. He's not asking if God has a son. He's asking, what's the person? Where can I find the person that has done these things? They don't exist.
Yeah.
This is a rhetorical question. He's not saying that God has a son. That's preposterous. In fact, the only passages that talk about God's son is Psalm chapter 2, and then all the references to God's many sons, the sons of God, the ones that we call the angels.
Yeah, there's different, like, types of sons, I guess, and different types of kings, and different types of all of the things.
You're reading Jesus into this because you've been told that Jesus is here, but Jesus is not here. So I know all of the apologetics, Kay. There's not a word that's going to leave your mouth I've never heard before. I'm 41 years old, Kay. I've been reading the Bible and studying it for a long fucking time. I've got 2 degrees in biblical studies. Nothing that leaves your mouth is going to be new to me. Just know that. So what I'm telling you, this interpretation, my interpretation, matches what the rabbis say. It matches what the scholars say, and it matches the context of what we find in the Proverbs, specifically this proverb, and what we find in other wisdom literature like Job. Namely, that there's a difference between human wisdom and divine wisdom. Human wisdom is not comparable to divine wisdom. That's why the answer to this question is that no such mortal exists.
So why did he have to bring up the person's son?
Because he's asking if a person exists. It's a rhetorical question. So, for example, I used to design robots for a living, right? Robots are fucking awesome, by the way. They can do crazy things. So I used to design, at one point I was designing centrifuges, and centrifuges are crazy. Like, we were designing these that had like 40,000 G-forces. They're insane. Like, you put a color t-shirt in there, it's going to come out white. Now, I could say, listen, this centrifuge is not anything like humans. This centrifuge is spinning so fucking fast that it's literally incomparable to humans. Like, who can put a t-shirt in and turn it so fast that the color comes out of it? Who can put a living cell in here and smash it to smithereens with G-forces? Who can do all these things? What's the name of this individual and where can I find them? We know what I'm talking about. I'm comparing a human being to something that's not human, and I'm saying, hey, find me a fucking human that can do this. Tell me where I can find them. That's what's happening.
But why did he bring up his son?
Because it's a human being. Human beings have sons. God doesn't have a son.
We just established.
The word son is meaningless in the Trinity.
The Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit.
You can call the Son anything you want to. If Jesus is co-eternal with the Father, he's not a son. The definition of the word son precludes Jesus from being it. That's why the earliest Christians were adoptionists. The early Christians believed that Jesus was an adopted son, just like David was in Psalm 2. This nonsense language about Jesus being a son is ridiculous, because the only way he could be the son is somehow he's contingent or dependent on the Father. And if he's contingent or dependent on the Father, then he's also not God.
We don't need, it doesn't matter how you call him, okay? It doesn't matter, because what the issue is that you're not understanding the philosophy of the Trinity. When we say that he is the Son of God, we don't...
What's it mean to be the Son of God? Tell me.
In the sense of Jesus?
Yeah, what's it mean that Jesus is the Son of God?
It means that the attributes that are different from the Father is that he does not
So his attributes are
spirate the
different?
Son.
Okay,
The personal attributes.
so
The personal
Jesus has
attributes.
okay, so Jesus has attributes that are not identical to God.
Personal attributes, not.
You can call them whatever you want. They're still attributes. So Jesus lacks attributes that God has.
In Trinitarian theology, okay, the Father spirates the Son. Obviously, the Son cannot spirate himself. Right?
You mean generate?
Same thing.
Okay, so
not
what
really.
does the word generate mean?
Again.
So again, I already know.
It's not the same meaning.
I had 12 years of Catholic school, Kay. I know what you're talking about. I know the verbiage in English is that the Son is being generated by the Father. What does that mean?
That it's not temporal, it's eternal. The generation of the Son.
What's the word generate mean?
Do you want me to give you like a definition?
The word generate means to cause or produce. So if Jesus has a cause or production that is dependent on the Father, what that means is that he's contingent. If he's contingent, then he's not God, because the definition of your God in philosophy is that he's not contingent.
I don't agree with your definition. In the definition of the philosophy, because I'm sorry to tell you, but philosophical definitions and dictionary definitions are not the same. In the theology,
that's why it's so cringe when y'all use words that are wrong according to the dictionary, when you get to make up your own definitions.
It's not make up. It's for different, like,
then,
do you
then
know
tell
a
me,
word can be used
tell me what the word,
different contexts?
Tell me what the word generate means then.
Okay, I will. By Saint Cyril of Alexandria, generation refers to two distinct but inseparable acts regarding the Son of God, emphasizing that the same. Yes.
No. Nope. God doesn't act.
Yes, he does. God is one single pure act.
No. God doesn't act if he's one single pure act. Being pure act means you don't act at all. There's no distinction between purely actualized and nothing happening. It's identical, same state.
Okay, I'm really sorry. I have to go somewhere. I'm really sorry.
Fair enough.
I'm really sorry. Someone's here to pick me up.
Well, I mean, you were here for like 2 hours. I mean, you can't be expected to talk all night.
Right, but look. I am still willing to talk to you again. I really like you, Justin. I don't know if you believe me, but I really like you. I think you're a genuine, real person. Although we disagree on a lot of things. And I will come back because I did come back. And I really want to thank you for your time. And I really do wish that one day we can agree on at least, how we interpret words.
Well, unfortunately, you and I will never agree on the interpretation of words, because my philosophy is always going to be that words mean what words mean.
Also, another question. Do you ever did you write a book or anything?
I'm writing one right now. In fact, my goal is to complete it as soon as possible. I'm pumping out a chapter a week right now. It's going to be on your least favorite subject, which is how Jesus didn't fulfill a single prophecy from the Hebrew Bible.
This is our first debate topic. And by the way, after we talked about this, I have read more about it, and I have more things to say to you about it. So if we could keep in touch so I can talk to you about this again, like whenever we're both ready with arguments, and so we can have that in place, that would be really great.
I'll be around.
Thank you so much, and have a good day. And I know you don't believe in God, but God bless you.
All right, have a good one. We'll say she's passionate, at least. So for those who weren't here 2 years ago, the first time I chatted with Kay, we chatted for like another 2 hours then. She was just as headstrong as she is today. But we did, so people don't know, because a lot of stuff happens behind the scenes. We actually conversed a little bit behind the scenes after that. And she's a genuine individual. I think she's just young and maybe a little bit too enthusiastic. But I mean, it does happen when you're young. I remember being young and thinking it had really good arguments and not being patient enough to really defend my argument properly. Just one of those things. And also, I think philosophy has ruined her thinking, unfortunately. There's a lot of good things you could do with philosophy. Defending the biblical God isn't one of them. Texas, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says, do you like peanut butter and M&Ms? Just sending money. Well, thank you so much, Texas. I really appreciate that. And I love peanut butter M&Ms. To me, like peanut butter M&Ms are so good that the regular M&M doesn't need to exist anymore. Like we can just get rid of it. We don't need it. We can just only do the peanut butter M&Ms and we're good. Good question, though. Bugat says philosophy, more like fill word limits. Boring. I know it's boring for a lot of people, but I would say this: K is interesting enough that we can do some philosophy and not bore everybody to tears. In fact, I think we held a pretty good audience on TikTok for doing a philosophical discussion. And what do we do? How do we do on YouTube? Let me see what we're at right now. Okay. Cats are coming in to attack. Okay. Hey, kidder. How you doing, kitty? Yeah, we're doing pretty good on YouTube. So the audience must like K. Or at least like listening to K. Cruisin says, Doug 420, for truly I tell you, a Christian will contest Isaiah 53 in the near future. The prophecy is spoken. Doug is God. Simply wet for Justin. Rock hard for Sharon. And gay for Doug. I like the mixing of terminologies there. Big W, Cruisin. I appreciate that. And Reverend Nate, my friend, thank you for the $10 super tip. Says, premise 1, Messiah prophecy requires lineage via David. Agreed. Premise 2, Mary was a Levite. Agreed. Premise 3, Joseph was of David. Agreed. Premise 4, God wasn't of David. True. Conclusion, virgin birth equals Jeebus. Can't be Messiah. I agree. Postscript, imagine family dinner if God isn't a Christian. I know, right? To be fair, like, it seems like only two versions of God are the versions that people argue about. They argue about the Christian version and the Muslim version. And the reason why is because both of those versions of God require you to convert the entire world. So they have to. That's why I keep telling atheists, hey, don't go out to Christian live streams and like try to debate them there. You don't have to. They'll come to you. It's part of their religion. They have to come and convert you. And they think they have truth. They're indoctrinated. They're told that they have the truth that can't be disputed. And then they come here and we see what happens. Mick says, enjoying the show. Not much to add. Well, thank you, Mick and or Mike. I really appreciate that. Sorry if I got your name wrong. And the Demon of Reason says, you inspired me to start a channel. My daughter is 16, autistic, immigrant mom. She's afraid of Christian nationalism, and I want to make things better for her. Listen, you should start a channel. It is a problem, and we need as many people to speak out as possible. Also, there's actually a pretty large group on TikTok for, I guess what we would call like families that have children with autism. Definitely check out TikTok. There's some groups on TikTok you might enjoy. Gosh says, thanks for the awesome content. Well, I appreciate that, Gosh. Thank you for supporting the channel. I really do appreciate that. And Dylan says, in Genesis 6:3, does God limit lives to 120 years? Kind of. It seems to be the suggestion. Because he stays lying in Genesis 23:1, 25:7, 25:17, and other places where people live over 120 years. Rock hard for Doug. He does. So it seems to be a general prohibition. And here's how I've always viewed it, even as a Christian. So the prohibition against living over 120 years probably was a tradition that is anachronistic. It probably existed at a different point in time, maybe closer to the time of Moses than it did at the time of Noah. And when they put it in the story, they didn't know where to put it, so they just put it there, right? Because there is a point where the patriarchs stop living past 120, and that's usually Moses. Moses is usually kind of that cutoff point, right? So there's definitely a case to be made that originally that 120-year cutoff was more related to the Moses Exodus story than it was to the Genesis story. Dr. Joe, good to see you tonight, says, I don't want to tell apologists and evangelicals your job, but someone needs to be their Holy Spirit and say this: I'm a better Christian than you. Has never converted or reconverted anyone. I know, Dr. Joe. Or, there are Christians in here right now shouting, screaming at the rooftops that I was never a real Christian, as though they think that makes my arguments invalid. Or that what it tells me that they've never read the Bible. That's what it tells me. Good to see you, Dr. Joe. Hope you're doing well. And the Greater Fool Band says, even otherwise, smart people will bend all the way up their own butts to make the book say something other than what it says. It's kind of remarkable. It really is. The fact that so many Christians, as Mr. Deedy says, excusologists or excusagists, they spend most of their time addressing what they wanted to say rather than what it actually says. Chip says, so glad I was never this brainwashed when I was a Catholic, and I got out 25 years ago. Holy shit, it's been a while, Chip. Rock hard for Doug, simply for sharing. Well, I didn't realize you were in the Catholic variety, but I'm glad you got out. Although at least the Catholics added purgatory in there to kind of diminish this whole hell notion. I am the Big Cheese says, Marcion and Celsus were closer to the people she named. I agree, actually. Let's use them. Aquinas is a heretic that was more influenced by Aristotle, Plotinus, and Islam more than Augustine in the Bible. I agree. Augustine, he's insane out of his mind anyways, but Aquinas is not a man who's really acquainted with the scriptures. I know he thinks he is. I'm sure he was smart. I'm sure in real life he was a smart guy, but I would much rather take like St. Francis of Assisi over Aquinas. Bryce Aroni says, if all scripture is God-breathed, but God can't use words to describe reality in ways that human can understand, then why the hell does he rely on scripture as it is the primary means of communication? Agreed. If God communicates to you via scripture and he just thinks that you can't understand anything, then he should tell you. He should preface it with, listen, I can't really describe to you the reality, so I'm going to describe this to you in a way that you can understand it. That's what we do with children. We tell them, like, listen, well, it's complicated. Let me explain it in a way that you can understand it. God could have said that, but he didn't say that. They want to think he said that. Diobola says, K, doing more to install fear of hell in non-believers than any fire and brimstone rant ever could. Wait, what now? Doing more to instill fear in the hell of... I think you're confused, Diabolus, because none of us non-believers are afraid of hell. We don't believe in hell. I guess I failed to see what you're trying to hint at here. Bryce Horner says, Christians will run to scripture to justify everything they believe except when the scripture invalidates their belief. Nailed it. That's when all of a sudden it's unreliable and doesn't mean what it says. The minute their worldview contradicts the Bible, I'm going to point it out, and you know what's going to happen next. They're going to say, nope, doesn't mean what it says. All right, friends, I've got, I think, 4 super chats, and then we're going to get our next guest in here. Brandon says, it would be nice to see you debate Sam Shamoon or God Logic. Well, I don't think they're ever going to show up here, although they would probably look at your content and run. Most likely, I don't think they're ever going to show up on my live stream, and that's fine. I don't expect that to happen. I don't think any of the big name apologists are ever going to show up on my channel because they can't hang with the Bible. And they know in order to win a debate against me, you have to make it Bible-based. And they can't do that. Marky says, I have a syllogism for you. 1, God is agape, Greek for interpersonal. That's not really interpersonal love, kind of, maybe. 2, agape requires another person to love, perhaps, yeah. Premise 3, God existed before anything else. True. Premise 4, there was no one for him to interpersonally love. Premise 5, conclusion you mean, he can't have existed forever. Agreed. If God is the definition of love and it requires another entity to love, then there wasn't, although, Christians would fix that with the Trinity, right? He self-loved himself. That's why he sacrificed himself to himself. Adele says, just a donation and a hello. Good to see you, friend. Also, just finished reading the Revelation by Elaine Pagels. Curious if you read it, as I found it fascinating. Well, thank you, Adele. I really appreciate that. And thank you so much for popping in, saying hi, and supporting the channel. Have I read it? Nope. Sorry, I have not read it. I do love Elaine Pagels. She's awesome, but I haven't read that book. You'll have to let me know how it is, or maybe I'll pick it up myself and give it a read. But unfortunately, I'm so behind in other reading that I don't know when I'll be able to get to it. But I do love Elaine Pagels. She's really bright. Really bright. Good to see you, Adele. Last super chat from Samurai Jack says, hey, Justin, found one for the cheat sheet. Easy but hidden that disproves Jesus' omniscience. Mark 11, 12 through 14, the fig tree. Jesus doesn't know if the tree had fruit, nor if it was the correct season. So, I mean, this is true. Jesus curses the fig tree because it's out of season and doesn't bear fruit, which would lend itself to the idea that Jesus thought there would be fruit on it, and then he was angry when there wasn't fruit on it. This is a very fair point, Samurai Jack. I appreciate that. Big W. I'm going to have to use that. Because there's no reason for Jesus to be angry at the tree if he didn't expect there to be fruit on it. Doesn't make sense. Now, I've been around long enough to know that Christians will say some nonsense like, well, it was performative. He knew it wasn't going to have any fruit on it, so on and so forth. You know, that's kind of nonsense they'll say. Okay, next in line is from the YouTube queue. We got 2 people that have been waiting in the YouTube queue for what seems to be a long time. One doesn't have a name, so we're going to bring in Nameless, and then we'll bring in John after that. Welcome in, person that came in without a name. What should we call you? You're on the screen right now. Hopefully you can see it. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Try it now. Do you have a microphone? Hold on. Let me see if you have a microphone plugged in. It shows that you don't have any hardware connected. You might have to refresh your browser. You might have a really bad connection. Which probably why you doesn't have a name displayed either. I don't think you're actually fully connected. Yep. I'll just hang up here. I'll just hang that up. Go ahead and reconnect. We'll get you back up here in a minute, and we'll talk to you. Okay. Well, I guess we'll grab John next then, and then when that guest comes back, we'll bring that guest back. Oh, hold on a second. I need to refresh my There we go. That last guest finally dropped. Why is there echo happening right now? Hold on. 1 second. Let me look at the settings. All right, John, can you hear me? John? Do you have a microphone plugged in, John? What is happening? I'm going to refresh my browser just to be sure. This is a really weird connection. All right, John. Something's not quite with your hardware, man. Your microphone's not plugged in. We can't hear you. Or something else is happening. I mean, can you guys hear him? I can't hear him. No one can hear him, right? Okay. I don't know what to tell you, John. Something's going on with your hardware. Try your computer if your phone doesn't work, or try your phone if your computer's not working. Okay. Well, we'll grab the next one. Let's try 15 Blows. Welcome in, Blows.
Hey, what's up, man?
And not too much. How you doing?
Fairly good. Thank you.
Well,
I guess the first 2 questions.
Do you have any Wi-Fi? You've got 3 red bars on your connection. A lot of people with bad connections tonight. Now it's frozen. I wonder what the reference 15 blows means. Okay, well, they're gone. Well, let's bring in Mark from Ohio. Welcome in, Mark from Ohio.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yeah, Mark's got good working hardware. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
Mark, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes and no. I'm a friendly.
Oh.
I just wanted to say how I love what you're doing, and I had a question about the cheat sheet. I wanted to make sure it was okay that I copy and paste into my arguments on Facebook and stuff.
Yeah. In fact, so I developed the cheat sheet hoping that people would use it in their arguments. Like that's the goal, is to help people have the best arguments possible, you know?
That's good.
And then come
And
back and let us know how it worked.
Okay. It's been working. Oh, well, you know, you can't make much progress with folks that have decided that all atheists are wrong.
Right. Yeah. And
But
words don't mean words and stuff like that. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. It's hard.
As a non-believer in Ohio, I'm wondering if you'd be interested in a convention here in Ohio sometime.
So we're talking about the board of directors for our nonprofits talking about putting together what we're calling the Midwest meetup. But I'm also looking at doing just an Ohio meetup as well. So we're looking at getting one done. Yeah.
Cool. All right.
For sure. All right. Cheers, friend. Big W, Mark from Ohio. Let's try John again. Let's see if John is able to.
Hello.
How you doing,
Can you
John?
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, you can hear me. Yeah, good. I changed the microphone from the built-in thing to the camera, so
Fair enough.
got this working. Yeah.
So,
Jesse, is that your name? Is that what you said earlier, or somebody?
it's
Your name
Justin.
Jesse? What's your name?
It's Justin.
Justin. Hey, Justin, big fan. First time caller, long time listener.
Sure thing. So are you a believer?
I am not. No, I believe in Jesus. I like his moral teachings, and I now am. I was a devout Catholic, then I've been a strong anti-theist, and now I've kind of come back to Jesus because I believe in the historicity, just barely. I believe in the historicity, and the bridge that actually got me there back to Jesus was the Paul, his writings. He acknowledged that he knew James and that he knew John and that he knew Peter. So even though there was no first eyewitness accounts and Jesus never left any writings down, there was a person that knew people that actually saw, eyewitness accounts. So I'm kind of back again, but I don't believe in heaven. I don't believe in God. I believe in the moral teachings of Jesus. And so that's actually kind of what I want to talk to you about, is that I kind of want to just talk a little bit about Jesus because I'm an atheist, but I feel like he's a failed revolutionary who left behind a bunch of great moral teachings. Would you agree with that?
No, I think he has horrible teachings. I think he condoned the laws of Moses, which are horrific. He condoned and chastised the Pharisees for not practicing the law of Moses, specifically in executing the son that curses their mother and father. And then he specifically says that people that don't follow him are going to be drawn before his very presence at his return and slaughtered before him, which to me is horrific. The idea, like the moral principle that if you disagree with a tyrant, they have the right to cut you up into pieces and destroy you.
Is that from Revelations?
No, Luke 19.
Okay, so in general, I'm thinking about the main thrust of Jesus. He says, "He who is without sin cast the first stone." I like that. That which you do to the least of my people, you do unto me. So care for the most vulnerable. I also like his revolutionary message where he says that the last will be first and the first will be last. So the poor and the powerless will be the rich and the powerful.
None of that's unique.
I'm not saying that it's unique.
All of that teaching already existed in Judaism of the time period. Like everything Jesus did in the New Testament isn't unique to Jesus. He was not innovating anything.
I'm not the expert that you are, I'm sure, but I don't really care much for the Old Testament at all. The New Testament, it does seem like he breathes a brand new life into the old. There's a lot of problems with the Old Testament. But there's the Beatitudes. I like the Beatitudes, the Sermon on the Mount and on the Plain, the Golden Rule. Are you a Golden Rule kind of man, or do you think that's a good thing?
That's from the Hebrew Bible. Jesus didn't invent that either.
I'm not saying it's unique. I'm just saying that he's a failed revolutionary who left behind a bunch of great moral teachings. And then the Good Samaritan.
I don't
The good
believe
Samaritan
anything in
as well.
Jesus' teachings are unique or special. We don't need Jesus to get these teachings. We already had these teachings in a lot of the surrounding cultures. And again, you're ignoring the bad parts. You're ignoring the part where Jesus says to follow the law of Moses. So therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. And you know as well as I do that the laws of Moses are horrific.
Yeah, there are a lot of terrible laws of Moses. I'm not for sure if I can argue against you exactly on that, but there's you're saying that Jesus isn't different than Moses. You're saying that he's because it seems like he says he's fulfilling the law of Moses, but he's also introducing different concepts. I mean, Moses he says it's okay to genocide. Where does Jesus say it's okay to do genocides?
The law of Moses. If he says to follow the
It
law of
says the law
Moses,
of Moses,
that endorses every law of Moses. Deuteronomy 20, when you go out to war against your neighbors, and then it
we
includes
agree on the Old
genocide.
Testament. If we just use the golden rule, okay. Well, how about? Well, let me ask you two questions. Okay,
Golden rule is
the
not going to help you. Golden rule comes from the Old Testament. Leviticus
but it will help
19:18.
me because even if you say that the golden rule is good today, it is good today. There's a lot of people that don't believe in the golden rule, and it's just logical. It just makes sense. You shouldn't
Again,
hurt somebody else
the
because you
golden
don't want to
rule
be
is
hurt yourself.
irrelevant because you don't need Jesus for that. You don't need Jesus to tell you the golden rule. And again, it already existed within Judaism.
I'm not saying any of this is unique. I'm just saying he's a failed revolutionary that left behind great moral teachings.
You haven't demonstrated what's great about it. And again, you still haven't addressed the fact that he also has horrible teachings. If I cooked you the most amazing 5-course meal, but the dessert was toxic, did I cook you a good meal?
No, how about this? I'll write down the things that you say are terrible about him because the main thrust of Jesus is to treat people good. He says to care for the distressed, to free the captives, to feed the hungry, to clothe the naked. These are all good things.
So what? We already had those in Judaism. So again,
what do you mean? So what? Okay, let me ask you a different question.
Nothing that Jesus teaches is unique. You don't need Jesus for any of this. You literally could just be a Jewish person and you have all the same teachings. You don't need Jesus for any of it.
If I was to say the Bill of Rights is a good thing, I'm not being unique when I say that, but that's still an assumption that I am based on, and I know a lot of people that don't know any of the Bill of Rights. I know a lot of people that don't believe in the golden rule. Do you believe in the golden rule?
Yeah, and it has nothing to do with Jesus.
But you do believe that the golden rule, that's something you've adopted in your heart. You think it's logical and that it makes sense and that it's a good thing.
Yeah, and I realize that you're desperate to be on your script. I don't know why you're doing this right now. But again, just because I don't disagree with everything Jesus taught doesn't mean I think he's a good teacher.
I was just asking if you believe that the golden rule is a good thing, and I appreciate you answering that question. So then if you started off from a blank slate, I would think that picking up the Beatitudes,
John, what does this do for you? Well, why are you trying to defend Jesus even though you don't believe in this clown? Do you have Christians in your family and you're afraid to say you're an atheist? What's happening?
No, I'm an atheist, and there is no God and there is no heaven. I mentioned that earlier, and I'll say it 20 more times if you want.
It sounds like you're lying, actually.
There is no God. There is no person up in the clouds looking down on any of us. When you die, that's it. You just
do me a favor. Do me a favor and just commit blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. Just say that Jesus is a liar and a fraud, and that he's dead in the grave right now.
He is dead in the grave right now.
And he's a liar and a fraud.
Well, I don't know. I'm not there yet. So
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So what's your motivation? Why are you on an atheist live stream trying to defend a guy who's dead?
No. Okay. Yeah. Great. Okay. So I watch you debate kind of dumb religious people all the time, and that seems like it's low hanging fruit. And so it seems like if you actually wanted to have a good, conversation / debate, you would want to talk to other people that are similar, other atheists that are educated, and then maybe there's some, disagreements. you know, I don't know, with the historicity of Jesus, do you believe Jesus was a real person? Because
do you think do you think that atheists can be low hanging fruit too when they have bad arguments?
Yes, of course they can.
And do you think that you're low hanging fruit?
No, I don't. I think you're a little rude and you're not listening to what I'm trying to say.
I listened to every word. I'm still waiting for an answer. What's your motivation? Why are you trying to make apologies for Jesus when he's dead?
I'm going to go ahead and just answer my question or ask the question.
Nope, you're going to answer my question.
If you haven't adopted the moral teachings
It's
of
crazy
Jesus,
it's crazy that he's up here, thinks he's not going to answer my question. You're just as dishonest as the Christians. He's like, oh no, let me take over your live stream. Oh my gosh, you're a bully if you don't let me take over your live stream. Oh no, John, are you okay? No one, you're muted. Your screen says you're muted. You should try reading the screen. No one can hear you. You can talk all you want. No one can hear you. No one can hear you. What? There he is. He thinks the atheists are low, or the Christians are the bad mouth, low hanging fruit. Just to be clear, John thinks the Christians are the problem. So we got a guy up here who wants to take over my channel and have a discussion that's not on topic, and he's mad at me that I won't let him do it. Do you think you've represented yourself? This is embarrassing right now. See, there's like, I don't know, there's probably almost 3,000 atheists here watching right now. And I feel like you're giving atheists a bad name. I think this makes atheism look silly and pedantic and childish because you came up here pretending to be educated, pretending that you're better than the Christians, and then you act just like them. It's embarrassing. Again, you're muted. I have no good reason to unmute you right now. You're not even opposition. You're just an atheist that thinks they're educated and then they're not. I'll leave him in the background while we take the next guest. It should be fun. Here's how long he hangs on for. Welcome in, Yaakov. Welcome in, Enterprise.
Like simping for Jesus and atheist, that is wild shit.
I know.
Hey, how you doing?
Like what's going through some of these people's heads? Like it's
that
the
is
weirdest
crazy
thing.
work. Crazy work. Hey, brother, I want to say quickly, there was a guy earlier called Nick SWV.
Yeah.
He's a Trinitarian, and he's actually one of the better Trinitarians. Just look out for him next time because I think it could be a really interesting chat.
Oh, so Nick is like, is he a Catholic Trinitarian or a Protestant Trinitarian? Like what kind of?
No, I don't think he's a Catholic, but he's definitely a Trinitarian. But he's a pretty decent debater, and he's got some good shit on the topic. So I would love to see you cook him. Plus, he had about 150 people like begging to get him up here. So
yeah, I love it when like I'm in the middle of talking to someone and they're like demanding that I drop the guest and bring somebody else up.
It's
like
wild.
That usually tells me that they're going to come up here and act like a clown, like this John Masters guy that's still crashing out on silent.
And he's still going at it. He does not stop.
I know. He can't really think that anyone can hear him, can he?
No, it's crazy. He doesn't. This is wild. This is definitely a clip, bro. Wait, when you clip this though, does it show the YouTube feed or no? Or does it also blur it out?
It'll show the YouTube feed.
Oh, perfect. This is perfect. All right, you got to get this clip though. This is why he's still going. Oh my God.
Oh well.
Anyways,
thanks for the heads up.
That's all I did. I'm all good, brother. Things are good. How's your New Year been?
You know what? I can't complain. You know, it's been. We got some snow. You've probably heard me say before. I don't mind the cold weather, but if it's gonna be cold, it better fucking snow. At least give me something pretty to look at. So we got some snow, so I'm happy. I'm okay.
Oh, actually, I do have a quick question, by the way, since we keep seeing the guy crash. Psalm 67, is it about Jesus? Do you mind pulling it up for a second?
Yeah, let me pull it up.
Yeah, it's specifically verses 6, 7.
You motherfucker.
I had to do it.
That was good.
All right, I'm going to drop out. I'll let you go. Good seeing you. Happy New Year, brother.
Thanks,
love you as always.
Care. Love you as well.
Bye.
W. Yaakov, he fucking got me. All right. Oh, Yakla for the win. All right, Enterprise, welcome in. Thanks for being patient. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes, I'm 41 and I do believe in the God of the Bible.
Okay, awesome. And what do you think is the best evidence or the best argument for the Bible God?
Yeah, sure. So the best argument for the Bible God is his Holy Spirit, which he gave to those who believe in Christ.
Oh boy.
Because the
Do
word,
you have that?
yes, I do.
What can the Holy Spirit do?
So what the Holy Spirit can do is bring to your remembrance the word of God. He's righteousness. He stands in place of us for God, for us, before God, that way our sins won't be counted against us. And he leads us every day in righteousness. He gives us the strength to love. He gives us strength to forgive. He gives us the strength to persevere, endure any trials, tribulations, temptations.
Interesting. I can do all those things without the Holy Spirit, so I don't really know what the Holy Spirit. Can you demonstrate the Holy Spirit like today for us?
Well, can I just correct that last statement you gave? So when you do it, it's based on man's own understanding and it's based on your strength.
No,
When
but
I do it,
my question was, can you demonstrate? Is there something you can do while you're here that can demonstrate the power of the Holy Spirit?
yeah, I can love.
I mean,
I can love.
I can do that. I don't
But
have the
that's what
Holy
I'm trying to
Spirit.
say, Dirk. But that's what your love is a man's understanding. My love is from God because the
Oh,
Holy Spirit is
you
God.
you got a special love. Yeah. So, you think that the Holy Spirit is love? Do you think, or you think God is love? Do you think love is a substance? What do you think it is?
No, love is God. Love is
No,
His core. Love is
no.
the
What
Word
what
of
is
God.
it?
The Word of God.
The word of God is love. Now that's meaning.
Yes.
Does that mean that
In
the
the
word of
beginning, in the
what is
in
what
the
does it mean?
beginning was
What does
the
it mean
Word.
to be? What does it mean to be love?
It means that God is in you because God is love.
But that can't be the case because First Corinthians chapter 13 gives a list of what love is, and like God doesn't match that list.
Are you talking about where it says love is kind, love is joy? You talking about
Yeah,
that?
love is patient. Love is
Yeah, love is
kind.
patient
Love
and
is
kind.
long
Yeah.
suffering. Love doesn't insist on its own way. Does Yahweh insist on its own way?
God is love. Everything He said, that's God.
Interesting. That didn't answer my question. Does Yahweh insist on its own way?
No.
Okay. So then you don't have to worship God then. Because I thought the whole shtick was that God insisted that if you don't worship him, that you have to go to hell.
Yes, that is correct. If you don't believe in Christ, you will go to hell.
Okay, so
I
that
mean, that's
means
scripture.
he is insisting on his own way then.
Yeah, I mean, but like I said, everyone who doesn't believe in Christ is at enmity against God. So, yeah, I mean, if you want to put it that way, yeah.
Well, I'm not an enmity with God. I don't believe that God exists. That's the problem you have here, right? So you've got this theology that I'm an enemy of God just because I don't believe in your God, but I don't. God's not my enemy. I don't believe in it. So like
Right. But
your
that's what,
fictional deity just doesn't exist, which means it's not my enemy.
I'm saying. When I first started, that's what I was trying to explain. It's fictional to you because without the Holy Spirit, the word can't become real.
Well,
Like I
the
said, the
word
word of God is alive and active.
it's
It's a
not
living
alive.
word within. It's
It's
a
neither
living word
alive
within.
nor active. It's just a list of claims, many of them false claims. Like
Right, and I get it, and I understand from your
is
point of view. Like I
is
said,
every word of God true?
yes,
Okay.
The word of God is God breathed.
And is the Bible the word of God?
Yes,
So what that means is that every word of the Bible must be true, right?
Yes.
Okay, then explain Jeremiah 7:22 for me. Do you have a Bible?
No, I'm sorry. I don't.
Okay. Jeremiah says something that's just patently false. He says, "For in the day that I brought your ancestors out of the land of Egypt, I did not speak to them or command them concerning burnt offerings and sacrifices." But that's a lie. That's the first thing he did.
And you say that's a lie. It's the one. I mean, look, if you read, you got to, what's your claim as to why is that a lie? But I mean, I like I said.
Okay. So in the day, like whether you think it's a generic time period or whether you think it's 24 hours, they're both wrong. Because in the 24-hour period in which they left Egypt, not only did they sacrifice, they had the Passover festival or the Passover lamb, but also God gave the instructions. So what that means is that the claim, in the day that I brought your ancestors out of the land of Egypt, I did not speak to them or command them concerning burnt offering sacrifices, is just not a true claim.
Okay. I mean, that's, like I said, scripture, the old, you will have to read the whole Old Testament to really understand. You
I
just
have.
can't point out a verse or so. But
I've read all of it.
it would take, what I'm trying to say, but the qualities of God, he's omniscient, omnipresent, omnipotent,
No,
so
that's not in the Bible.
the qualities of God.
That's certainly not something you'll find in the Bible. You'll find that God
Well,
is like superpowers, like he knows things that humans don't know, but he's not omnipresent. He's certainly not omniscient. In fact, he loses a battle because the Canaanites have iron chariots in Judges chapter 1. That's a huge loss. In 2 Kings chapter 3, he loses a fight against the king of Moab. The Moabite king, Mesha, sacrifices his firstborn son on the wall. And then there's a huge fury that comes from it, and the Israelites and their God have to recede. They have to draw back, and they lose the war, which is ironic because earlier in the chapter, God said through the prophet that they would win.
Okay, I hear you. But like I said, the
We can go over that one
qualities
if
of
you
God.
want.
I mean, I'm here for the prompt, which you put. Our God is imaginary, and I'm trying to tell you, based on the Holy Spirit, He's real. The Holy Spirit reveals Him to us.
I'm sure you believe that, but I'm asking
No,
you
I
for a
know.
demonstration of that, and
I
you can't
see.
demonstrate it, right? So saying that I know that God is real because the Holy Spirit does stuff, but when I ask you, can you demonstrate the Holy Spirit doing anything, you're going to say no. Or you're going to name
Right,
something that I can do without the Holy Spirit.
But here's the reason I can't demonstrate it, because it's spiritual. Like he said, God is spirit. Those who
That's
worship Him must
meaningless.
worship Him in spirit and in. But that's what I'm trying to tell you.
It's a meaningless statement saying that God, the God's Spirit can do things, but I can't show you anything that it can do because it's doing things spiritually. That's a meaningless phrase. What that means is that you know that your Holy Spirit doesn't do anything, and now you need an excuse for why the Holy Spirit doesn't do anything.
Right. So here's the thing. You, like you said in the scripture, you will know them by their fruit.
I agree with
you
that.
wouldn't even be able to discern my spirit because you don't have the spirit to discern.
I'll tell you what, I do think that I can know Christians by their fruit because Christians get up on my live stream and say the dumbest stuff repeatedly. So this nonsensical idea, like you would know what I would know if you had the Holy Spirit, doesn't actually fix the problem. If you can't demonstrate that the Holy Spirit is real and that you have it and that it can do things, then saying that I need it to understand your position is useless. I could say, listen, you need the spirit of Klombadrov. The reason why you don't understand, the reason why you're in this Bronze Age cult is because you're lacking the spirit of Klombadrov. You actually can't understand my argument or me at all until you accept Klombadrov. Do you accept Klombadrov?
I'll be honest. I don't understand. I don't know what that is.
I know,
can I
because
can
you
I say
don't have
this?
the spirit of Klambadrov. You just proved it. See, that's the real
But
problem. The problem here is that you've got no spirit, and I've got the spirit of Klambadrov.
but can I say this? If you were around me for a long enough time, you would know that my spirit is different. Even
Oh, I
unbelievers have mentioned. Even
disagree.
unbelievers have mentioned that I'm different. But they
You probably
wouldn't
are
know
different.
what it is. They wouldn't know what it is because they don't have the spirit to discern it.
I'm
But if
sure you
it's
are different.
it's nothing I can do in this 30 minutes that I'm on here to convince you or demonstrate to you.
It sounds like
All
you're
I
in the
can
wrong
tell
place
you
then.
is, well, no. I can give you understanding of scripture,
Oh, you definitely can't.
preferably,
'Cause
preferably,
that
preferably,
I
preferably
asked you
the
to
New
give me
Testament,
understanding of scripture and you
preferably.
couldn't do it. I asked you to give me
Well,
understanding with the Holy Spirit of Jeremiah 7:22 and you couldn't do
and
it.
and
You want to
can
try
I
another
tell you
one?
something? Well, no. I just want to give you something. In the New Testament, the Lord tells us the Old Testament is not applicable for us, for believers. It's not. It's a veil. Anyone who reads the Old Testament, a veil is over their face.
No,
So
that's
I
that's
don't I don't
first of all
pay
that's
too much
ridiculous.
mind.
That's ridiculous and it
But
doesn't fix the
that's what
problem.
scripture
The
that's
problem
what
that you
scripture
have
said.
is that you've got a spirit that interprets it for you. So you need to tell me what it means. What does Jeremiah 7:22 mean?
That's what I'm saying. The Old Testament is not something that's applicable for Gentiles. I'm what you consider a
I didn't
Gentile.
ask if it was applicable. I not once did I
I mean,
ask you
but it's
is it
not.
applicable. I asked you is it true? Being
I would
applicable,
have to go back.
having to follow the laws is different than whether or not a statement within the text is true. There's a statement in the text that says something. I'm just asking you, is that statement true?
Well, but that's what I'm saying. I would have to read the whole chapter, and like I said, I don't too much do the Old Testament. I do the New because that's what as Gentiles we're required
Yeah,
to do.
you ignore the foundation of your faith. The foundation of your faith is the Hebrew Bible, and you ignore it entirely. You just assume that what the New Testament says is true, having not even read the Hebrew Bible, which to me is like the height of absurdity.
No,
That
no, no, no. Here's the thing.
this is like the
I've read
Mormons
the
saying that the Book of Mormon is true, and then when I ask them, well, if the Book of Mormon is true, that means the Bible is true. So if I ask them about something in the Bible, hey, is this thing in the Bible true? And if they said to me, well, I don't know, I just believe the Book of Mormon, that tells me that they have no truth, they have no understanding, and that they don't really believe that the Bible is inspired scripture. They really only believe that the Book of Mormon is inspired scripture. You don't believe that the Hebrew Bible is inspired scripture because you've not read it. If you read it, if you believed it, you would have read it. Listen, if I meet a Christian up here and they tell me that they have the power of the Holy Spirit, but the Holy Spirit couldn't entice them to read the entire Holy Book, just the parts that they like, that tells me that the Holy Spirit doesn't exist.
No, okay. Can I just explain? So I've read the Old Testament. I've read it. Trust me, I read it multiple times. But I don't try to remember it or make that a focus in my life. The New Testament is what I focus
Well, does
on
it matter?
a daily basis.
Does the
So
Holy
I'm just
Spirit
saying
does the
when
Holy
you
Spirit
bring
give you revelation, or does the Holy Spirit not give you revelation?
yes, he gives me revelation on understanding the New
So
Testament.
so the Holy Spirit's only capable of giving you revelation on the New Testament. The Holy Spirit's not capable of giving you revelation on the Hebrew Bible.
Well, it's things that I've understand about the Old Testament, but it's mainly because the New reveals what the Old was really about.
I
See, it's
disagree.
just like the Jews. It's just like the Jews don't read the New Testament.
I
So
disagree.
yeah. The New is a better explanation of the God
I
than the Old.
disagree. The New Testament
Okay.
contradicts the Old Testament at every turn, which is why I don't believe that you should interpret the Hebrew Bible through the lens of the New Testament, because the New Testament authors were goofs that had no idea what was even in the Old Testament, nor could they even read it in Hebrew, which is why they quote it in the Greek every time. Well, so let's read the New Testament. Tell the Holy Spirit that we're going to read the New Testament together and that you need revelation for this. Because what we find in the words of Jesus and also in Paul is that you
Okay.
shouldn't have kids anymore. Jesus says now concerning virgins, right? And he gives a law concerning Paul gives a law concerning virgins, right? It says, I have no command from the Lord, but I gave my opinion as one who by the Lord's mercy is trustworthy. I think that in view of the impending crisis, it is good that you remain as you are, meaning as virgins, right? It says, are you bound to a wife? Do not seek to be free. Are you free from a wife? Do not seek a wife. Okay, so if you don't have a wife, don't seek to get married. It says, but if you marry, you don't sin. And if a virgin marries, she does not sin. Okay. Sorry about that. My cat was doing acrobatics over here. So it says, if you do marry, you do not sin. And if a virgin marries, she does not sin. Yet those who marry will experience distress in the flesh. And I would spare you that. So I say, listen, there's no need to get married. We're in a crisis. Don't get married. And then he goes on to give you a bunch of other stuff. And he says, and he gives you the reason. He says, for those who have dealings with this world, behave as though you don't have dealings with it, for the present form of this world is passing away. So Paul thinks, and for good reason, that the world's about to come to the end. There's no need for you to marry. There's no need for you to have children. The world's ending. So this agrees with what Jesus said. Jesus says in Matthew 19, he says, there are eunuchs who have been so from birth, and there are eunuchs who have been made eunuchs by others, and there are eunuchs who have been made eunuchs for the sake of the kingdom of heaven. Let anyone accept this who can. So Paul and Jesus are of the opinion that it's preferable to stay single, aren't they?
Right. Can I explain? Can I give you?
No, we haven't got to the part where I need the explanation yet. Let's go to First Timothy now. Because in First Timothy, we find an interesting passage about women. It says that the reason why women are subordinate to men is because Eve ate the fruit first and became deceived, and then Adam ate, right? So because Eve sinned first, that's why women are subservient to men. And then he says, yet she will be saved, meaning women in the church, not Eve. She will be saved through childbearing, provided they continue in faith, love, and holiness and self-control. So in the letter to Timothy, it says that women will be saved through bearing children. But didn't he just say prior not to have kids?
Right. So what Paul was talking about is because of the times that we're in, when you get married, your heart will be divided because you won't be able to fully serve the Lord. So that's what he's saying is, first of all, it won't be any marriage in heaven. Marriage is not a spiritual thing. It's more physical, and it's only meant so that you can stop sinning, But Paul never, if you look at Paul wasn't married. Jesus wasn't married. Two of the most greatest believers ever. So that's a sign that you don't have to get married. And that's why Jesus said there are eunuchs who are born to not get married.
Yeah, but
so they could fully serve the Lord.
You missed my question.
I'm gonna get to
Enterprise.
your point. So in that point when you said women will be saved through childbearing, that's talking. Yeah, look, marriage is good.
If God says it's better for you not to get married and have children, then why does he also say that women will be saved through childbearing? These are contradictory statements. So what that means is that it just means that women can't be saved.
No, it's not contradicting. It's just saying, hey, look, both are good, but the latter is better.
I agree.
The latter is better.
Okay, we'll try this again. Do women get saved through childbearing, yes or no?
Women get saved through believing in Christ.
Well, then this passage is wrong. It says, through childbearing, provided they continue in faith, love, and holiness and self-control.
Right. Continue, provided they continue in faith, love, and etc.
Okay, so that
So
means that
we're talking
that
about
means
Christian. We're talking
that
about
means
Christian
women
women.
will be saved through childbearing. She will be saved through childbearing.
But see, I can't make that statement because some women, some Christian women, can't have kids. I'm
Then they
sure
can't
it's
be
some out
saved.
there.
Then I guess
But
they
that's
can't be
why I'm not
saved.
gonna. But that's why I'm not gonna say that.
Well,
But
then
I'm
they can't
saying
be
if they,
saved. Paul, listen,
but you
Paul,
gotta
according to the letter that was sent to Timothy, women are going to be saved through childbearing.
right,
So
right.
this is the problem you're going to
I
have.
know
So
that.
Paul, first of all, Paul didn't write the letter to Timothy. No way he wrote this letter because it contradicts other stuff that Paul says. But in this letter, what we find is a stark contradiction. There's this idea that, especially in the epistles to Timothy and the other pastoral epistles, there's this idea that you should be married and you should have children. In fact, women will be saved through this. But in Paul's real letters and in Jesus's teachings, you shouldn't get married and you shouldn't have children. This is just a straight up contradiction.
Right, and so Paul is letting us know it's just like when he said, you know, oh yeah, and I'm sure you can go to the scripture when Paul says, "One who marries does good, but one who doesn't marry does better." You know,
I
because
know.
he can fully devote himself to the Lord. So what he's
I'm
not, he's just saying both are good, but the
Enterprise.
latter
You're not
is
actually
better.
following. You're actually following. You didn't understand anything I just said. This is how I know you don't have the Holy Spirit, is because you can't even decipher my words, much less the Bible words. So
No, but
we'll try this
you're
again.
trying to
We'll
get
try.
me to
Hold
say
on.
that.
Hold on. Stop. The instructions by Jesus and the instructions by Paul was that you should not have children. You shouldn't do it. The world's about to end, which means the instruction that goes to Timothy is nonsensical. The instruction that women will be saved through childbearing entails that it's good to get married and have children. That's why in the pastoral epistles, we also see this idea that someone who wants to be an elder or a deacon should be a married man who, according to the translation, depending on which translation you have, is a man of only one woman. So the reality is, what we find in the pastoral epistles don't match what we find in the Pauline epistles, namely that one says you should be married and have children. In fact, women will be saved through children. If you think women are saved through childbearing, what that means is that you're telling women they should have children. That's contradicting Paul's words. Paul says you should not have children.
Right, and so what you can't take that literal
There we
when
go.
he
We found
said
it.
you
Yeah,
can't.
the words don't mean words. They're not literal words. I
No,
know.
no, 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 no. I'm serious because you can't take. Because I mean,
And why is that, Mr. Reed? Because it's
you can't
devastating to
take
my
that.
case.
You can't take that literal. You know, when he said women will be, you know, because a woman can have 10 kids. Is she more saved than one who has one? You know,
Only if she's got
and
kids.
some women, and there's some women, like there's some people, like he said,
So
are
what's it
eunuchs.
mean?
So
Enterprise, tell me what it means. What does
that's
it
what I'm trying
mean?
to tell you.
What's it mean to be saved through childbearing?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's more of a woman being submitted to her husband. That's what he's trying to get the point across.
No, didn't say
A
that. She
woman being in
said
some, a
saved. What's it
woman.
mean to be saved?
Right, right. That's just. I'm trying to give you the proper interpretation. He's basically trying to. What the point he's trying to make
I asked you,
is
what does it
that
mean to be saved?
to believe in Christ and to continue in the faith, like he said
Okay,
after.
and what's the parameter in First Timothy chapter 2:15 to be saved?
The childbearing. That's what I'm saying.
There you
It
go.
wasn't
Okay.
what he did. He didn't
So
mean it literal. He
then
didn't
what does
mean
it
it
mean?
literal.
What does it mean to be saved through childbearing if it doesn't
But that's
mean
what I'm trying
saved
to
through
explain.
childbearing? No, you're
That's what
not
I'm trying to
explaining it.
explain.
What does the word
He's trying
saved
to.
mean? What does the word saved mean in this context?
Yeah, he's trying to say a woman who is in submission to her husband and continues in the faith and etc. That's the woman which God has.
Why do Christians get up here and lie so much, Enterprise? Do you honestly think that's what it says? Because we just read it. What it
No, because if you
says
look at
is
Paul,
that
if you look at Paul,
what it says,
if
enterprise, what it says is she will be saved through childbearing. If it literally meant she'll be saved through submission, then it should have said she'll be saved through submission. It doesn't say that.
right,
It says she'll
and
be
can I take
saved
you?
through childbearing, which means the salvation is by means of bearing children.
And can I take you to what Paul expanded on? It. Paul said, "Wives, be submitted to your husbands."
I know
You know, because it's an
Ephesians
order. God,
chapter 5. We all chapter
God,
5 and 6.
man,
We've all
and
heard it.
woman.
Everyone knows it. Every Christian
Right.
who's ever been to church more than once knows the household code. We know that in the book of Ephesians, there's a different layers of headship. We get that. That doesn't answer my
Correct.
question. My question
But that's
was
what I'm saying.
my question was
That's what it meant.
my question wasn't no, it's not what it meant. I didn't ask you what Ephesians said. I asked you in the verse. I'll put it back on the screen. If your answer doesn't include something about this passage, then it's not an answer. My question is easy. When it says that women will be saved through childbearing, what does it mean to say saved through childbearing? What's that phrase mean?
Submission.
It doesn't mean that. Being saved through childbearing is not the same thing as submission. Childbearing
Yes.
and submitting to your husband are two different acts. But I get
Well,
it.
that's what he.
Christians
Because
Christians don't don't know how words work. They have to
Paul
mean
further-
something other than what they actually say. Words have no meaning whatsoever to Christians at all. You guys might as well not even have a book.
No, but you know what? The words don't have meaning. I agree in that because it's spirit. It's
amazing. You said a
spiritual.
whole truckload of words that had no meaning.
It's spiritual. It's spiritual.
Yeah, it's a spiritual child, I'm sure. All right, listen, Enterprise.
Yes.
You're nice, but you're not equipped for this conversation. I got to move on, okay?
Okay, hey, thank
John thinks I'm coming back. John, are you insane? Are you out of your mind? Like, you're delusional. If you think that you're going to get any more airtime on this live stream other than us making fun of you, you're absolutely out of your gourd. Not going to happen. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Show it. Let's see what you're working with. He's so tough. I'd love to be as tough as John. Could you imagine being that tough? I would love to be half as tough as this guy. Sha-la-la-la-la, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes and yes.
Awesome. Also, I apologize. I meant to read some super chats between that guest and I forgot to. Friends, I'll grab some super chats after this guest. Sha-la-la, which God do you believe in?
So my approach to God is not exactly by religion. It's more of an intelligent being that I believe that exists.
Does it have qualities?
Well, I can't tell you exactly what qualities it has, but I believe that there is an intelligent whatever, I don't know how to call it, that actually created everything we can see and all the living beings and everything else.
Great. So some of the qualities of your God is that it has a mind and it creates. Anything else?
It has an infinite amount of knowledge, and it can do basically almost everything.
So do you believe in an omnipotent deity?
Pardon? I don't know what that means.
It means it's all powerful, it can do all things.
I think it's hard to say all things, but I think that almost everything. Yeah, it's not like magic. He can't do magic, but he understands the world, this world, much better than anyone else. He's the most intelligent being that exists. And by the way, I don't want you to imagine what I'm saying as something big. More of something very, very small, like smaller than microscopic atoms, let's say.
So your God isn't omnipresent then?
I guess so.
Okay, so your God is in space-time.
Yes.
Okay, did your God create space-time?
Yes, I think so. I think he's. Wait. It's a good question. I think it's not a part of space time. It's one more dimension. Something that we can't really
your
grasp.
God created the space that it lives in.
He didn't create it. I'm not sure. Maybe, but he definitely has the knowledge to do complex things, such as living beings, and maybe even construct things larger than and not only living beings, maybe even it's not living. I'm not sure how to say it. I'm sorry, my English is a bit rusty. I'm not a native speaker.
Yeah, I guess I don't. Okay, so you've got a weird God. That's fine. What's the evidence that this God exists?
Well, the most compelling evidence is that me and you are talking right now, and there is like so many complex lives, not only humans, that exist. That it's hard not to imagine that there was a designer that helped leading it the right way, and not just randomly happen over the years.
Okay, so
it's hard for me to believe that.
Are you so you've got two like issues here. You're giving two fallacious arguments. One is an argument from incredulity, like I can't figure it out, therefore God. Also, this is kind of bordering on a God of the gaps as well. Like what you're suggesting is, listen, there's a gap in my knowledge, therefore God. But unfortunately, that's not really like how proofs for God works, right? So an argument for God existing needs to be an argument in favor of God existing, not just an argument of I don't know something, right? So I could easily like provide you an argument against a God creator, but I don't think that I want to detour the conversation onto that route just yet. I would love to see if you can come up with a good argument for why we need God. So even like if you want to do a God of the gaps, what's the gap that you're trying to put God in, right? I assume you think that there was once nothing and then something happened, like we got something out of nothing. Like what's your thought process here?
I'll be honest. I'm not sure what happened or how it happened. I don't think anyone is very certain, so I won't guess. But I do believe that we have a gap in our knowledge right now in science as well, not only in religion. That there must be something in a somewhere deep, like not in the dimensional of space time, that could explain maybe not God as most people view it, but some intelligence, some kind of intelligence. That's my main point.
I guess I'm struggling with this. I didn't hear an argument at all. I didn't even hear an answer to my question. So
what was your question again?
Okay. what do we need your God to explain? Do you believe that there was once nothing and that your God created something from nothing? Is that where you find the gap to squeeze your God into? Like, what do we need your God for?
I believe that God has the ability to understand chemistry, to understand biology and physics, and to make incredible things happen.
Just hold on. Okay. I'm not asking you to describe your God. What I'm asking for is, what do you think it is that your God did that we need an explanation for? Because from best I can tell from science, the best I can tell from science, the universe is eternal. There wasn't a state of nothingness ever, and evolution is just a fact of science now. So, what do we need God for?
Well, I'm not sure that evolution is a fact. Evolution is a theory.
No, it's a fact. So theories aren't things that are untrue. Theories are just explanations. The theory of germs, the theory of electricity, calling it a theory doesn't make it not true.
It's not. I'm not saying evolution is not true. It's definitely close to the truth, but it's not the whole truth.
I didn't say it's the whole truth.
Now,
it's the explanation.
Okay. But right now, as of this year, we don't know everything about biology. We don't.
I didn't say we did, but we do know evolution happened.
We do know that evolution is a process that happens over the years, but evolution doesn't explain everything because there is a limit to what we can test from the lab.
Evolution doesn't attempt to explain everything. Evolution only explains
and that's
evolution.
What I'm saying. That's where the gap.
Okay,
that's where the gap is.
So you didn't give me the gap yet. I'm still waiting for the gap. What is the gap?
I'm trying to tell you that there is.
You didn't tell me the gap. All you said was evolution doesn't explain everything. That doesn't give me the gap. Where's the gap?
Whatever we can't really test on the lab, like how life started, we can't test that.
Gotcha. So abiogenesis.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you accept evolution. You just don't know how abiogenesis happens.
I'm not. It's not. What do you mean by abiogenesis?
Abiogenesis is the idea of how life arose.
Okay, so there is a few theories about that. One of them is that a meteorite from the sky brought the first life.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say that might have happened. But what I'm saying is that if you dig into biology a little bit, you will understand just how complicated life is.
Something being complicated has nothing to do with whether or not it arose naturally. And if you think that complicated things need explanations, then you have no explanation for your God. Because your God would be infinitely more complicated than abiogenesis. But again, like all the building blocks of life, we find out in outer space. Just recently, there was an article published on the asteroid Bennu by NASA. And we found all kinds of building blocks of life. We got guanine, cytosine, like phosphate, adenine. We've got a bunch of stuff on the meteorite. We've got quite a bit of the fundamental building blocks for life. Like it just fully forming on its own in outer space. So I have no reason to believe that a magic man in the sky like wiggled his nose and made it appear.
Do you know how many amino acids exist and have a certain that are used as proteins? Do you know how many amino acids?
I mean, how many essential amino acids are required to produce proteins?
How many there is? There is 20.
I mean, how many amino acids are there is a different question of how many amino acids are necessary for the basic.
Essential. Those that work in proteins, there are 20.
Well, okay, and by essential, we're just referring to proteins that our body doesn't produce.
What I'm saying is the amino acids. When amino acids, a bunch of amino acids get together, they produce proteins.
I'm aware. And in English, we call the essential amino acids the ones that we have to eat through our food or other means because our body doesn't produce them.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, so I'm not asking you about what our body doesn't produce. What I'm asking you about is which amino acids are essential for life, not for human beings, for life.
Basically all 20. Basically.
You think all of them are required?
All of them are required because not all of them we can produce, but all of them are required to...
No. Those are required for the life we have today. I'm asking you at for the first living cell, how many amino acids were required?
That's a question that I don't think anyone has an answer to.
Right. That's my point.
Because
you're trying
by
to
the
say
way,
that because things are really complicated now, we couldn't have had the origin of life. But the origin of life is infinitely less complicated than what we have now. If you're thinking that like life spontaneously arose and then was immediately as complicated as what we see today, well, it's silly.
No, I don't. I didn't say that. What I'm saying is that as life evolved, there must have been an intelligent designer that
That's
helped
what you can't
it.
Support.
I can support that.
So you can't, Shalala. You haven't given a single argument. All you've said is, I don't see how it could have arisen naturally, therefore God. This is the God of the gaps argument. And it took me like 15 minutes for you to actually find me the gap that you're talking to, or that you're talking about. We finally got a gap that you're talking about, and I'm waiting for an argument for why God is required for it.
Give me 30 seconds and I'll give you something to think about. Maybe you won't agree with me, but I'll give you something to think about, okay?
Are you going to answer my question or are you going to preach?
No, I'm going to answer your question. I'm going to give you an argument. What you
sounds like you're not going to.
Well, have faith.
I'm definitely not going to do that.
So you want me to say or not?
I'm waiting for you to say something of substance, yeah.
Okay, so first of all, in the origin of life, there was actually RNA, if you know what RNA is.
Yep.
Before proteins were, it's believed that RNA started life. It's where life began, and slowly it evolved and to the life we see with amino acids, with proteins, and all of that stuff. Today we have proteins that are so complicated. There are 20 amino acids, and some proteins have like 500 amino acids that are connected and that are curved in 3 dimensions and has an ability to do a certain certain thing in chemistry. That's super complicated. It's improbable that it happened just naturally without any intelligent designer. We don't know.
You did exactly the thing that I told you not to do, which is just because something's complicated today, does it mean that the initial instance was complicated? So if you look at the RNA hypothesis, the RNA world hypothesis, it's not going to say that the life arose that is as complicated as what we have today. Like this is the problem you keep having. You keep saying, listen, things are really complicated today, therefore it couldn't have happened. But it didn't start out that complicated. It started out very simple. And through 4 billion years of evolution, we got to today. That's why it's complicated today. Also, we have a real scientist with us that loves this topic. I'd love for you guys to share some information.
I heard you guys talking about abiogenesis, so I just wanted to quickly come up and to say a few things about it.
I would love for that to happen.
So, what does he seem to be confused about?
Well, the basis of the argument so far is that life is too complicated to have arisen on its own.
Okay, so the first part is that life would have not started off as complicated as it is now because it would have evolved over time. But we have the evolution of simpler organisms over time. So, for example, life likely started as protocells. We have specific studies demonstrating, for example, a very recent one demonstrated that protocells can spontaneously form with cysteine short chain dioesters. That's a study you can just look up. Protocells spontaneously formed by cysteine short chain dioesters, and you should find a study. It's very recent from 2025. There's another study, de novo macroscopic evolution, de novo evolution of multicellularity. Sorry, it's de novo evolution of multicellularity, and it's in Nature journal and demonstrates how single-celled organisms can evolve with mere changes to the environment to form multicellular organisms. And then there's one more study there. Let me look it up real quick. I'm just going to teacup to look up the title.
I've got some of them on the cheat sheet. I need to update the cheat sheet and add more
There's
to it.
self-growing protocell models in aqueous two-phase system induced by DNA internal replication mechanism. I'm sorry, it's a very long title. It takes me a while to remember it, and it's from 2025. Okay, so I got the PMID right here. The PMID is 4001142. And if you just Google that, you should find the study I'm talking about. And that demonstrates that DNA can self-replicate within inside of these protocells, demonstrating that the first life likely looked like these protocells. And basically, sorry, I'm in the middle of a grocery store looking around.
That's right.
And so I'm just going off of my memory here. Yeah, so that's a very good one. The other one, the de novo evolution of multicellularity, also another really good one. Just making sure that I remember everything. And then, did you get spontaneous protocell formation by cysteine short chain diesters?
I don't have that one on my list. I'll have to add that to my list here in a second.
And then I have one more. Let me just Google it on my notes app real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I found a really good one. So this one is concomitant. I'm really bad with these complicated English words. Formation of protocells and prebiotic compounds under plausible early Earth atmosphere. So what all of these studies demonstrate is that protocells can occur spontaneously and naturally. And that's the first part of our problem here is, can protocells, the first life, occur naturally? The second part is, is there evidence of non-complex life that would have predated the complex life? And that can be demonstrated in non-living, close to living organisms. I like to call them organisms because they're literally one step away from being living. If you like to look up Medusa viruses and big viruses, these viruses are literally a step below life. And they have DNA. They can even have some more complex machinery and can even make some compounds on its own. So they aren't necessarily void of a metabolism. So that's like one of the one of the requirements for being defined as life. So we have evidence of non-life that's just complex enough to not be defined as actual life, but is still technically life. It's like a very weird definition. And the reason for this is because when we're talking about like what is defined as life, we're running off of a human definition that has very strict requirements. However, life is a gradient. So you have things that are very, very simple, like fibroids, which are literally just a strand of RNA that replicates. And like you have prions, which are proteins that make other proteins fold in a similar way. And then you have things like smaller viruses, which require all the machinery of a cell. And then you have large viruses, which have some processes that they can perform on their own, but they're still not technically life because they can't self-replicate. And then you have other actual organisms like bacteria that can only perform like one or two functions and have a very small genome. And then you have larger bacteria that have giant genomes. Then you have single-celled eukaryotes like yeast, which can be multicellular if you put it in the right conditions, as per that study I cited on de novo evolution of multicellularity from Nature Journal. And then you have multicellular complex organisms like ourselves. So what I just described to you is the gradient of life, which would provide evidence for abiogenesis.
You seem to have a lot of knowledge about biology.
Yep.
So you know just how long DNA can be on multicellular organisms, right?
Yeah, so there's bacteria that have very long genomes and bacteria that have very short genomes. In fact, we've even we've made certain bacteria with shorter genomes and bacteria with longer genomes, and we can cut DNA out. We can include it in. There's varying lengths to the genome depending on the organism you're looking at.
Okay. What I'm saying is, I didn't say evolution is wrong. I know that evolution is right in a lot of things. Basically, we all come from the same first cell. We are all connected genetically in some way. Some of us are closer to other animals, and some of us are far from other living beings. And I believe in all of that. What I'm saying, but what I am saying is that something that is happening in the cellular level is so complicated. It's so unbelievably. It's just magic. It's just impossible not to have any intelligence, and just it happens naturally. I believe that there is some kind of intelligence on the cellular level, and that's where I find God to be possible.
So
does that make any sense?
You haven't
So here's the
described
problem.
why it's impossible. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry for the wind. 1 second. Let me just get into the car real quick. So here's the problem with that, is that if it was intelligently designed, then we wouldn't have diseases like prions that are so vicious that they not only take the lives of many individuals from Alzheimer's and dementia diseases, but also like prion-related diseases. Our proteins would be capable of fending these mischievous proteins off that cause other proteins to fold incorrectly. It doesn't make sense in terms of like the idea of an intelligent design. Like it's not, I'm looking for the word. It's not probable that if we were intelligently designed, that our proteins would be able to spontaneously misfold when they're faced with a protein that just so happens to biochemically favor a certain shape, so it causes other proteins to biochemically favor that certain shape. And that causes disease, lethal disease. And it would not make sense from the intelligent design perspective that this would occur, because that would very quickly end lives, and it does end lives very quickly because it exists. So and then I could even go into cancer and how that would make it improbable for an intelligent design. But I think that prion diseases is probably a more simpler understanding, is like, if we were intelligently designed, how is it the case that external and internal proteins can misfold and cause such great disease that will spontaneously decline and unalive?
Well, statistically, most of us are in a good and healthy. We have
That's
a
not
good and
true.
healthy.
1 in 2 men and 1 in 3 women will have cancer at some point in their lives.
That means that in some point means that they could be 80 or 60.
No, that means that 50% of men and 50% of men and 33% of women
I got your
will
point.
have cancer at some point in their lives.
I got your
That's not
point.
a small percentage.
I got your point. I'm not saying
And
that.
I'm not even talking about I'm not even talking about dementia or neurological diseases.
I'm not saying that this intelligence that I'm trying to describe is flawless and perfect. What I'm saying is that it is there must be something very um, very knowledgeable to make things that actually work.
No, he didn't.
If he's intelligent. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's the point Snitch is making. If it's intelligent enough to make things work, but not intelligent enough to make it good, then it's a bullshit concept.
And I just wanted to add on, if this thing was intelligent enough to design our cells, then why did it design other organisms' cells to be better at dealing with cancer-causing mutations? Because humans have some of the highest rates of cancer when compared to other organisms. So when compared to cats, dogs, rats, mice statistically get less cancer than humans. So did this being make mice and rats more equipped to handle these chronic diseases than humans? Does this being prefer mice and rats because they make these animals less susceptible to neurological and cancer-related diseases?
Look, everything you are saying is basically true when you believe and it's true that there is natural selection and the people that have disease in their genome, they will probably have less
It's not just diseases in the genome. So approximately 58% of cancer cases based off of the UK Biobank are due to somatic cell mutations that occur throughout a person's lifetime. So this has nothing to do with your initial genome from when you were conceived.
yeah, but you're trying to describe is natural selection.
That's not
And
natural
that's
selection. This is random mutations that occur as you live throughout your life. Somatic cell mutations means that every time you cut yourself, every time that you fall down, every time you scrape your knee, every time your cells have to grow, so every time a child becomes an adult, their cells are dividing. And as these cells divide, you have an increased likelihood of disease. And so as this occurs, mutations occur, and those somatic cell mutations result in 58% of cancer cases according to the UK Biobank. In fact, the majority of cancer cases are not due to environmental factors, and not all of them are heritable. A very small proportion of them are the heritable kind, and usually those are the pediatric cancers. The kinds of cancers that predominantly occur are genetically due to random mutations that occur as you age. That's the reason why the rate of cancer increases as lifespan increases.
would you say overall that life is an incredible thing? A living
I mean, I
organism.
value life. That doesn't mean
No,
that I think that
a living
it's
organism, but scientifically,
divine.
biology, it's a very, very unbelievable thing. Like if you study the immune system, how it works.
I would have to disagree that it's like a like I do agree it's a beautiful, like I love looking at cells. I think they're absolutely beautiful, especially when I transfect them with GFP and make them glow. But as far as it being like this amazing, incredible, magical thing, I don't think it's magical. I think it's something we understand. And the fact that we can generate cancer-resistant mice, it goes to show that if this intelligent being truly wanted to allow us to live the best lives possible without the most amount of suffering, while still being able to make biomedical advancements in things like bacterial infections, then he would have made us without cancer, or at least cancer resistant, like we have done with mice. Because we can make laboratory mice that are cancer resistant. Why didn't this being do the same for us?
Well, maybe it hasn't been enough time for natural selection to do that.
That's not so. Actually, natural selection has increased the rate of cancer in our species. So, for example, mice and rats they evolved long before humans did. Like their early species evolved long before we were even around. Now, mice and rats and small rodents have a significantly lower rate of cancer than humans. So it went backwards, actually.
Can I just make one more argument for you to address? So, did you hear about the fungi in?
Go ahead.
Did you hear about the fungi that grew in Chernobyl, in Ukraine? That they use
Yeah. So when you have radiation.
They use radiosynthesis to.
Yeah. So when you.
Wait. What?
I've heard about the fungi in Chernobyl. When you use radiation or any kind of thing that damages DNA, like radiation, that causes more mutations, which speeds up the process of and natural selection, especially if you're in a harsh environment like Chernobyl, where there's a lot of selective pressure.
Those fungi, they use it for as food, just like plants use sunlight, and they use it, and it's just unreal how much life can adapt to everything. And as I said before, maybe you heard me telling to our host that there are 20 amino acids, and the amount of proteins or enzymes that can be produced is infinitely.
Proteinogenic amino acids. There's more non-proteinogenic amino acids too, by the way.
But what I'm saying is that basically this amazing complicated system that can adapt to everything, it might be because there is also
everything. It doesn't adapt
almost
to everything.
Almost everything. Almost anywhere you look in Earth, you'll find life.
So it still hasn't adapted to UVB radiation. It still has not adapted to UVB radiation, even in individuals.
I said almost everything.
It hasn't adapted to alcohol. It hasn't adapted to. That's my point, is that it hasn't adapted to almost everything. In fact, the majority of carcinogens that exist in our environment, which cause the other, around 40% of cancer cases, clearly our bodies haven't adapted to that, and it still hasn't adapted to that even after hundreds of years.
But that doesn't mean that nature won't have an answer. Maybe it will take more time. But
nature's answer was to make other organisms that are much smaller than us, to have a much smaller and much larger than us, have a lower rate of cancer than humans. That was nature's answer.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So I'm just gonna give you food for thought. Just like we have, we can fill our 4-dimensional world. Maybe a living cell has other dimensions that we don't feel, and it does. And maybe some of those dimensions, they give some kind of output. I don't know, maybe not. But that's where I'm kind of placing God. That's my point, and
Wait, I have two questions. What is the fourth dimension, and what is, or actually, first, I'd like you to answer this one. What makes an amino acid? What makes an amino acid? I'm just curious if you know.
What do you mean? The atoms, the molecules?
No. What makes an amino acid, like biochemically? Like what defines an amino acid? And don't teacup or Google it. I just want to see if you actually know.
To be honest, I don't know exactly. I know that it's comprised of molecules, probably nitrogen and oxygen and carbon, but I don't know exactly what you're asking, because I'm very rusty with my biology. But it's comprised
of. This would be biochemistry, and it would be a carboxylic acid group and an amine group. So there are proteinogenic and non-proteinogenic amino acids. Just because we use 20 of them doesn't mean that there aren't more out there. And it doesn't mean that we necessarily have the most efficient proteins. In fact, some of the best proteins out there are the intrinsically disordered proteins from water bears, which are able to protect these water bears in extreme conditions from nuclear bomb levels of radiation to extreme heat to extreme cold. We don't have any of these kinds of proteins, and we've been around for quite a while. And so
It's
clearly
probably
we
because we
aren't the
don't
best
need.
designed.
No, that's not true. I mean, in nature, you are going to be in the best designed in the best way to survive in your habitat. So maybe that's not something we
So we're
need.
designed for 50% of us to get cancer.
Look, DNA and mutations happen. Shit happens. I'm not saying
At a significantly higher rate in
I'm
humans
not
than every other
I'm not
organism.
saying my God is flawless and perfect and doesn't do mistakes. I'm not saying even that it intervenes in everything. What I'm saying is that maybe on the cellular level, something draws intelligence from a dimension we don't really understand right now, and maybe we will understand in 100 or 20 years. You know,
There are
technology.
organisms. So just gonna say this right now, because there are organisms that suffer less than humans, then would you say that your God, by the understanding that suffering is bad, does your God value other animals like mice and
Yeah.
rats more than
My
humans because
God
he designed them to have less chronic disease?
no. My God has no morals. You're mistaken. I don't believe in fairy tales and
She didn't
morals.
ask you
So
that,
then your
though.
God is not all good.
She asked me if God did that mistakes and make people
Right.
sick and stuff.
Yeah.
And that's not my point. My point is that something we don't completely understand happens on a cellular level, and what you're
But we do
trying to
understand it.
we don't understand it fully. You don't know anything, everything that happens inside a cell. You know, if you try
We
to,
understand the basic concept.
we do. We
Like
understand
understanding the
basic concept.
specific mutation is one thing, but understanding that mutations cause disease is another. We already know that mutations cause disease. It's just a matter of like understanding the millions upon millions of different mutations that can occur to cause that disease.
Not understanding something fully is not an argument for whether or not something's true, by the way.
I'm not saying it's true. I'm just giving you food for thought. I don't know if it's true. Just like you don't know. Just like you don't know for sure that you're right.
The argument that Scientific has given, I think twice at least, that you haven't addressed is, why is it, if your God designed biology, we assume your God designed biology, why did he design it so that there are some animals that really don't get cancer, at least not at very high rates at all, but he designed it so humans would get cancer? Did your God know that this was going to be the case?
Okay, so some animals have the ability to grow limbs. If you cut them to two, they will grow.
Nope, Shalala, that didn't answer my question. I asked a yes or no question. Did your God know that this was going to be the case? Yes or no?
I'm trying to answer your question.
Nope. Your answer needs to be a yes or a no, because I asked you a yes or no question. Did your God know that this would be the case?
Yes.
Gotcha. So your God did know that it would be the case that the way it designed us, we would get cancer like 50% of the time. Did your God intend this to be the case?
If it happened in reality, then yes.
Okay, so then that goes back to Snitch's point, which is, it doesn't strike me that a God intended this to be a good design, or unless you think your God's evil. Like, do you think that your God's evil?
No, I don't. I just think that mistakes is nature's way of sometimes
this is
fucking
not
up.
this is not a mistake. You said your God knew this was going to be the result with the way he created it, so it's not a mistake.
It's not a mistake by definition that he's like said, okay, let's do this and let's do that. It's not the way things work. You know, there are a lot of variables like environment, like radio waves
Here, so I can give
or
you an
UV.
example. Wait, I can give you a specific example of why humans get more cancer than other animals. The reason why is the animals that don't get a lot of cancer have a more efficient P53 gene. P53 is a defense mechanism against cancer, and humans have an insanely inefficient and low level, like low expression amount of P53. So ours
And
is
yet,
significantly less efficient than other animals.
and yet we live much more long life than some
Unless you
animals.
Turtles live
unless you die of
longer.
cancer.
Turtles live longer than humans.
We live a pretty long life. If
Unless you die
you
of
check
cancer.
Not really. Not compared to whales and turtles.
but
In fact, did
compared
you know
to
that lobsters
in,
actually live forever?
really
Also,
nice.
we only live long
Yeah,
today
they
because
live
we've
until they starve.
overcome the elements. Humans didn't always live this long.
True.
So
But
lobsters will literally live so long that the reason why they unalive is because they starve.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. And there's actually a jellyfish that can reverse its own age.
Yeah, I read about that recently.
Jellyfish can have eternal life. Some of them, because they live in the ground and they pop out. But I'm sorry, my English is
Wait, did
not
you
that
just say
great.
that jellyfish?
Yeah.
You said that jellyfish pop out of the ground?
Yeah.
In
Yeah,
what
that
world? Oh
happens.
my god, I'm so sorry, Mochi.
Yeah, some of them, yeah. They have
I
like
understand that you're saying like they pop out of like polyps.
polyps.
Like that's
Yes,
something.
Yes. Polyps. I meant polyps.
I will say though, if you're
forgot the
trying to
word.
argue that humans live long lives, we really don't in the grand scheme of things. There are
I
so
mean,
many more
I mean,
animals that live much longer lives than us.
if you
And there's too
go
many
to-
examples of like the inefficiency of the design. So for example, like about 40% of fertilized eggs never make it to birth. That's a stupid high ratio.
Definitely, but still,
Like what kind of a design is that? What kind of a designer would make it? Here's how they reproduce, but also I don't know, about 40% of them will never make it.
You know what's the problem now? Now I get it. You're trying to think more macro, and I'm trying to say that it's more micro. That
No.
it's like
But
the
not
way
remotely what
chemistry.
we're saying. What we're saying is if something took the time to design this world, it's either completely inept or incompetent, or it's evil, or our hypothesis is true, which is that life originated on its own. The reason why diseases and cancer and failed births happen, all that stuff, is because there is no God. We're not designed, and we're a product of chaos. That worldview has actual evidence for it. There's no evidence whatsoever for the God hypothesis, not one. That's why the only argument you've had the entire time you're up here is, well, I don't know how it could be without God, therefore God. That's not even an argument. That's a logical fallacy. Like if you were in a real debate, they wouldn't even let you do it. I've only let you do it because I'm trying to get you to a point where you can recognize the problem of your argument.
Do you think that you would make the same point if we were alive 100 or 200 or 300 years from now and technology?
I would argue that if God created any kind of organism, it would be water bears. It wouldn't be humans. Water bears are crazy.
Maybe that designer I'm talking about is actually cellular life, not multicellular. That they evolved
Well,
over
I
time.
actually wouldn't argue that for most cellular life. So, for example, for things like viroids, bacteria, like it's painful, bro. Every time I wave my hand, I'm pretty much committing a mass G against some bacteria. Like it's bad for them. But for water bears, they're chilling, bro. They're hanging out. They're having a good old time surviving literally every single world catastrophe ever.
Right. Listen,
It's
shalalala, You're a nice enough guy, but we're gone on 45 minutes, and your only argument so far is well, I don't know, therefore God. So I think it's probably time to call it quits here and bring up the next guest.
Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, thanks for coming by, bud. Cheers. Snitch, thanks so much for hanging out with me.
Thank you for letting me up. Is it all right if I hang out with you, or would you want me to drop down?
As long as you want, you're always welcome here.
I'd love to stay up. I always love talking about abiogenesis.
Oh, good. Let's get some W's for Snitch in the house. All right, let me
and
grab.
Now that I'm home. Sorry, I'll let you go. I just wanted to say, now that I'm home, I can actually read to you the titles of the studies. So just let me know if you want any of them.
Okay, good. I got to grab some super chats and we'll get our next guest. And if you're still around after that, I'm going to make some more spaces in my cheat sheet, and I'll make some room for more articles, and then so I'll be ready here in the near future. Primo, thank you so much for the $5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that. And also, Simeon's with us tonight. Thank you, Simeon, for the $10 super chat. Says, I know I super chat a lot, but I've never mentioned how much I love you, your work, and this amazing community. Before finding y'all, I felt ashamed to be an atheist, but now I'm being my best me and happy. And that's the great part about getting to do the deconstruction community is we've now got, I think, the community large enough where we're actually getting resources. There are people that are helpful. We've got like people you can go to if you need anything. We've even got a therapist that's associated with our group now. And we've got a channel in our Discord now that's going to have personnel. The Crystal, I think, was the one who put this together. That's going to have people chiming in from the, not Freedom from Religion. What's the other one I'm looking for? Shoot. I'll get back to you on that one. But we just did it. It's new. So we're going to have some actual like resources in our Discord from, it was Freedom from Religion or Recovering from Religion. There we go. Recovering from Religion. But anyways, so the community continues to grow, and I'm amazed at how thankful I am for the community and how generous they've been to everybody in it. Astronova, formerly known as Astronova, now IO 1497. Thank you so much for the super chat. Says $100 says John is a Christian lying about being an atheist. I agree. In an attempt to convert atheists to Christianity, on the down low, planting the seed, they need others to affirm their belief in their invisible space words. I was actually just saying that. I really think that John was LARPing. I don't think he was an atheist. I think he was a very, very upset Christian, or very, very upset, we'll say, cultural Christian at the least. But he certainly wasn't a true atheist. And Blonde Nightmare, thank you so much for the $10 super chat, says, it's sad when people credit religion for strengths that's already theirs. Same with AA. It keeps people from becoming empowered themselves. If God truly helped, AA's success rate would exceed 25%. Yes. Not only that, we wouldn't see people revert as well, which is something that happens. But yeah, I mean, if you want to get clean, friends, we've got resources. You don't need AA for that. You don't need a religious institution. And Rock Hard for Doug, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. Kings 13:1 was a real prophecy. Why didn't the gospel writers just pull a Josiah and write in history? The amateur hour makes our life so much easier now. Thanks, Doug. But I may not exactly know what you're trying to say. Let me look up the passage. Maybe it'll become more clear. In 1 Kings 13, maybe there's something in the statement that I should have caught. Man of God came out of Judah by word of the Lord to Bethel, while Jeroboam was standing at the altar to offer incense. And he cried out against the altar by the word of the Lord and said, O altar, altar, thus saith the Lord, a son shall be born in the house of David, Josiah by name, and he shall sacrifice on you the priests of the high places, who offer incense on you, and human bones shall be burned on you. He gave a sign the same day, saying, this is a sign that the Lord has spoken. The altar shall be torn down, and the ashes. Okay, so I guess I'm missing the question. 1 Kings 13:1 was a real prophecy. It was. Why didn't the gospel writers just I think you're saying, why didn't they use the prophecy of Josiah as proof of Jesus, like a typological prophecy? I may not understand the question. I mean, the reality is the New Testament writers picked passages that were just like vaguely familiar to the Old Testament. They had no idea what was in the Old Testament. Blonde says, Kitty, there's nothing better in life than a kitten. What's his or her name? Well, one of them is Volta and the other one's Faraday, named after the electrical pioneers. And the Greater Fool Band says, John just rambling on mute like he's being heard is making my night. Isn't that crazy? Like, he knew that he was on mute. It's crazy that he kept talking. Like, if I knew that I was on mute and no one was listening to me, why am I going to waste all my energy talking? Bug, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. It says, hi, Justin. It's crazy how many theists dodge when you simply ask them what they believe in. I know. They can't even answer basic questions without resorting to disingenuous tactics. Do they think it's going to convert people? I don't think so. I think they get nervous. I think they get up on the stage and they get nervous and they just kind of panic. I think that's what happens. So I get it. It's hard to be on a stage and people like examining your thoughts and what you're going to say. And I think it results in people panicking and saying dumb stuff. And then later they probably look back on it and say, oh, that probably wasn't the right thing to do, you know? Nadventus, thank you so much for the 20 Canuck bucks, says confirmation bias plus cognitive dissonance equals psychological feedback loop, fueling echo chambers, cult thinking, and reinterpretations of failures into spiritual fulfillment and typologies. It's how religion hijacks our brains. And I couldn't agree more. We talk about this often. The difference between an atheist and a Christian is the atheist saw the failures of the Hebrew Bible and said, oh, it's not true, it's failure. Whereas the Christians were like, nope, it can't fucking fail. The word is going to change the meaning of all the words. Retired Bomb Tech, thank you for the super chat, says, welcome to Whose Bible Is It Anyways, where the words are made up and the facts don't matter. Keep kicking ass, good sir. Thank you. I actually used that once when I first started streaming. I actually used to say something very close to that. I thought it was funny, and then I stopped doing it. There's a lot of things I used to say like 2-3 years ago when I first started that I don't say anymore that maybe I should bring back. You know what I mean? Climb on. Thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, God designed a world in which babies get cancer and die excruciating deaths. If his God designed this, then why does he care? What's a psychopathic designer? I agree. If God designed this intentionally on purpose, which is what he said, well, then God's a psychopath. I don't give a fuck about this thing. Why do I care? Get the fuck out of here. Last super chat for now from our friend Zoidberg. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat. Let's get some W's for Zoid. Says, hi, Justin. I'm a reconstructing Hindu and want to do what you are doing for Hindus. Reading the thousands of scriptures and learning about millions of gods is a pain in the ass. Wish me luck. P.S. I will only preach Doug and Sharon from now on. Well, thank you, Zoidberg. And listen, I got your back if you need help. Now, listen, I don't know anything about Hinduism, right? I can do some logic with you. I don't know anything about Hinduism, but if you need anything, get a hold of me and maybe we can swap some resources sometime and you can teach me about Hinduism. Maybe you can help me out so that when I talk to Hindus, I don't sound stupid, because that's a real thing that's going to happen eventually. You know what I mean? Okay. So next in line, I believe we got a couple people in the YouTube queue that have been here for a while. I think it's Ryan and then Iron King were next in line. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Welcome in, Ryan.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Am I saying your name right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine.
Ryan, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
I am over 18, but I don't believe in God. If you have a few minutes for me, I would like to ask you 2 questions.
Well, I mean, since you're already up, I'll entertain it. But for the future, this is just a debate stage. This is not like a powwow.
Okay. So I was met recently during the discussion about old law, Moses law, and
about what?
About Moses law, old Jewish law, that it's invalid because Jeremiah 31 says that God will bring new covenant.
Yep. So The problem they have is they're thinking that the new covenant entails new laws, and it doesn't. If you fast forward to Jeremiah 33, he talks about what's going to happen when the Messiah comes, and it includes the Mosaic law still. It includes sacrifices and offerings. Same thing in Ezekiel.
That's the context I was missing. And another comment and question. Like when you talk about David's story with Christians, they consider David to be punished by having his wives assaulted and all that stuff happening. And have you considered that because of the inherent sexism of Bible, it actually is punishment for David because Bible considers them his property.
Yeah.
So it's like punishing a kid by taking his toys away.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's all I wanted to ask about. Thank you.
Fair enough. Well, it's good to hear from your friend. Best of luck on your debating Christians. It sounds like you're in dialogue with some Christians and they're giving you bad talking points.
Yeah, that is it.
All right. Cheers, friend.
Thank you. Bye.
It is interesting, no matter what Christian is being debated and no matter who's debating them, I can basically predict which bad talking points they're going to come up with. It's wild how little answers they have. All right, let's get Iron King in here. Iron, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yeah, I'm over 18. Wait,
and
can
do you
hear
believe
me?
in God?
No, I'm actually an agnostic atheist, but I just need to say something quickly. Okay, first of all.
Okay. All right, and we're going to move on to somebody who's here for the right reason. Let's grab Tulip. Welcome in, Tulip. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yeah, I do. I do believe in a God. I actually had a conversation with you not too long ago with Faith Deconstruction about the idea of nobody deserves hell.
Oh, you mean leaving faith?
Leaving faith, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually crazy because Scientific actually like blew my mind with all her scientific facts about like the amino acid and like the mutation and everything that like I think that she actually changed my mind with the idea of like there being a divine like perfection, like a perfect God, which like I'm very impressed about.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, I think because I was raised within the religious faith to believe that there is a God, it's always been very scary for me to just probably say maybe there isn't a God because of years of indoctrination and unfortunately Christian nationalism that is unfortunately kind of increasing within in the United States today. So I just thought that was really interesting.
So, I don't know if you've watched the channel very much, but typically we do like various topics, and tonight's topic is whether or not God is real. Did you have an argument for God being real?
I think, unfortunately, I did have something, but I know it's kind of controversial. I think that, in a way, like I don't believe in coincidences. I think that there are reasons for certain things, and I know that the good and the bad can coincide because of like Scientific talked about the mutation, how people can get dementia and people can get cancer and whatnot. I don't think that there can't ultimately just be this nihilistic view of nothing matters at this point, so why even live it? Because I even trying to even have this conversation is probably very scary.
So
Let
me try to fast forward then. I'm going to say a statement, and the statement is God is real because of X. What would you fill in for the X?
think God is real because people have personal experience within it, but then at the same time, I can't just say that because everyone else also has personal experience within their own faction of their religion.
Right.
Because of like,
Mhm.
yeah.
The other thing too
Because
is
of like
people have personal experiences with not inanimate, but with like fictional entities. Like, for example, there are people that have personal experiences with like Bigfoot. There are people that have personal experiences of like being taken up on alien spaceships. There seems to be kind of no end of where the personal experiences can take you.
Yeah, like for example, I know you probably have seen this video, but about the little boy that saw his father that passed away and saw Jesus and was like, "I'm so sorry, I'm so sinful. I've been a very bad kid," and like you're so beautiful, and he was like kind of in this sort of trance, and I was fascinated by it, but then I came across No Spiritual Nonsense who said if you have to include that portion of like the religion, you can't just excuse everyone else that has that sort of religious experience because it's all neurological. And when it comes to like near death experience, some people do see like their lives flash before their eyes.
I can help out with this, by the way.
Ooh, I would love to learn if you care to answer that.
Yeah, so I'm just pulling up the study right now. I have it on my sources document. By the way, in addition to like some of the sources that I cite here, I do have all of the sources listed in the Google Doc that's free to view over in my links. So if anybody wanted to like actually like just go through all of the sources, feel free to. But on that note, going down to my brain near-death experiences here. Here we go. So there's this one study called Consciousness and the Dying Brain. The PMID is 386-03803. It's a good introductory paper on various different pieces of literature surrounding near-death experiences. But basically, there's a surge of gamma oscillations and cortical activity after cardiac and respiratory arrest, which basically is a fancy word of saying there is a spike in biological activity in your brain when you are close to death, when your heart is freaking out, when your breathing is freaking out. And these spikes are very similar. The chemicals that are released are very similar to the ones that are released when you take opioids and hallucinogens. So individuals who, even if it's like a subconscious belief in God, if they experience a near-death experience and this surge of hallucinogenic chemicals goes through your brain, it's very physiologically possible and plausible that you see whatever you subjectively believe comes after death. You could have your life flash before your eyes. You could see blackness. You could see white. You could see a light. You could see someone you love. All of this is very possible to see because you have such high amounts of this hallucinogenic chemical going through your brain. And just to further provide you with actual data, asphyxia activated corticocardiac signaling accelerates the onset of cardiac arrest, surge of neurophysiological coherence and connectivity in the dying brain, surges of electrocardiogram, electroencephalogram activity at the time of death, a case series, and the impact of human accelerated regions on neuronal development. That's not necessarily on the dying brain, but it's a good paper to also read nonetheless. But basically, that's the idea of understanding not only a little bit of like biological, like what consciousness really represents, as well as what happens when you have these near-death experiences.
I would love like these I would love it if like I give you a follow. I would love it if you like DM me like a bunch of these like articles and like these research papers, which I'm assuming they're all peer reviewed and very well looked into, cuz I was also going to mention about like how when it comes to those near death experience, it's also a way for your brain to it's basically your mind coming up with ideas of like in a certain situation, like if you're about to be in a car wreck, your mind flashes in your head to find a survival tactic to then try to avoid said car accident. If I'm is that right?
That's part of it, yes. So dopamine, serotonin, and norepinephrine are the specific neurotransmitters that surge through your brain during near-death experiences. And it's not only because it's like a near-death experience and it's a way for your brain to calm itself down as it knows it's dying. It's also a way, if you are in a close-to-death experience, it's a way to get you up off your butt, so to say, to go and survive, to go run away. And so all of these hormones and neurotransmitters spike activity in your brain, very similar to shrooms and like other like very hallucinogenic compounds, making you see things. So it's very well researched. So it's not necessarily like a personal experience, so to say, for God. It's more so just a neurophysiological phenomenon that's very well documented, surprisingly, considering how hard it is to research humans at the end of their life.
Yeah. And I mean, like, for example, my grandfather, who passed away in 2017, before he passed, he flatlined on the operating table and he mentioned that he saw blackness, like, absolutely saw nothing. And, like, in those instances, of course, it's not like you're about to be in a car accident. No, this is more like, oh, they're under the knife and they're under anesthesia and they flatline. Is there like a difference between the two with like someone who's about to be hit by a car versus somebody that's under the knife?
Yes, so when you are under, your brain actually turns off in a similar way that you do when you unalive. That's the reason why a lot of people forget their memories or literally have no memory of being under, and it seems like time is going by very quickly. I know this because I've been under anesthesia 4 times due to having 4 surgeries in the past 2 years, unfortunately. But this is a very well-known phenomenon. We've seen it in mice, we've recorded it in mice, but people try not to talk about it too much because the fact that anesthesia shuts off your brain similar to that of being unalived is probably not a very comforting aspect to know for patients who are undergoing surgery. But that being said, yeah, so anesthesia will shut off your brain, so you're not going to have that same spike in neurophysiological activity because, well, your brain's already off.
Is that the same thing as like if somebody's making you take like, I think you already mentioned it, but like if you're taking like a specific like medication to make you droopy, because I had to take like a medication before I had to go to surgery, and it like it's kind of like the same substance as like somebody trying to, I know this might sound crazy, but like spiking someone, of course, like trying to go in and out of consciousness. Like, could those also be the same effect as though going under anesthesia?
I'm not a doctor. I'm more of a researcher, so I wouldn't be the one to answer that. I do know that there is a doctor down in the comments section who probably knows more about this than I do. That being said, I would think that based off of what I know about pain medications, specifically like acetaminophen, Tylenol, and opioids, they act directly on the pathways in your body that allow you to sense feelings of pain. So it's not necessarily turning off your consciousness or interrupting all neuronal signaling in the way that anesthesia does, like general anesthesia, but like local anesthesia and some of those other ones that are more so attacking the pain side of things. That's the reason why you can still maintain your consciousness while you're on them.
Okay. Also, people are asking, I'm assuming you're on the treadmill, right?
Yes, I'm walking.
I knew it. I was like trying to figure out, I was like, what is that sound? And then I guess
Snitch doesn't sleep. The snitch is always at work.
I work 2 jobs, and I'm also going for my master's right now too. So we're both women in
You and me both.
Yay! So yeah, and I think it's fascinating, not just like the idea of like a near death experience, but also like the idea of people having like vivid dreams or like some hallucinogen when it comes to like either taking substance or either just taking a nap or something, and then having like these vivid dreams. Like some people say, like in the Catholic Church, like there have been bishops who have had like dreams of like the world under destruction. I talked to someone who's a Calvinist who mentioned like the Pope had a vivid dream that like everything is already set in stone of like who is determined to go to heaven and hell, and like a bunch of like the people within Catholicism do believe in that. Do you think that based off of indoctrination, it could be a main focus as to why people have these vivid dreams?
Oh, that's a tough one. So I think a part of it is that a lot of human beings are greedy. So like having a dream that basically says, hey, everybody is predetermined to go to where you're gonna go, or I had a vivid dream that God told me this. That's a very good way to get a lot of people to listen to you with very little evidence. And that's not necessarily the best thing in the world, because that can lead to a lot of misinformation. And I would also say that a lot of people don't actually remember their dreams very clearly when they wake up. So it's very likely that they probably misremembered something because of their previous bias, because as you said, that man was a priest, and I'm sure many people who have these kinds of vivid dreams that lead them to trying to indoctrinate others, they probably also have that same bias where they're trying to get people to believe what they see and to believe what they understand as reality, even though they don't have objective evidence as such.
There's also this really interesting phenomenon. I read about this many years ago, probably 20 years ago now, because I thought for a second once that I had like a premonition. And I found this study, and I don't know where it was anymore. I have to dig it up, see if it still is on the internet. I found this really interesting study where they tried to figure out if people were really having premonitions. And like one of the procedures they were doing is they were having people like document their dreams, like immediately when they woke up. And it turned out that people who claimed to have like a lot of premonitions or things like that, when they were forced to document them, they never came true, not one, right? It seems to be, I think this is what they're suggesting from psychology, is that people who claim to have premonitions, their brain after the fact is convincing them that they knew it before the fact. Because when we ask people to actually write down what they think are premonitions, they never come true.
That's interesting, because like when it's actually kind of weird how like when you have a certain dream, in that moment you feel like you're going to be able to remember it in the morning, and then when you wake up in the morning you completely forget it. It's like those things where like you see in a movie where somebody's having a dream and they have a specific dream, and then they wake up and they don't remember it, but you, the audience, know that there was a dream. It's kind of like that, especially because like the brain is a very powerful organ, and I think like even like neuroscientists are still like doing like a lot of sleep studies that kind of like understand more about like these dreams, especially within like a certain demographic of like whether they're religious or not. And like it's crazy because when I grew up religious, I never really had like vivid dreams of like eternal damnation. Maybe because I had it easy and I didn't have like the fear of like orthodox or fundamentalists that tell me about how like you are to burn in hell because of X, Y, and Z. I think like because I had it easy growing up within the religion, I never had this high expectation of like ever doubt the faith or have this sense of like doubt of like there's good out of it, there can't be any bad, until I experienced more organizations within the religion outside of what I knew, because I was very naive in my thinking before then.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you brought me up for, I think, the explanation of specific drugs.
Yes.
Well,
go ahead.
As I saw you in the
what were you
box,
gonna
I
say?
assumed you had something to add, so I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, so specific drugs. So again, pain is just a sensation that is felt as every other sensation is felt through the transmission of signals through neurons. So different drugs like NSAIDs, the non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs like ibuprofen, aspirin, etc. They inhibit an enzyme called cyclooxygenase, which produces prostaglandins, and an increase in prostaglandins causes an increase in nociception, which is the sensation of pain. So that is how they work. They inhibit the enzyme that produces prostaglandins, reducing them, which reduces inflammation and also the transmission of pain. And the same would happen with paracetamol, but it only affects the central nervous system. So it doesn't carry out an anti-inflammatory effect on the body. It only causes a decrease in the nociception and other analgesics like morphine and fentanyl, they are opioids. So they bind to opioid receptors in the brain, causing a reduce in the transmission of pain. So these are common mechanisms. And other stuff like antidepressants like amitriptyline and nortriptyline, they also cause a specific pain reduction in specific types of pain that are associated with depression. So, and regarding hallucinations, drugs for Parkinsonism actually cause hallucinations by increasing dopamine in the mesolimbic and the mesocortical, mesocortical pathways, like levodopa and carbidopa, etc. So again, we know how hallucinations work, and antipsychotic drugs like haloperidol and aripiprazole, I think, like other different types of them, reduce the concentration or the off balance between acetylcholine and dopamine in the mesolimbic and the mesocortical pathways, causing a reduction in hallucinations. So we know how the mechanisms of hallucinations work and how to prevent them and how to induce them.
Mm. And like when it comes to like of course, like anesthesia, like absolutely eliminates the feeling of like certain pain. It like kind of like cancels out the idea of like
anesthesia just stops a neurotransmission from a specific area or from the entire body. So anything that is sensed is either reduced or completely eliminated depending on the concentration and the type of anesthesia.
Mm. That's very fast. I would like to like know more about like hallucinogen, especially like when it comes to like certain religious practices, you know, with like indigenous cultures and how they use like these what is it, like these sorts of like tents to like basically smoke the herbs to be able to like speak to their ancestors versus like people who are like talk to the spirits in like in Buddhism, or like I think like those types of studies I would love to be like in like love to learn about, especially with like different demographics within each culture and how they perceive within what they see and what they're taught. I think I think it's the same saying of like you are what you eat. I mean, it's like you are what you learn. Where you like if you learn something beyond like wherever you grew up with, whether it's cultural, religious, or anything like that, you're basically programmed to understand said culture to then be like have your brain flip the switch in any instant of maybe this is the reason why we're here, or maybe this is the reason why we're like even talking at this point because of said like religion.
Hey Tulip, let me ask you a question. You sound to me like you're whether you know it or not, you might be in the process of deconstruction. Do you think you feel like you're in that process?
I have been for a very long time, and unfortunately for me, it's like these there's like these days where like I get pulled to like one side of believe in Jesus, believe in God, versus like coming on these panels where I'm hearing like of course like facts don't care about your feelings, and I'm just like blown away by how much study we know about like mutation in amino acid and just like evolution and natural selection and everything like that, where I was taught about that even within my Christian school, but never really expanded on that because there's been the concept of fear of maybe there can't be anything out there because of these flaws within said naturalistic evolution.
Well, let me make a suggestion. You should join our Discord. There's a bunch of creators in the Discord as well that are here on TikTok that are doing live streams.
Actually.
Oh, good. Some of them do live streams where there's a lot more question and answer and a lot more like open dialogue. The live stream that I run is mostly debates, like where Christians or believers will bring arguments or pieces of evidence to interact with. But we do have some people in the community that are just doing deconstruction live streams that are like really, really helpful if you just want a place to go and talk to somebody about some of these topics.
Yeah. And like it was funny because I didn't want to be those people, because like I actually did have some questions about some of the gospels, because like you have a lot of knowledge, and like I sometimes keep on getting brought up with the idea of lean not on your own understanding, which is just a gaslighting verse to like let people not understand. But just like being able to like have these sorts of conversations brings like a lift, like a weight off my shoulders of like thinking like whatever happens after death isn't just eternal flames, because all of it just doesn't seem real. Because like when I had the discussion with you in the live with like Faith, we were talking about like the idea of what happens to the people who have committed such heinous crimes, you know, when there hasn't been justice on this earth, and you just kind of had this expectation of like them like being, you know, when they're dead, where do they go? You know, there shouldn't be just like this lack of justice on earth, and there should be justice in the afterlife. Then you just kind of like figure out that maybe regardless of what happens, like it happens, unfortunately, even though I don't want to think like that. Like it's the same idea of if a criminal prays to God and asks for forgiveness, they'll just go straight to heaven. Like it's those types of conversations that I'm willing to have, because both ends on the spectrum of like an atheist point of view or a Christian point of view just doesn't sound morally right to me, unfortunately, and it's just more subjective.
Well, I mean, all of our ideals are subjective. That's what makes them ideas, right? But in terms of hell, my point is basically this: the concept of hell in Christianity to me is kind of absurd. So, for example, the general idea, and you're still a Christian, right?
No.
Oh, okay, you're no longer okay.
Yeah.
Never mind then. Okay, so we're past that. We don't have to worry about that. Okay, so I was a Christian for a long time. And then when the math stopped mathing, I became like a general God believer, like where you're at now. And then eventually I became an atheist. And so I think the next step, like if you're progressing your journey, is you're going to start asking, you're no longer worried about theological questions, like no longer worried about what the Bible says. The next step is like, okay, what kind of evidence can we point to that would demonstrate there would or wouldn't be a God? And I do understand, like a lot of people would think that near-death experiences are proof of a God or an afterlife. I'm not actually sure that is, because as we've already demonstrated, near-death experiences are probably just hallucinations, which is why like everyone is their near-death experience is unique to their culture. Like a Hindu has a typically Hindu-themed near-death experience. So on, same for Muslims. So to me, that's telling me that this is just happening inside your head, right? So outside of that, what would be what like so I even though I left Christianity, I still believed in God, and I got to a point where I realized I only kind of believed in God as like a leftover. It wasn't because I had a good reason to believe in God, right? And then I started questioning, right? So, for example, do you still think there's an afterlife?
I would like to believe that there is an afterlife. It's just like how the Bible defines it is basically a definition of the Twilight Zone.
Right. So let me ask you a question. Imagine for a second that we do have an afterlife. We die. Our spirit lives on after us. Where does our spirit live?
I think it's based off of like what. It's weird to say it, but I believe that based off what we subjectively believe is where we're eventually going to go. Like if you internally think, man, I think I'm going to go to heaven because I was a good person my entire life. I think that sort of like idea becomes a reality to said person. But like at the same time, like facts don't care about our feelings. I mean, there's always the possibility of the unknown. And I think it would sound peaceful to think that whatever we decide or what we internalize is what's going to happen beyond where we stand. But ultimately, there is no answer to it.
Right. And maybe I didn't ask the right question. I'm saying like if we experience some sort of afterlife, whether you think it's like a heavenly afterlife or a bad afterlife, where is that? Where do we go? Like
literally don't literally like there probably isn't. Probably there
Right.
isn't.
That's the problem, right? So even if you leave Christianity and you still want to hold on to this idea of an afterlife, like the reality, the only thing that makes sense is that the afterlife would like be here on the earth. In fact, most people who have generic afterlife ideas, they think we're just going to live here on the earth as a spirit, right? That's why we have like hauntings and things like that. But like if the afterlife's not here on earth, we have to figure it must be somewhere, right? And if it's somewhere, well, then, like, where in the universe would that be? Should we be led to believe that when we die, we're going to be transported to another planet somewhere else in the universe? Or is there like just an alternative universe out there that we have no way of seeing or detecting? We just have to take it on faith that the universe exists out there somewhere?
I mean, there's lots of like one idea is the idea of resurrection, or not resurrection, reincarnation, right? Those types of things, like that sounds interesting enough, of like people remember, like the idea of somebody remembering their past lives is like fascinating to me, because some people like jokingly talk about how if a baby has like a deep Southern accent, in their past life they might have been like some Southern grandfather in like
Well,
Georgia.
That brings up a good point, and it plays into my question. Even if you believe in reincarnation, it assumes that there's some sort of eternal existence, like that doesn't have an end point, but it's here on the earth, right? But we know our earth isn't going to be here forever. You know, the sun's going to swallow the earth up. It's going to destroy it in like 1 billion years. So like the idea that we're going to live forever somewhere, it just can't be here. It's got to be somewhere else.
And you bringing that up brings a lot of fear just now, because like it's, I think that like nothing is infinite, nothing's forever. And I mean, like even the signs say it. I mean, I hope that there is something out there. Like I do.
I just wanted to say, as I think that it's so important to remember that just because life isn't forever, just because there is not really any demonstrable evidence of an afterlife, doesn't mean we can't love life and be happy for what we have. I mean, I also think that it's really important to remember that as scared as some of us may be for what comes after, we can still make our purpose here and now and make the best of what life we do have, because we can make so much progress within one lifetime. Like there's scientists whose concepts, like for example, Faraday's constant, the person who you named your cat after, Faraday's constant is still very much used today, and his findings will go down in legacy. And maybe you don't find something crazily legendary, but maybe you say something nice to an older lady, and she dies happy because you were nice to her. Maybe a baby or a child feels you give a hug to a child who hasn't had a hug in a really long time, and they remember that hug and continue on with their journey in life because of like what you did. There's so many things we do from day to day that give us purpose and give us a reason to value the life we have rather than to be scared of it ending.
I mean, I love your point about that, but sometimes I can't, like, if we're gonna talk realistically of like things, like trying to live the best in life, we can't like really excuse about the people who were taken from us too soon, you know, when it comes to like child loss, or like when it comes to SIDS, or anything when it comes to like a child that has cancer, or somebody who was who already had like 3 kids and passed away in a car accident. It's those things where ultimately, like, there can't be just like, oh, it's God's plan. Of course, it can't just be that. Or it can't just be, well, this is just it. Like, we try to live the best life that we can. It's just, it's the idea, like, if none of this really matters, then what's even the point of even like building a life or being
That's my point, is that the things that we do in our life, even though our life ended, the things we do in our life can continue on in the generations to come. So for example, I have lost 2 people to very advanced, horrible cancers. One of them was a person who pretty much took care of me when I was little and my parents were away at work. And she was an amazing human being. She was the kind of person who would literally sing about being in traffic in order to say, like, okay, let's be optimistic about this situation. We're stuck in New York gridlock. Let's sing to the song and like memorize this whole album. That kind of mentality I carry with today. And whenever I'm stuck in traffic with my partner, or if I'm stuck in a bad situation, I'll throw on some songs and I'll hum along and I'll try to have a good time, even though I'm waiting forever for something to occur. Like those sorts of moments that you have with people, even though their life has ended, it didn't not matter. Their life did not matter. Did not matter. It mattered a lot because it changed the lives of people who are still living. And even if you don't find some crazy Faraday's constant, the things you do in your life touch the people that are around you. And they're the ones who carry on your memory and carry on how you existed. There's so many things that we can do that make our lives matter, even when it's ended.
Yeah, but I think like even outside of like who we love that have gone away, I always think about their perspective of things and their point of view of like a 6-year-old child dealing with a sorry to be a little trigger warning, like being involved in like a school pew pew. You know, it's those things where like even after they were like unfortunately unalive and like the parents have to live on and try to keep their memory alive, it's those instances where I can't just say, well, their life was made meaningless, and of course it will still continue on, but the idea of somebody carrying out that act to unalive a child is inhumane, and like it's terrifying to think about like these, like how the world is full of chaos, and the world never needed chaos to begin with, and yet it still carries on today. And I don't believe there will be an evolutionary resolution to solving chaos, because chaos has always existed since the beginning.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think there's nothing we can do about the chaos. I think this is why we've got some people right now. Think of people like, even though they're goofballs, like Elon Musk, who has this idea that like eventually, like we got to get off the Earth, and that's the reality of the planet. The reality of our planet is that one day it's not going to exist, and if we want humanity to continue on living, we've got to find out how to live outside of our planet. You know what? We might be able to do that one day. I don't know when, but it certainly is a thought. I do know this though, and you've heard this before. You miss every shot you don't take. The reality is, if we don't make attempts to continue the human race at all costs, eventually it will die out, right? So, but that's back to what Snitch was suggesting though. Like, listen, like I know that like my life is not going to be infinite. Like I'm gonna pass from the living eventually, but I know that I'm not dead today. I owe it to myself today to really live the shit out of this day and every day that I wake up this side of the ground, right? So, when I first started deconstructing, or when I first really became an atheist, this idea of not living forever was terrifying to me. But eventually it kind of goes away. Like, I remember when it first hit me though. Like, I remember I was useless. I couldn't get any work done. I couldn't function. And then eventually you normalize, you talk to other people that have already been there. You talk to hopefully a good therapist. We've got one in our community, Dr. Joe. Highly recommend Dr. Joanne Ketch. And eventually you move forward just like everybody else does, but I understand that at the beginning of it, it's terrifying. It's scary. I get it.
Yeah. And I think the one thing that I do kind of struggle with, and I mean, I don't think it's a bad thing because like it's subjective to me, but I believe in the idea of like manifesting, and I do believe in prayer, because I feel like you can't just like ask for something and then like when you try to do it, it's just going to come expectedly for you, because that's just not how life works. I mean, sometimes I believe that when you manifest something, like you write it, like sometimes people journal, sometimes people like light incense, sometimes they like sage the house to get rid of all negative energy. I think in those senses, I think again it's a more of a neurological idea of because you're raised within it, it must be true. Cause like I even pray every 11:11. Like my mom and I do this thing like every 11:11, we like text each other the number and then we put a heart emoji and then we talk about how we pray for each other. And like even I just type in 11:11 without even praying. I think there's like a correlation between those things where it gives a sense of peace, but at the same time, I can't just ultimately just say that because I manifest within an 11:11, it doesn't mean it can be 100% true. Because I want to be able to separate the two, but at the same time, I think because I'm so like adapted to it and it's like this sense of comfort,
Right.
it doesn't hurt anyone in the
Right. No,
end.
I agree. I'm with you. Well, listen, Tulip, we talked for a bit. It sounds like
Yeah.
you're in the process and we got to get a debate rolling here before everyone bails, but I appreciate hearing from you again. And deconstruction is hard. It's a long process. It took me like a decade to get through honestly, to get from the beginning to end of my deconstruction. So like, there's no rush. Just hang out with us. I know the Christians will say that we're dirty, rotten atheists, but we're actually pretty decent people. So hang around and you'll meet people. Hopefully you'll find some answers to some of your questions, and hopefully you'll have a good time doing it.
Yeah. I have one more question and it's a gospel question. Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. I had this conversation with someone about the idea of the 613 laws that were not supposed to be abolished because of Jesus's sacrifice. But then he brings up in Luke 24 verse 44 that talks about like that everything written about me in the law of Moses, the prophets, and the Psalms must be fulfilled. And then he talks about how to suffer and to rise from the dead on the third day, and the repentance of forgiveness of sin is to be proclaimed in his name. So is there a correlation between like is that a contradiction with like I've not come here to abolish the laws but to fulfill them, versus like him saying, well, because I was on the cross, you're immediately forgiven?
So the general idea with Jesus saying that he came to fulfill the laws, Christians don't really know what this means typically because they haven't read any literature. But typically, what Jesus is really saying is, and that's why in Matthew 5:17 it says, "Don't think that I came to abolish the law; I came to fulfill them." So, fulfill can never mean abolish; they'll never mean the same things. You can't say that he didn't come to abolish them, but also he came to abolish them. That would be ridiculous. So when Jesus says he comes to fulfill them, he's actually addressing something that he's about to do in the passage. Namely, he's about to kind of rebrand some of the laws. And there's this general idea of like the law was there, but I'm going to bring it to this more fuller, more impactful meaning. Like I'm going to bring out the deeper meaning behind some of these laws. You know what I mean? So when Jesus says he come to fulfill the laws, that's what he's actually referring to. He's not saying that the laws are going to go away, which is why if you go to Matthew 5, verses 18 and 19, he says, "Truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished." And all definitely includes the heaven and earth passing away, which is why the next verse says, "Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven." So there's this principle. Jesus says, listen, it's not a salvation issue. You can get to heaven without following these laws. He says, but if you want to be great in the kingdom of heaven, you got to follow these laws. Now, when he talks to the rich young ruler, he says, what must I do to inherit eternal life? Jesus said, follow the commandments. And so we find this idea of Jesus throughout the Gospels of constantly reinforcing following the laws. When he healed the lepers, he says, go present yourselves according to the law of Moses at the temple. So Jesus never once said the law was going away. That's something that was innovated after he died. And nothing in Jesus's words ever intimated that the law was going to go away. This is strictly a post-death biblical innovation.
Yeah, so just like him, quote unquote, like talking to the disciples about like repentance and forgiveness, it would not like mean anything because that's just an add-on to like the gospel because of the letters being written, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, if you want to know what Jesus said about the law, the only thing that matters is what Jesus actually spoke. What somebody said about him is irrelevant. Like there's a passage in Mark chapter 7 where Mark makes a statement about what Jesus did. Jesus makes a statement about what makes you clean, and Mark reinterpreted that statement, and you find a note in the text from Mark or whoever wrote it saying, when Jesus said this, he declared all foods unclean. But that's not Jesus saying that. That's Mark giving you his opinion of what he thinks this means. But if you actually look at Jesus's unambiguous words, he said, follow the law. So.
Interesting, because like when that person said that, he's like, I got you. Yeah, that means you just have to forgive, and like the laws aren't even there anymore. So thank you for like helping me out with that. I definitely join your Discord. If I have any more questions, I would love to come to you for that. But thank you again for having me up here.
All right,
You
cheers,
guys
friend.
have
Good to
a
hear
good
from
night.
you.
Yeah, bye.
W Tulip. I do remember talking to Tulip on Sarah's live stream. For people who don't know Sarah, when I say that is Leaving Faith, the name of a Leaving Faith channel is what she's referring to. Great channel, by the way. But also, by the way, make sure while they're up, you're dropping a follow to Ems and Scientific Snitch. They help me out quite a bit. And I really am grateful that they can pop in on the live streams and help out. It really does go a long way, because asking a guy like me to explain medicine and biology is not going to happen. I can't do it. GH, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I wish Ian was here to give his diatribe about how he, John, will never live down this debate performance. He will stay up all night realizing how absolutely dog shit he did today, or something like that. I do love when Ian gets a little bit spicy.
Is amazing.
I know, it's so good. Like his non-debate, but the meta rhetorical skills that Ian possesses is pretty wild. Hank, thank you for the 616. As Christians claim credit on behalf of Christianity for science itself, then come up on streams and reveal they know nothing about science. Yes. They'll say nonsensical things like, just because there was this, like, there's this Catholic dude once that discovered some science thing, therefore God did science. Not how that works. Martin says, we need to boot... What? We need to boot Snitch for driving on the phone. That didn't happen. I don't know if y'all was paying attention, but Snitch wasn't talking and driving. She wasn't driving and living. She is, however, walking on a treadmill, and that's okay.
Yeah,
Kelly,
just so you guys know, I don't have a driver's license. I can't drive.
See? There you go. There you go. Mind your own business, friends. Kelly says, I'm still a theist, but having so much energy available now that I'm no longer in denial. My Bible is a psychopath. Much better now as the cobwebs clear. Definitely, Kelly. I agree. Listen, I was much happier as a generic theist than a Christian, because I didn't have to justify the atrocities of the Bible. It wasn't my problem anymore. I don't have to tell you why it was good for God to chop babies up into little bits. Mythical Purple says, my younger 15-year-old brother came to me about his deconstruction, but I'm worried about overstepping with my family. They're Christian. I am an open non-believer around them. Any advice on how to help them? So I honestly, just be honest. Listen, your parents can't stop your family from learning information, right? So if somebody comes to you with a question, the best thing you can do is just answer the question to the best of your abilities and be honest, and that's it. And if your parents don't like it, I mean, that's kind of their problem. They can't force somebody to believe. And remember, Christianity is a religion of belief. If somebody doesn't believe, you can't make them believe. Shoshushimedja says, I had an ND where I saw a Mormon Outer Darkness. Oh, that's interesting. That shit drove me into studying the Bible, Mormon, and Christian history. Sorry that happened to you. But to be fair, the Book of Mormon is fucking wild. I actually just did a long interview with an ex-Mormon. I'm going to edit and get posted sometime soon. But Mormon theology is wild. But at least they didn't do any of that Trinity bullshit. Manager, thank you for the 10 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I appreciate that. And Penelope, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $10 super chat. That's kudos to anyone deconstructing. Many religious people are simply looking for paths to social dominance and don't give much thought to the logic of their professed beliefs. Deconstruction is hard. Rock hard for Doug. I agree. Deconstruction is definitely hard. You have to be really honest with yourself. When something doesn't work anymore, you have to say, okay, this doesn't seem to work. Is there another answer? And the reality is, sometimes there's a good answer, sometimes there's not a good answer. Not the Bible, Jason. Thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, get this. 206 BCE, Phil Chrysippus, wine drunk one night, belly laughing at a donkey eating a fig, and died telling a slave to give donkey wine to wash down the fig. No shot he didn't get a vision about how stupid the JC story would be. I have no idea who this person is. Have you ever heard of Phil Chrysippus? Now I gotta look this guy up. Okay. Phil. I can't even say it. Right? I feel like this is like a... Okay. This is a person. Phil Chrysippus is a pivotal Greek Stoic philosopher considered the second founder of Stoicism for systematizing its doctrines and making immense contributions to logic, ethics, and physics, notably developing propositional logic. Oh, okay. So this Greek philosopher gets drunk and dies trying... JMR, not the Bible, Jason. I love you, but I guess I don't understand what you're saying. You might have to clarify for us. I think you lost me on that one. Apologies if it just kind of went over my head because I'm not smart enough to catch it. But I don't really understand what you're saying. All right, we're gonna grab Toledo from the queue, and then we're gonna keep the conversation rolling. At least the name looks like Toledo. I'm not really sure how to pronounce it. Tdebo, Tadebo.
Yo,
how close am I?
You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think everyone can hear you. Are you at least 18?
Oh, dude.
And are
sick.
You
My connection wasn't good last time. I don't know if you remember me.
It's hard because I talked to so many people, but are you at least 18? And do you believe in God?
Yes, I am at least 18. I do believe in God.
Okay. And which God do you believe in?
You asked me this last time. I said, you know, the one and only. You asked me about Sharon. I
Oh,
looked
yeah.
into Sharon.
You believe in Doug
the
and
Rose
Sharon
of Sharon.
Stone.
The Rose of Sharon.
Okay.
You
So
know about the Rose of Sharon?
So you don't believe in the Christian God?
Well, no, the Rose of Sharon's a metaphor for Jesus.
So you believe in Jesus?
Yes.
Imagine not being able to say what you believe in without a runaround. It's crazy you guys do this. Okay, so you're a Christian. You could have just said that. You could have just said, I believe in the Christian God, but...
I know. I wasn't trying to give you the right.
Yeah,
I was just
I know. That'd be way too easy and make way too much sense. So what's the best evidence or the best argument for the Christian God being real?
We're surrounded by his glory.
Yeah, can you prove that?
Well, when you say prove, like in a courtroom,
can you provide evidence?
There are two types of proof, right?
Can you provide evidence that claim is true?
No, but I can provide testimony.
Nope, testimony is useless here.
Well, I just want to say, before you boot me, I know it's coming.
Yep, nailed it. Okay. Well, that was fast. Not quite as fast as last time they were here, but pretty quick. Oppo says the EU and Catholic Philbro crash outs will always be wonderful. I agree. They would rather listen to a church father and Greek philosophers than open up their Bibles. Their philosophy will never lead to Jesus. I agree. Not once, not ever. Now, you can use philosophy to get to a couple different God concepts, but you'll never use it to get to Jesus. The Jesus and the Trinity and all this nonsense is not... It doesn't comport. They don't all agree with each other. Okay. So next in line is going to be Hepka. And then after that looks like maybe History Hound. So we'll run that one. After History Hound, we'll grab Daniel. Welcome in. Is it Hepcat?
It's a Hepcat. Yeah, it's like a Hepcat.
Welcome in. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
I am. Yeah, I'm 55, and I'm kind of a more spiritual. But I have a couple questions. One for you, Justin. I kind of stutter, so I hope it's cool.
Well, that's okay.
And
I
I have
mean,
a couple of science questions.
yeah, we've all got
The
our
ones
problems. I've got a lisp, and you'll hear it if you listen closely. Sometimes I really
wait
fuck up.
wait a minute. I also have a lisp, but hey,
Yeah.
sure. Uh, I'm a huge fan, so this is kind of weird, but okay. So the spiritual question is, I it's been a couple years. I want to hear your take on Ammon Hillman.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, and from the science point of view, I kind of want to hear what they have to say about Michael Levin, because I'm kind of a huge fan of the line, and I always hear a lot of points of view about consciousness, and from the scientific point of view, I would love to hear what they have to say about Michael Levin, who has some opposing points of a view when it comes to a consciousness, universal consciousness, and cellular consciousness.
Okay. So,
and I mean, me, personally, I'm more of a spiritualist. I don't believe in. I'm not really a theist, but I do believe in spiritual.
yeah, like Buddhism.
Consciousness. Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, who do you? Sorry.
So, the second individual, Michael Levine, I have no idea who this person is, so I can't help you out there. I've never even heard of him.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I already forgot. Who's the first individual? Oh, Ammon Hillman. Ammon Hillman's a goof.
Ammon Hillman, yes, please.
So, listen, Ammon Hillman is a guy. He went to school and he got some credentials in classics, and I'm sure he's really good with classics, but he shouldn't be touching the Bible. He has no idea what he's talking about with the Bible.
Right.
And I'll give you a perfect example. He thinks that the Greek preceded the Hebrew Old Testament, that they translated the Greek into Hebrew, but that simply doesn't work because there's so many Hebrew word plays for the names of things that only work if it was originally written in Hebrew. For example, it says that woman was called woman because she came from man. Well, that wordplay works in English. It works really well because woman is from the root word man. However, it also works in Hebrew. It says that she would be called Isha because she comes from Ish. And Isha is just the feminine grammatical form of Ish. So it works out really well with the grammar. The problem is that doesn't work at all in Greek, at all. So there's no comparison in Greek. They wouldn't have translated that whole what do you call women? None of that could ever work if the creation story was written in Greek. So we've got so many examples like this of this would only work if the original text was in Hebrew, that there's no reason ever to think that it was originally written in Greek. But I get it. There are certain parts of the Greek Septuagint that it looks like they're original. And I'll give you an example. There's one of the Psalms, which it was Psalm 45 or 62. I forget, 68. One of the Psalms, I forget which one it is. One of the Psalms, the translator, when they translated it from Hebrew to Greek, took a lot of liberties. And a lot of the translations, when they translated it from Hebrew to Greek, they lost the poetic sounding nature of it. Anytime you translate a poem or something that has rhyme and meter from one language into another, it loses all that poetic flair. So when they translated a couple of the Psalms, they just reworded it. They just reworded it so that it had a meter and it had some rhyming to it. Because they're like, well, fuck, we don't want it to sound like shit. So some of the Psalms, they sound like they were originally done in Greek because there is rhyme and meter to it, which you would expect if it was originally composed in Greek. But as it turns out, there's rhyme and meter in the Hebrew edition too. It just happens to be that in some of the Greek translations, somebody went out of their way to still make it sound good. That's all.
Right, but what is all this stuff that he starts getting into where he talks about that Jesus Christ was using children for drugs? I mean, you've
He's an
seen
idiot.
him, right?
He's an
What
idiot. He
is
has no
this?
idea what he's talking about. He's out of his mind. He's got these weird conspiracy theories. He's not in his right mind. He's got this idea that Jesus is doing inappropriate things with young men because in the Garden of Gethsemane, when the troops come, the boy tries to run away and they grab his cloak and he ends up running away naked. And his interpretation of this disagrees with every scholarly interpretation ever given. He's just a weird conspiracy theorist that his only novelty is being weird. I suspect in real life he's not really like that. I think his online persona is a character that he made up.
Yeah. That's kind of what I think. Yeah.
I don't think he's really that weird.
Right. So if we can get into the science part, I don't know if Scientific Snitch and M knows who Michael Levin is, but I have one more question for you.
Yeah, well, I guess I'm trying to figure out, do we have any questions that would lead us to disagree on anything?
Probably.
Maybe you could provide one of the claims that he gives. I'm sorry, when it comes to science, a lot of us just know maybe a few key scientists in our field, but knowing people by name is really difficult. So if you could provide a claim that he commonly promotes that is within the field of science, whether it's biomedical, physiology, that would be best. If you are going into the topic of physics, I know somebody else who is a quantum physicist and somebody who does actual physics, so that's probably best for those kinds of questions.
So Michael Levin is I have to look it up. I'm so sorry. So he's more of a bio chemist. He's more in the field of his theories have to do with consciousness within cells, and he also has a theory of consciousness. He's a professor at the Tufts University.
I pulled up his profile. He's got a real education. He's not a hack.
I mean, he's not a hack, and that's the reason why. I mean, a lot of the stuff that he's talking about. So I'm more of a spiritualist, but my leanings. I feel that society should be more on the atheist side, just for things to function well. So I'm a skeptic, but I am also a spiritualist. We can run into some things, but
I would say this.
For the most part, yeah.
I think if there's two competing worldviews, let's imagine one is the God worldview, which includes the afterlife, and one is the non-God worldview that also includes some sort of conscious afterlife. I think the second one of those, we could one day prove. We could prove somehow that our consciousness lives on after we die. I don't think we've done it yet, but we could do that. That's something that's in our capabilities. But
sorry about the interruption. I just started reading through Michael Levin's arguments. It is a lot of it's a word salad that is meant to confuse people who don't understand biology, and it's it's just complicated enough to make him seem smart, but in reality he's saying a whole lot of nothing because he's not recognizing the understanding that it's not just DNA as being the quote unquote genetic code, but there's also the carbohydrate code, the amino acid code. It's not just bioelectric patterns, it's also patterns of sugars, patterns of genetics, and they're not necessarily created patterns. It's biological patterns that are not designed, but they've evolved so they recognize structures, and that's the reason why things like aspartame and sucralose taste sweet but don't break down like sugar does.
Yeah, but is there any chance that we can circle back, because I mean, he is a professor from Tufts University.
So he's arguing what you learn in basic biology and neurophysiology 101, which is that Inside of neurons, there is a flux of sodium and potassium, which generates an action potential, which allows our neurons to communicate with one another. He's arguing that that's also a code. The only issue with that is that there's not really a specific, like, for example, sodium increases, so when it comes to, sodium has a positive charge, so it increases the positive charge inside the cell, and that triggers proteins to respond. It's not necessarily a code because it's triggering proteins to respond. Something that's more like, something that could be described as a code would be like amino acid code, the carbohydrate code, the genetic code, because these things are very specific to the structures they create. And they very specifically, there's a difference between specificity and sensitivity, where specificity is how specific does a structure recognize another structure? How specific is this one thing when compared to another thing? In like pharmacological senses, it's like, does this pharmacological agent specifically target a certain pathway and not the others? Sensitivity is how strongly something responds. Now, bioelectric signaling is probably better described as being something that's more along the lines of like sensitivity, where a certain level of activation will activate certain pathways, but it's still going to activate other things. So like, for example, something like Botox, which is like a paralytic agent because it blocks the ability for neurons to communicate with one another. That can be used in multiple different scenarios. It's sensitive because it definitely blocks neurological activity, but it's not like a very specific thing that's going on. So sodium is used in various different things. So I could be thinking about one kind of thought, I could be running, I could be exercising, I could be cooking, and action potentials will be going on and sodium will be flooding into my neurons, activating the neurons that are responsible for me to cook, to exercise, and for heck, even talking right now while I'm on a treadmill. Like, all of these things demonstrate how it's not specific, but sensitive.
So, like, scientific snitch, I'm not sure if I'm, like, following you, because I don't feel like you're really, I mean.
So let me interject.
Yeah.
I think the problem that
Sure,
we're going to
please.
have here is Levine isn't present to argue his thesis. Like, we're
Right,
left
right.
at the devices of just like going out to the internet and trying to figure out what his argument is. And I don't think you can present his argument unless how detailed do you know his argument?
I just don't feel that like hardly anything that scientific snitch said really had anything to do with his argument.
That's what I'm asking. Can you present the argument?
Only partially. I mean, to be fair, I probably cannot present the entire
Right.
argument. All that I can say is that what he's talking about is consciousness at a cellular level, and I'm not a scientist, so it's really
Right.
hard for right.
Well, that's okay. We don't expect you to be a scientist, but that's my point is what we can do on these panels is we can interact with arguments, but what we can't do is interact with phantom arguments. Like, we actually have to hear the argument before we can address it, or else we really just kind of waste our time addressing arguments that nobody's making if we're just trying to guess what the argument is, right? So maybe let's do this. Go back and read Levine's work
and study it and come back. Yeah,
take some notes, write it down on a notepad.
Sure.
Come back with some bullet points on the claims and where we can find the claims ourselves, and then maybe we can discuss the merits of Levine's argument.
Yeah.
Also, I just wanted to add in that
please.
he's not arguing that this bioelectric code is implicating a design. He's arguing simply that biological development isn't necessarily just genetic, but also guided by bioelectric signals, which would be true because our environment, which causes these bioelectric signals. So for example, the moving floor under me is causing my legs to move and causing action potentials to activate neurons that allow my muscles to move so I'm not falling off my treadmill. My development of my legs is guided by that bioelectric signal.
So yeah, so he's not arguing God. I mean, I think the way to put it in like layman's terms is that
Right.
he's not arguing God.
And that
He's
may
like,
be, we believe you. I'm just saying that. How about? I think what I'd like to do is, come back with like a full, well formed
sure,
argument,
sure,
and then we can address the argument. Because otherwise, I feel
yeah,
like we're kind of chasing our tails.
yeah, sure, sure. And one final question is, I'm a huge fan of Gn- Gnosticism, and I was like, kind of curious about your thoughts. I mean, let's see here. I'm trying to focus it. I mean, I don't know. I'm pretty much. I'm kind of like halfway between a atheist and spiritualist. I do
Hmm.
feel like I consider myself to be a Gnostic, but I put that in like quotes. I don't. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, because like a Gnostic generally believes in multiple gods. Like the God of the Old Testament is a different God. Jesus is a different God, and then there's usually like a demiurge. And this is their
Mhm.
way of making sense of like why the New Testament Jesus slash God is so different from what we find in the Hebrew Bible. So their hypothesis is essentially that there's two gods. One of them's an evil asshole, and one of them's not. And then there's different forms of it, right? So like to me, like if the Bible's not true, Gnosticism's right out. Like Gnosticism's useless to anybody if the Bible's not true, and the Bible's not true. So there's no need to worry about Gnosticism.
Um, what do you know about the quaternity, and if it has any kind of value?
The quadrinity? Well, the quadrinity is
No,
real, and it's
no. Sorry,
Doug, Sharon, Rocky, and Pebbles.
quaternity. The quaternity.
The what?
The quaternity, which is
You mean the
has to do
Trinity?
with huh?
The Trinity?
No, no. It's oh god, it's good and evil, and then there's good, evil, and then there's light and in dark. So it's like four.
Never heard of it.
It's a Gnostic concept. It has to do with the self being in the center, and then there's good, evil, and shadow, and in dark.
Never heard
Yeah,
of it.
it's okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, man.
So I will come back. I will study Michael Levin and try to get his nutshell, and yeah, thank you so much.
Okay. Good to hear from you, friend. Thanks for watching.
Sure.
I know some people are annoyed that I took the guest because he was mostly shooting the breeze, but he waited like 3 hours to talk to me. So like, I get it, guys. I get it. Like, I realize it's boring for some people, but like, he was a nice guy and he waited a long time to get up here. So I want to be nice to the people that are nice. You know what I mean? Speaking of which, Trevor came back. Trevor, are you in your right mind tonight? Listen, I appreciate the super chat, but it says, I really respect you and think you're a good dude. Well, thank you, Trevor. But Trevor, last time you were here, you spent like 2 hours trying to debate me via super chats in the middle of a live stream. It was the weirdest thing. If I'm thinking of the same Trevor, it was the weirdest thing. So like, if you want to debate me, you can just get in the guest box. You're like, you don't have to send all the super chats. That's not really all that necessary. All right. We had history in the queue talking smack for like the last hour and a half, and they dropped. So history, you lost your chance to get up here and prove yourself. If you're still watching, you're welcome to come back when you're ready. Daniel, however, is ready. Welcome in, Daniel. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, I do. Can you hear
Awesome.
me good?
Yeah. Which God do you believe in?
Well, I believe in the God of the Scriptures. I do not see it in any way, shape, or form of the three representations of man religion. But
So
and
you'd say you're a Christian then?
no, I won't use that title. But like you, I apologize that you have steered away from the Bible because you mentioned hell and that misconception that's given by it.
No, hell had nothing to do with me leaving Christianity. So also hell is definitely in the Bible. It says that there's wailing and gnashing of teeth, and Jesus says in Matthew chapter 5 that you'll be thrown into hell.
Right,
That's
but this Greek,
beside the
this
point.
Greek,
That's
but
beside
this
the point.
Greek concept
I'm
of
not
hell.
worried about that. I'm still trying to figure out what you
Okay.
believe. Do you believe in the Trinity?
No, no way.
Okay. So do you think that Jesus is God?
No.
Okay, so do you believe that Jesus is the Son of God?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. So you're more like an adoptionist?
No, I have no labels. I have no place. I have no fit. I'm a man of science, and I fell into this in my
Sure, that's the
theories of
case.
everything.
So when I say adoptionist, what I mean is that Jesus isn't the literal Son of God. Like he wasn't physically born of God. He was adopted like King David was in Psalm chapter 2. Unless you think Jesus literally was born of God the Father.
Well, he was born of flesh.
Right, but was he
So,
physically begotten by God?
begotten, yes, but everybody's definition of begotten is different. So,
What's your definition of begotten?
it was manufactured by God, however that may have been.
Okay, fair enough.
We don't know because it doesn't say. So I don't have a heart of stone. I'm not going to say this is the way that is. This is the way that is. That's science. I've left science. Man, don't tell me what to do. So
Yeah, science be damned with all their facts and reasoning. So what's
well, I would love to talk some facts. I happen to know a little bit about science. If you'd rather steer the conversation that way.
Well, I think I'd like to start the same way we start most conversations.
Okay.
Which is
I'm new, by the way. I just found you. You seem like a nice guy.
Fair enough.
It's nice to have a rational conversation on here.
I like a good rational conversation. So the question we ask everybody is, what's the best evidence or argument that would lead one to conclude that your God is real?
Telescopes.
Oh boy, let's have it.
You can build a bigger telescope, which we will every decade from now on, and you are just going to see what you think nothing is. There's something there.
So telescopes have found God?
You can't. Well, see, I can't prove God. You can't disprove God. But
I disagree, actually. But also, I didn't ask you about that.
Well, that's, yeah. But what I'm saying is you can build a more powerful telescope, look in the darkest regions of space, and you're going to see more and more galaxy clusters, which is atoms, basically. Same thing.
It may not be true. That doesn't have anything to do with God. For example, I don't believe that the observable universe is the only amount of universe out there. I think the universe is infinitely large. I have no reason to believe that our observable portion is all that there is. So that doesn't tell me anything about God. It only tells me about the universe being very big.
Well, it comes back down to like the ether, the center of everything, which is was very popular a couple hundred years ago.
Do you believe in the
it's
ether?
Redundant. Do I believe in the ether?
Yeah.
A representation of it, yes. Not like modern man's interpretation.
What's a representation of the ether?
It's what you would call nothing in the center of everything.
What do you think ether means?
Ether is the center that binds the materials around it.
No, that's not what ether is. Ether is supposed to be a hypothetical substance. What's that, Ems?
Right. It's all hypothetical.
I was going to ask if I was mistaken, but I believe it was the thing that they believed that light used to travel, like through.
So, yeah, the same way like sound waves travel through our atmosphere, they thought there must be some substance in outer space for different things to travel through. And we did a bunch of tests to figure out if that's the case, and it turns out there's no ether. So, like, your definition of ether doesn't...
Nothing?
No, I didn't say that. Your definition of ether doesn't match like what the scientific idea of ether even is.
Well, the science, they refuse to acknowledge the ether. They're kind of having to now after their smash.
They refuse to.
Yeah,
they did some experiments. They did some experiments to see if it was true, and it turned out that the proof was that it wasn't real.
I have a question. What data are you using to determine that it is real? And could you please show me this data?
Nope, can't do it. Just like you can't show me data the other opposite. It's all in conception of the
We
mind.
can, but to be
No, you
clear,
can't. What? No, to be clear,
the
this is like
ether,
the difference.
not only is the ether real, but also it doesn't mean what science thought it was. Can you, like, first of all, I'd love for you to present some evidence that your claim is true, but I'm still waiting for a definition. What is ether?
It's the bonding material at the center.
Center of what?
Everything. That's what I'm saying. Like you guys were talking.
What's it made out of?
Huh?
What's it made out of?
Well, it's the absence of anything, so it's everything.
So the absence of anything is everything. That's a contradictory statement. If you have an absence of all things, an absence, you can't have everything.
Well, okay,
one is defined as a lack of things, so that it can't there be all things.
Okay, let's take the Earth for example. You got a round ball floating in space that's pressurized in the vacuum of space. That's physically impossible.
Wrong again. So the Earth isn't pressurized in the vacuum of space. The reason why we can measure atmospheric pressure is because of gravity. Gravity causes atmospheric pressure, and the further away you get from the Earth, the less and less pressure you're going to be able to measure because the force of gravity is going to be weaker and weaker. So the reason why we have atmospheric pressure is because of the mass of the Earth. And the Earth being in a vacuum doesn't mean what you think it does either. A vacuum isn't a sucking motion. It's not a suck at all. A vacuum is literally just a lack of stuff.
I don't know how you want me to answer that. What you just said is a physical impossibility. So.
It's not.
Yeah. Take a balloon into space. What happens? There's pressure. Okay. It is 14. What is it? 14.7 per square inch, right? That's
not in outer space.
So what you're saying is oxygen.
Not in outer space.
Oxygen has a mass of 14.7.
To be sure, balloons are captive. So balloon is a boundary around stuff. If you put something in a balloon, you've got a boundary that contains things. Also, you can't smoke on you can't smoke on stream, science man.
You can't? Okay.
No.
Oh boy, where do I begin with this?
So what I'm saying is, though, what we're going to discuss here is a matter of conceptions.
But do you think the Earth is flat?
No, but I love those flat Earth guys. They question the normal science.
Wait, do you think that there's like a big dome around the Earth then?
Dome? Well, there's. So I said it's the inverse of the way we believe it.
So
what?
Space
what does that mean? Does that mean that there's an anti-gravity pushing everything away from Earth? How does that work?
Is the Earth a hollow parabolic shape? Like, what are we talking about inverse?
It's actually Pringle shaped.
The theories that you're arguing here there's no explanation for, and you can't tell me what they are. Just like
we haven't listed a single theory. You have no idea what we're doing.
Gravity, magnetism.
Okay,
I know the model of gravity, and this is something that we have experimentally confirmed.
You know the witness of gravity. God created those witnesses.
That's an adorable claim.
Hey,
we know gravity just as much as we know the other forces.
Tell me how
science
gravity
man.
works. Tell me how.
Wait, guys, wait. Hey, science man, can you pick up something that is near you and then drop it?
Yeah.
That's gravity.
That's the action of gravity. Yes. Tell me how gravity works. You tell me how this piece of matter that I'm suspending.
Want to go for it?
Yeah, gravity is caused by the
definition for
curvature of
gravity.
space-time. We understand that space-time has a property. Space-time has a property in which, if there is a non-zero or a positive mass and stress density within a certain region, space-time will curve towards it, such that straight paths get bent, such that an object moving in a straight line will actually get deviated from what that straight line would be in a Euclidean space-time, and therefore will bend downwards towards the source of whatever mass is
E
generating
equals
that
MC
curvature.
square. Is that what you're
and in the
referring
low
to?
energy limit, this no. And in the
You
low
know
energy
that's what he
limit,
proved?
this manifests
That's what
as
he proved with
a
E equals
classical
MC
force
squared.
that depends
What
on
did
the
he
inverse
measure?
square law, which is what Newton discovered.
Newton.
Einstein? Newton?
So just real quick, go back to Einstein. What did he actually do? He witnessed a curvature of space. That's all that was.
He postulated how space-time and mass and energy are related to each other. And then we went out and experimentally confirmed that relationship.
What he did is he monitored the eclipse, right? And all he witnessed was a star.
No, well, he didn't do that. Technically, that was one of the first confirmations of general relativity, but there has been many more beyond that. The thing that actually motivated
what I'm saying
the
is that you
development
actually
of
said
general
the word
relativity was the
earlier.
precession of Mercury. The precession of Mercury is the first hint at general relativity. Then once he postulated the curvature of spacetime, then they used eclipses to show that gravitational lensing caused the light from behind the sun to get bent around the sun, such that it looks like the stars behind the sun are next to it during an eclipse, which is awesome. But then later on, we found many more forms of evidence, such as gravitational redshifting. Essentially, gamma rays being shot up or down in a gravitational field will redshift or blue shift exactly in accordance to Einstein's equations. And then even later, more recently, we've confirmed his theory that colliding massive objects like neutron stars could generate things called gravitational waves, which will stretch and compress space-time as it sort of ripples out through the cosmos. And I actually got to hold the Nobel Prize for that.
Could you prove me a gravitational wave that was emitted from a neutron star?
Yeah, that's what the LIGO interferometers did.
How was that proving of gravity?
And you can prove that because they could.
How can you see gravity? The only way you can witness a neutron
was
is
exactly
through
what was predicted.
I just want to point something out
They
here.
found the light after the gravitational waves.
Before we get too deep in the conversation, I just want to point out, Simon, Dan, that you can't just say, hey, did you witness it, or did somebody physically witness it? Because you keep positing a mythical God that nobody's witnessed. So this certainly isn't the burden of proof that you want to point to. The reality is we come up with these hypotheses through a series of tests, and sometimes the tests prove to be our theory true. Sometimes it proves our theory to not be true. But every test we have for God has always proved that God isn't real. So please don't. I know you're going to hear a lot of stuff from Quanta that you've never heard before because he's got an education. But just responding with, were you there? Did you witness it? Will never be an answer.
It's the same thing.
I actually got to take a class from the guy who won the Nobel Prize in Physics for the discovery of gravitational waves. He's a cool guy.
It's all biased information. It's all input.
You don't have any biases.
That's not how science works.
You're completely unbiased.
Do you know something? Do you know what blinding procedures are? We go through extreme lengths to make sure that bias does not influence our experiments through things called blinding procedures. There was one experiment that was on called the muon J-2 experiment, which had extensive blinding procedures such that there was a value that all of the experimental data was shifted by, and that value was kept in a locked box with a single key managed by one person, not in the experiment. And it was only once all the scientists had completed their measurements, completed all calibrations, would they then unlock the box, find out what that value is, apply it to the data, and figure out what the true answer is to prevent bias from influencing our data. These are the links that we go to make sure that we are measuring what we say that we are measuring in a way that is open and reliable.
Yeah, but you have to have theory. And I have a theory of God. You have a theory of science.
No, you don't have a theory. A theory is specific.
You don't have a theory. What do you think a theory is? What do you think
what you have is not even wrong, in the words of Dirac?
Yeah, what do you think a theory is? You don't even know what the word theory means.
That's all that you're throwing at me as theories.
No, what's the word theory
You don't
mean?
know. You don't know how gravity
What's
works.
the
You
word
don't know
theory
how magnetic
mean?
waves work.
Just, but hold on, we're gonna get somewhere. What does the word theory mean?
It's what you're going to theorize as being true.
No,
That's
a theory
circular.
is an
That's
explanation
absolutely.
a theory is an explanation for something. So, for example, when I was in
It's the
school,
same words
I learned
just said, only
electrical
different.
theory. Electrical theory is the explanation for electricity and how it works, but calling it a theory doesn't mean that it's hypothetical.
Do you
A
honestly
theory
think
is literally just an explanation for something. Sometimes theories are really, really good, but in science, a theory isn't just a guess. It's something that's based on facts and evidence. While we have germ theory, electrical theory, quantum theory, these are all theories. They're not guesses.
All theories. No.
And also, wait.
So, just a
Hypotheses
minute.
are hypothetical. No, hypotheses are hypothetical, not theories. Theories are based on evidence and based on observations. So, as I said before, you don't have a theory of God because you've never actually seen God.
Right.
You have no
I would actually argue
observable evidence of God.
Can I speak, please?
I would argue he doesn't even have a hypothesis.
Can I have a minute?
Yeah, I
because
agree. Yep.
I was going to say one brief thing. To have a hypothesis, you have to have something specific. This
Yes.
is vague. This is
We're
vague
all-
and untestable. That is
We're
not even
all
a
on the same
hypothesis.
page.
That's worse.
Okay, we're all on the same page. So Scientific, Quanta, and myself, we're all on the same page. I want to make sure that we're going to move forward in unison here. So I want to hear the theory of God. So the theory of God needs to include an explanation about how it exists, how you can falsify this concept. What can you do to prove it false? And also, what can you do to prove it true?
Well, I've come across this on my theories of everything. All right. And I studied all the top writers, and you have to have more belief in their theories based on the theoretical past of their influences. Here's the one thing that
That's
talked me into
amazing. You
God.
said a whole
I'm not
truckload
here-
of
I ain't gonna
words that had
convince
no
you.
meaning.
I ain't going to
I
convince
don't
you.
think that
but
word
I'm
means what
gonna
you think
say-
it means.
I'm not going to convince you. Okay. But
So-
what I
Yes,
am
man,
going to
do you mind
say,
if
But
do you
you
mind if I ask a
couldn't-
quick question?
yeah, go
in
ahead,
the
bud.
beginning, okay, in the beginning, you could not create
Beginning of what?
something out of nothing.
Beginning of what?
Everything. You could not
why do
create
we
something
think
out
there?
of
Why
nothing.
would you? We don't believe there. We don't believe there was a beginning. Quanta, do you think there was a beginning?
Probably not. There are some
Yeah.
coherent models that do describe a first moment, but at that point there's a timeless state that the universe was in. It didn't come out of nothing.
Yeah, I don't-
no
time
model
time
predicts
is
that.
just a
I don't believe there was
time
ever
is just a
nothing.
measurement of consciousness.
What's the
No,
what's the
time
argument
exists just
for
as much
nothing
as space
existing?
exists.
Time's only available between me and you. You have your timing, I have my timing. There's no relevance in between.
What does that even mean?
What? This is just
It's a matter of
nonsense. No,
concept.
time
Okay.
exists.
Yes, man, can I ask you a
Time
question?
exists just as much as space exists. This is why you can actually exchange the two under special relativity. Like they are
All right.
intrinsically tied to each other.
Can we
So
go
if
back-
you are devoted into saying that time is not real, then you have to also say that space doesn't exist. And at that point,
So
that's
this
just
is-
like reductio to the point.
This is turning into a Trinity argument. You're gonna, it's everybody
Huh?
arguing against me on this is what they do. You exact same thing. They all gang up. They say all their relative information out there. Let's get back.
This is
towards
my
the beginning.
field.
Let's get back to the beginning.
I'm a physicist. This is my field.
Beginning
You're
of
a
what?
witness. You're a witness of God's creation and His rules that He's applied to it. That's what you
Wrong.
The data does not support that conclusion.
That's what I'm saying. Let's go. Way
God
back.
would
Let's
not
step-
fill all of space with cancer-causing radiation. That would be cruel and
Well, you know
random.
what? I
That's
heard
ridiculous.
that talked about earlier. Cancer causing radiation. We, according to the Bible, used to live to be 1,000-year old with perfect DNA.
That's not true. Okay, I can help out here.
Okay,
So
wait,
according
wait.
to
Let
wait,
me
no,
finish,
wait.
please.
There is
Let
a
me finish,
million-year-old,
please.
3.4
Let
million
me
year
finish.
old
It's a
turtle
talk
bone
about
with
genetics
cancer.
and DNA. It's a talk about genetics and DNA. Okay.
She just did.
So-
You didn't hear it?
No.
There is a
If
million-year-old bone with cancer that, by the way, came before humans ever existed.
can I
And also, like,
get this little
the sun
statement out?
existed
Little
before
statement,
all
then
of things
discuss
that
that.
causes cancer.
So,
All right, what's your statement?
if we had perfect genealogy, perfect DNA, the structures were good, what would create decay? What would create
Do you
radiation?
just
Yes,
wait,
yes.
wait,
The
one second. Just out of
neurons from the
curiosity.
radiation peering through break the DNA strands. It starts a decay process. Okay, that's
That's not how cancer works.
If
That's not just
if
how cancer
It
works.
causes point mutations, but that's not the only method.
There's many methods for cancer, but a lot of it has to do with the social engineering of the way we live.
No,
But
give me no. Actually,
what?
no.
This
According
is-
to the UK Biobank, 58% of cancers are due to somatic
Biobank.
cell mutations, which are random, and this is
Cell
also based off of a
mutations-
systematic.
Cell mutations are
Can you,
influenced by the
broski?
processes in what we eat, breathe.
Okay,
smoke,
you've spoken for a
everything.
very long time. Can I please speak? You've let Quantonaut speak. Why won't you let me speak? Okay, thank you. So, according to the UK Biobank, as well as multiple other data cohorts which can back up what I'm saying, and I can cite the specific review paper and study which actually analyzed this to determine what percent of mutations are due to environment versus due to somatic cell mutations, which are entirely random and accrue as you age and grow. Across multiple cohorts of data, 58% to around 60 to even upwards of like 90%, depending on the type of cancer. So, for example, brain cancer specifically have between an 80 to 90% are attributed to 80 to 90% of brain cancers are attributed to somatic cell mutations, which are random mutations that accrue as we age and not due to environmental factors. That leads only about 10% of brain cancers. Can you please let me speak? You've let Quantonaut speak his entire spiel, but you're not letting me speak my entire spiel.
I know,
So,
but I want to question
as
the
I
one
said,
statement.
well, can you just let me get it all out? So now the reason why we have these somatic cell mutations is because of these things called proto-oncogenes. Now, proto-oncogenes have a dual purpose in our life. The first purpose is to allow us to grow up and also to heal injuries and also to repair whatever else we need to repair, whether it be due to eating something too hot, whether it be due to sneezing a little too hard, whether it be due to getting an infection. It repairs tissues. It also helps to grow tissues. So from being a child to an adult, you require proto-oncogenes in order to actually grow. However, over time, as your cells divide, proto-oncogenes can be mutated. And the reason for this is because things like DNA polymerase can't go back 2 spaces when it makes a mistake. Instead, it relies on other proteins to catch its mistakes for it, and even those proteins make mistakes as well. In fact, one of the DNA polymerases, which is actually involved, I believe it's DNA polymerase 5, which is actually involved in repairing these genetic mistakes, has a higher rate of mutations that it creates. In fact, there's also DNA repair mechanisms such as it's double nucleotide what is it? Double-stranded non-homologous end joining. There we go. God damn, how did I remember that?
Can I ask you a question now?
Double-stranded non-homologous end joining, which actually innately makes a mutation just through repairing. And if a cell is not undergoing cell division, it is predominantly the kind of DNA repair that is going to happen. So you're more likely to get a mutation from simply existing than from anything else regarding like environmental carcinogens.
Okay, I wanted to go to the basic part of what you talk about, cellular mutation. Okay.
That's not what I said.
No.
Can you please
Are you
summarize
kidding? This was the
everything you
basis
just
of your
said?
conversation.
He listened real well.
No.
I'm not going to listen to all the other stuff that you
I
added
can see
in there.
your
We're
eyes
talking about
glazing
cellular
over.
mutation.
Wait.
Let's talk about it.
Wait, no. Quantonaut and deconstruction. When did I say the word meditation?
Meditation.
Never.
I didn't say it.
Mutation.
Oh my good lord. Okay. To understand
So
cell mutations, you need to understand.
Can I ask you a question? May I ask you
Go
a
ahead.
question, please? Okay. So if this cell is in the proper environment and everything is the way it should be, would there be mutations?
Yes, because DNA polymerase 5, DNA polymerase 1, DNA polymerase 2, as well as non-homologous end joining, which occurs just as a product of actually existing, as well as the fact that, what else?
What you're
Okay, so
speaking of
DNA
is corrupt
polymerase,
DNA.
DNA polymerase 1 and DNA polymerase 2 are required for your cells to divide because they help to replicate your DNA for the next generation of cells. So
Right,
now
but there
DNA
was some
polymerase 1
corrupt.
and DNA polymerase 2, they're not corrupt. They're proteins
There
that
was
duplicate your DNA. They're there to replicate your DNA so your cells can grow. Now, DNA polymerase 1 and DNA polymerase 2, they both can make mistakes. I believe it's DNA polymerase 1 or 2. I don't remember which one it is. But there's multiple different types of DNA polymerases. And one of the DNA polymerases, the primary one that actually allows your cells to divide. In fact, let me teacup real quick just to make sure that I tell you the right one.
Well, can I ask a question while you're doing
Notice
this?
how he didn't snicker at me, but he did snicker at Scientific Snitch. Just want to point that out.
If
Yeah.
you have a DNA split or a bonding together and there's impurities in there, that's going to show up as a genetic disformation somewhere down the genomes. There, you're
What
talking
are the
all
words
this
you're
other
saying?
stuff. Let's
The
go
words
back
you're
to
saying
the
do not have any basis in
Nobody but
science.
eugenicists talk about impurities in DNA.
That's why I went to teacup real quick. Wait,
that had no
that's
meaning.
that's why I teacupped for a second. It's not DNA polymerase 1 or 2. Those are the repair ones. It's DNA polymerase 3. That's my bad. But DNA polymerase 3 is the primary polymerase that replicates your DNA. Now, DNA polymerase 3 cannot double check the DNA that it's replicated, and sometimes it makes mistakes. It can only double check the last nucleotide that it was replicating. So let's say it makes a mistake and then skips 2 spaces and doesn't catch that mistake. That is a DNA mutation. So no, DNA polymerase 3 will inherently make mistakes. In fact, you're making about 50-ish mistakes just by existing every minute. You're generating thousands upon thousands of DNA mutations just by existing, even if you are in the perfect environment, because DNA polymerase 3 is not a perfect protein. No protein in your body is perfect.
I agree with that.
That's the point. So even if you're in the perfect environment, these proteins will inherently make mistakes. So DNA mutations will happen even in the perfect environment.
There is no perfect environment today. It's all been contaminated, corrupted.
In your hypothetical, it still would happen. Even in your hypothetical.
But this is like talking to a Trinitarian. You're onto everything that you've been taught.
What's the proof that there could be DNA and a perfect environment in which there's never decay or mutation?
Well, because I believe in the Bible, we were originally created that way.
The Bible's the proof.
Says the scientific man.
Yeah,
science
absolutely.
Man. Hey, how long?
The Bible, I believe, is just a witness.
Certainly,
it's written down.
To witness the nonsense. How long ago did Adam and Eve get created? What, about 6,000 years?
How long of what?
About 6,000 years ago, Adam and Eve was created.
That's what man is documented. So I don't know.
According to the
can't
Bible,
say for sure. Yeah.
Well, is the Bible documentation accurate?
Yes.
Okay, so does the Gospel of Luke chapter 3 not give you a genealogy from Jesus all the way back to Adam?
Well, if you agree with what's written, Moses wrote the genealogy all the way back through Adam, right?
I'm asking you, in Luke chapter 3, when we get a genealogy of Jesus going all the way back to Adam, is it correct?
I've got to drop real quick.
Right.
It's still a little bit too late. Thank you so much for having me up.
Thanks so much, Snitch. Good to hear from you. Snitch.
But is the genealogy correct? I believe so. Time is just a concept. I mean, is a day of 1,000 years? I don't know.
I'm sure it is.
I can't say for sure.
So if the genealogy in Luke is correct, then what that means that Adam and Eve lived roughly 6,000 years ago. Do you think that there's no sign of human or biological life prior to 6,000 years ago?
I don't know how to word it, but yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
that's fine.
We have settlements.
I don't know how to word it where you'll understand because
because my brain is so my brain's so smooth I couldn't grasp how years work. So
No, that ain't what I'm saying.
what we
Not
have
being
in
disrespectful.
Turkey and in other places in the Middle East, we actually have settlements that are 12,000 years old. There's Karahan Tepe, and there's also Göbekli Tepe. One's typically referred to as Stone Hill, but both of those settlements, doubled the age of Adam and Eve.
Those tests are of man science, and we don't know the different decay degeneration of carbon. Different atmospheres, different whatever, decay carbon different. We just declared a time frame on that. Would you agree?
Nope.
We declared.
And you're wrong.
We know this very well.
Carbon
So
decays
the one I know more is
zirconium,
like uranium dating, because when zirconium crystals are created, when they're formed, they are formed with a very specific, or rather, they cannot form with lead inside them. Like chemically, it is not possible for zirconium to form with lead, but they can form with uranium. And uranium decays into lead. So by looking at a zirconium crystal and taking the ratio of uranium atoms to lead atoms inside of it, we can get a very accurate date into when those crystals were actually formed, because of the chemical requirements in which those have to be formed in.
Well, yeah, I could see why you would think that, but it also depends on the surrounding environment.
That's just what the data says.
Okay, now let me finish the sentence.
Imagine
please.
knowing all
you have to,
more than all of science.
To
it
disprove
must be a heavy load to bear. Is it hard knowing that you've debunked the entire scientific community in every single field?
Well, according to my religion studies, you can debunk man almost all the way through. Religion, science, politics is the same.
God, the arrogance.
I know. It must be hard being the seat of all knowledge. Is the Bible true in all that it says, or just like most of what it says?
Well, it is truth, yes. It's just
100%.
Who's translating?
Well, do you know Greek and Hebrew?
It'd be very easy to prove me wrong.
Oh, you
all
do?
You have to do.
Well, I've studied it all. I don't commit to
Lord. Is that the case?
In Hebrew.
Name
the word
one
church is ecclesia, which should be quahal. That's a fellowship. And
ecclesia.
Ecclesia translates into qahal.
Qahal.
And
so
what
there's no Q-U in Hebrew. Can you name a single verbal stem in Hebrew?
No.
Oh, okay. So you don't know Hebrew. Gotcha. Okay. So, anyways, let's go look at some passages in the Bible. Maybe you can tell me if something in the Bible means what I think it means, because there's some stuff in the Bible that seems a little bit problematic to me.
Okay.
So, for example, do you know who the father of Josiah is? And I'm sorry, the father of Jeconiah?
No, I could look that up easy enough.
It's in 1 Chronicles 3, 15, and 16. It also shows up in Jeremiah. The father of Jeconiah is supposed to be Jehoiakim. Now, unfortunately, when we get to the book of Matthew, Matthew gets the wrong father. Matthew says it's Josiah. It says Josiah was the father of Jeconiah, but Josiah wasn't the father of Jeconiah.
I'd have to read in context if they're talking about the same one. There's many repeated names in the Bible.
Not Josiah and Jeconiah.
But yeah, I don't know.
Now, also, Matthew leaves out 3 different individuals. So we've got the lineage from Joram to Uzziah, but there are 3 different generations between Joram and Uzziah. He left 3 of them out.
Well, can't answer.
I know you can't answer. And then he goes on to say the most preposterous thing in the whole chapter. It says all the generations from Abraham to David are 14 generations. That's true. Then he said from David to the deportation to Babylon, 14 generations. That's false. There's 18. He left 4 people out. Then he says from the deportation of Babylon to the Messiah, 14 generations. Wrong. There's 13 generations. He double counted Jeconiah. Bible can't even count.
How do you know he doubled the specific?
Because I'll show you. So it says from the deportation of Babylon to the Messiah. So what we can do is just backtrack. Easy enough. Let's go to the deportation. Deportation starts here. After the deportation, there was Jeconiah, who is the father of Salathiel. So that's number 1. Salathiel, number 2. Salathiel, the father of Zerubbabel. That's number 3. Zerubbabel, the father of Ubid. That's number 4. And Ubiud, the father of Eliakim. That's 5. Eliakim, the father of Azor. That's 6. Azor, the father of Zadok. That's 7. Zadok, the father of Achim. That's 8. Achim, the father of Eluid. There goes 9. Eluid, the father of Eleazar. That's 10. Eleazar, the father of Mathan. That's now 11. Mathan, the father of Jacob, is 12. And Jacob, the father of Joseph. And there you go.
So, Paul tells us directly on this not to get hung up on the lineage.
Also,
so there was discrepancies.
When I said I double counted,
time.
when I said he double counted Jeconiah, he counts Jeconiah here in this set of 14. So if you take Jeconiah out, so that this first set actually equals 14, the second set doesn't equal 14, it equals 13, even when you include Jesus in the genealogy. But as it turns out, Jesus wasn't the son of Joseph.
Jesus wasn't the son of Joseph.
Wait, well, actually,
like
let me ask you. Wait,
like
do you
I
think
said,
Jesus is the son of
to,
Joseph?
Like Paul suggested, I'm not here to argue genealogies.
Well, you said the Bible is true, though.
Yeah. Having discrepancies is actually more of a witness. It shows that people's different sides of their interpretation. Yeah.
It shows that they can't read.
If a scientific theory predicted two different outcomes from the exact same experiment, it would not be a valid theory.
Yeah. So when the Bible says that something's true and it's demonstrably not true, it just means it says things that's untrue. It doesn't mean it's more trustworthy. It means it's less trustworthy.
Like I said, you have to have a belief. You have to have a belief in science, politics. They're all the same. It's all the same conception.
We don't have a belief in science.
I do want to briefly.
You do have a belief in science.
We don't.
Yeah, I do want to
you
briefly
believe
ask,
that your science is correct.
He has no
what
idea.
do you think science is? I want to hear
Science?
him say what he thinks science is.
It's literally his first name. Come on.
Science is a man trying to proclaim his witness on what's actually going on.
Nope, that's not it.
Yeah. Well, it is it. That's what you got. Like I said,
I'm a scientist. That's not what it is.
Let's take every one of your
science
arguments.
is a process.
Let's take every one of your arguments or your theories to the very beginning and argue that. No, we don't need to continue on.
You're
like
assuming that there's a beginning.
What's the argument for there being a beginning?
Electrons, the most comical thing ever. We've had 200 years wasted now.
You don't think that electrons exist?
I do experiments with electrons.
Oh, fuck me.
Okay.
I build detectors that detect individual electrons. That is like literally what I do.
Listen,
I have seen evidence of individual electrons using machines that I have built.
I am personally offended as an electrical engineer at this moment. What do you think electricity is?
What you take it back to the wave motions, right? You've got energy.
No,
how do you
this is so.
Wait,
are you a Tesla guy?
Well, no. Let him finish. I want to hear the bad answer.
Yeah.
What? I'm not asking about energy. I'm asking what is electricity.
Okay, it's the water and pipe concept.
I know about waters and pipes. I asked, what is electricity? What is it?
It's the exact same thing. You have a power being pushed down a water with pipe. You cut that power off.
What is power?
Hammer, you get a spike.
What is power? What is power?
It's the energy of motion.
What is energy?
Being pushed in a general direction.
What's being pushed?
What is the thing in motion?
Hold on, Quant. Hold on.
That's what I'm saying.
What's being pushed?
It's a wave. It's a
wave of what?
It's being a push.
What's a wave? A wave of what?
Magnetic energies.
What's magnetic energy made of?
That's the problem. You can't tell me. I can't tell you.
Yeah, it's made of electrons.
No,
yeah,
it's fine.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, we
quantum.
can.
I've actually run. I've actually
You can't
personally
tell
run
me
the
how a
original
magnetic
experiment
field works.
that
Oh,
confirmed the
shit.
existence of individual electrons, which is the Millikan oil drop experiment.
That's
It was a
absurd.
very
That's
tedious
like
experiment. It took
going
8
back to
hours
the
to do in
double.
total.
That's like going back to the double slit theory.
No, this
Complete
is before the
nonsense.
double
The
slit
theory.
experiment.
Double
Yeah.
And it's
slit.
not nonsense. It's an experiment. It has a result. You can't say an experiment is nonsense because it's just the
Okay.
data. You
Okay.
can't argue with data. But the
It's-
Millikan oil drop experiment is the first thing that confirmed that electricity is actually discretized. Electric charge comes in discrete individual quantities. You can only have the elementary charge and multiples of that. You can never have a fractional elementary charge on its own. This is
If
what
we
the Millikan
draw-
oil drop experiment showed.
If you show me an electrical schematic and I do the same thing in pipes, I got the same identical forces happening. And whether I turn
Did you
water
know-
on or off,
you can actually-
if I create
you can
this hammer
see-
effect, it's the abrupt stop of
Yeah,
this
it's a lot of
motion
electrons.
force.
It's a
not
lot of electrons.
That's retarded.
To be clear,
Of course
the-
it is.
telling me
You
there's
can
little
actually
tiny
see
particles in
individual
there?
electrons on a budget
Yes.
at home. Do you know what a
The
cloud
motion-
chamber
Telling me
is?
there's little tiny particles in there.
Yeah,
That's
the motion
Do you
ridiculous.
know what a
is
cloud
the
chamber is?
electrons moving through a substrate. That's what's the force. That's what the force is.
I can show you the results of a cloud chamber.
You're moving
right
magnetic
now.
waves. You are not moving a particle. I mean, it's
What
that
do you
can
think
actually see
magnetic
the
waves are
particles.
made of?
What are they? Nobody knows. You can't tell
Jesus
me.
Christ!
That's
Yeah,
why I
Justin,
said let's
this is
go
the
back to the
equivalent.
basics.
This
Let's
is
go
This
so
is
back
the
bad.
equivalent of
Every one
This
of
is
these
so
fundamentals.
bad.
this is the equivalent of like when
Tell
I
me
debate
how
people who tell me that
magnetic
dreams do
waves
not
work.
exist.
Tell me
Look,
how gravity
look, you can see
works.
Okay.
individual
You can only
electrons.
theorize.
In this case,
No,
I
we
believe
can't
it's also
theorize.
photons, but
You're only
We know,
theorizing.
we know what they're made out
Y-
of.
No,
you can see
don't.
them with your
Yes.
own
That's a
eyes.
joke. There is not a single.
This is a
working
cloud chamber. You
demonstration
can
of
build
what
it on a
Oh.
budget. It does not
gravity-
cost that much to do, and you can see the individual particles shooting off of radioactive sources. Some of those are electrons. Some of them are also other fundamental
Are you
particles like
talking about
photons,
putting plutonium
muons.
in a really dense gas?
No, it's not plutonium. You can put any radioactive material in there.
Wow.
When I did this back in high school, again, a high school student can do this. An experimental,
You're
an elementary
witnessing
school student could do this.
expel.
But you can do it with I did it with lead-210, which is mostly, I believe, a beta emitter, which is electrons.
But what you're
And you can see
witnessing
them. You can
is
see the
energy
electrons.
Would you agree you're witnessing energy escaping?
Energy is not a physical thing. Energy is a property of matter.
Yeah, this is like
It takes energy
physics.
to kick what you're
Physics
calling a particle out.
101. Like I literally, when I was in high
yeah.
school physics, I learned that energy isn't a thing that exists on its own. Energy is a measurement of things that do exist. When it changes
It's like
either
velocity.
position or velocity, it has energy.
Mhm.
It's the measure of change in physical,
measure,
in
yes.
the real world. So energy
yeah,
isn't a thing
Specifically,
that exists on its own.
I totally agree.
Specifically,
Energy
it's a
is-
conserved Noether quantity that actually isn't even conserved on the cosmic scale. Like on the cosmological
Cosmos
scale,
scale.
energy is not even a well-defined concept.
well
Because
that's a
energy is
Trinity
defined
argument
as a
there again.
a conserved Noether quantity over time translation symmetry, which
I'm
the universe
saying
on cosmological time scale does not obey.
You can witness energy. There's the witness.
Why do you
There's
keep using the word
something's being
witness?
He has no idea what
Because
that
that's
word means.
that's what science should be, and it's not. Science should only be a witness. Instead,
Science is
they're
a
in
process.
theories,
It's not what you
and
want
they're-
it to be.
Science
Hey,
is a pro-
science man, what type of scientific training have you engaged in? Do you have any post-secondary education?
I was an honorary engineer and a founding member of LOIS, League of Independent Scientists.
So what I'm asking is, do you have any post-secondary education?
No, I don't have any orthodoxy in the Trinity Church.
Okay, so the reality is you don't have any at all scientific training. Why do you think in order to become a scientist you have to go to school?
Why do you think you have to?
Yeah.
I don't.
What is an
I would
honorary
highly
engineer, by the
suggest
way?
most people don't.
I know. Actually, that's burning a hole in my brain too. You're an honorary engineer. Did I hear that right?
I don't know how you want to put it.
What's an
33
honorary?
years of
What's an honorary
years
engineer?
of engineering, manufacturing process equipments, in a manufacturing of graphene.
So you knew manufacturing pretty well.
Very well.
So you designed things. What did you design?
Equipment for production mainly. That was my funnest part, anyways.
Okay, so
outside of doing consulting for any companies that had related issues.
Sure. But in none of this training, did you ever actually go to a science class?
No. Well, I mean, yeah, electrical safety courses and all that, but just nothing
The
much.
safety course is not an actual class.
Yeah.
Right.
I've taken like 18 radiation safety training courses. Those are not actual science courses.
Okay, so here's the thing, science man. So I have, like, my background is in biblical studies and electrical engineering. Those are my
Are
credentials.
you an Orthodox, ex-Trinitarian type thing?
I'm an atheist. So my background is in electrical engineering, specifically robotics, and also in biblical studies. And I stick to those topics. Like, I don't speak to authority on topics I don't know about. That's why I have great friends like Quanta and Ems who actually do have training in these fields. The reality is, I realize that there are some things that you found on the internet that make it sound like all of science is lying and your Bible is true. But I need you to think for 5 seconds that maybe this man up here on the screen, Dan, doesn't know all things. Maybe the people who have spent 12 to 15 years getting PhDs in these fields of studies know more than the guy who didn't take a single class. What's more likely? The guy that didn't take a single science class knows more than people like Einstein and Faraday.
Can I give you an example?
I do want to iterate before you answer. Taking classes, it's more than just taking classes. It's like actually physically running experiments and doing original research. It's not just like regurgitating what I'm told. That's not how science training actually even works.
It's not like sending your kid off to school and they come back woke as hell. That was
we're talking about science. They're not coming back woke. They're coming back educated. And if being educated scares you, that seems like a problem for you.
It's an abomination.
What's abominable about learning things?
Because we're learning.
Because it scares you that your religion might be a fairy tale, and it bothers you, and like you get uncomfortable in your tum-tum that facts don't care about your feelings.
And yeah, in actual science courses, we have what are called labs, where you encourage students to do their own experiments. Obviously we teach them how to set up the experiment, what the process is, but like it's up to them to actually run the experiment and see the result for themselves. Like we say, yes, don't take our word for it, do it yourself and see.
Okay.
And that's what we do.
But
and
what I'm saying,
that's how we learn.
So example, this is good science. You take chemical A and mix it with chemical B and you come up with C. There's no problems there. You're witness. It's a witness. So therefore, that's
where's the
something
science there?
valid to base it
That's
on. Right?
That's not what science is at all. You're forgetting the whole key thing about making a prediction.
Science should be.
What do you think the scientific process is there, Simon Dan?
What do I think it is?
What's the scientific process?
Well,
I got a philosophy of physics textbooks, and we can crack it open right now and
listen to the lady that was talking about cellular mutations that was on here, right? She went to the orthodoxy school of what is actually happening instead
she does
waiting.
Research.
But what does that even mean?
Yeah, I'm still waiting for an answer to the question.
Orthodoxy school.
What that means?
He has no idea. He's just using a bunch of words he's never used before.
So listen.
He just calls everything that doesn't agree with him orthodoxy.
You said you had hundreds of years of learning and teaching in the science, right?
Who said that?
You said that.
I didn't say that.
You said
hundreds?
You had just mentioned that.
You think I'm hundreds of years old?
You look good.
documentation.
I'm doing pretty good for
of
being
the
post
science.
100.
So what?
All right,
what
listen.
Pretty
happens?
good.
Science
So
man,
what happens
here's the
now?
thing. At this point, I'm feeling like this is like we're engaging in elder abuse.
I just want to talk about the basic
You don't.
concepts of what you guys believe.
No,
and
you
keep
have
moving on
you
to
have
all
no
this
idea
orthodox
what's happening right now. You're completely lost and concussed. You don't know enough about science to even engage in any of these conversations. You don't even have a baseline to begin. It'd be like me
I'm trying to get to a baseline. You guys are going.
Well, you're
way
definitely
beyond
not going to do it by coming here. We're not here to teach you. Like we're gonna debunk your bad arguments, but we're not here to teach you the basics of like what is the scientific method. Like that's something you've got to go and Google on your own. But I'm assuming you think that
I
all
have
the
a good book.
websites on science are like put together by like BlackRock or some evil cabal, and you're not going to trust them, and that's fine if you think conspiracy theories are somehow more credible than people with PhDs. That just tells us that you're not equipped for this conversation.
I do have a good textbook if you do want to actually dive into the real philosophy of science and physics, which is Philosophical Concepts in Physics by James T. Cushing.
I just
And,
wanted
you know,
to talk
you can
basic
see-
concepts and how we got to where we were.
Quintanot,
So
could
I
you check if
apologize. I
Sly
can see
Bantan
that you're.
is the one who
There's
wrote
no
that book?
difference here. It's
Oh,
like
yeah,
arguing
maybe
to
I need to check
Trinitarians.
His name must be
at
on
the
it.
back if his name is listed in there at all.
Teaching
Hey,
Trinitarian.
Science man, what's it
Not
mean to be
seeing it.
transgendered?
What does it mean to be well,
Oh,
there's
boy.
no such thing as transgender. So,
I'm asking, what does the word mean?
well, it means that you're going to be what you want. That's what it means.
Okay, and
there's
you
no
think
such
that
thing. That's a concept word.
Yeah, so,
and that's
so
like
if
a Trinity
if
word.
I want to be a doctor and I go to med school, am I transgender? Like, what type of
Like I
definition
said,
is
it's a
that?
Trinity
Give an actual
word.
definition.
It's nonsense. There's no
So-
such thing.
just to be clear, you don't know what the word transgender means?
Well, I know what it is. Yes,
Well, I'm waiting for a definition. What's the definition?
it's somebody who wants to transform their gender.
Okay, so you think it's someone who wants to transform their gender. That's what you're sticking with?
Yeah, it's a mental disorder.
You think it's a mental disorder? Can you show me that in the DSM-5?
No, I'm saying it's a made-up word. I can't show you.
So, I mean, the book that we diagnose people with, the DSM-5, the diagnostic manual, is that in there? I think you're diagnosable. I think so. You don't think that we should use people's preferred pronouns, probably, huh?
I'm sorry, I didn't realize where we were at here.
I'm just asking. This is going to go somewhere. I promise. You're going to love it.
No, it ain't. This is science.
Do you think we
This
should
is so
use?
made up.
Do you think we should use somebody's preferred pronouns?
You're using a mental disorder to describe an actual
I'm not.
physical.
Well, trust me.
property.
I am describing a mental disorder right now, and you're going to figure out in a second if you actually engage.
Well,
So,
I-
do you
I
think
don't
that we
care.
should use people's preferred pronouns?
I don't even care to address them as a pronoun.
Okay, so the
or
answer is
anyone,
no. You
unless
don't
it's someone
believe
I
we
need.
should use people's preferred pronouns. Now, if for somebody to be referred to as a he, him, do you believe that you need to have like a penis and the right chromosomes?
If I'm introduced to somebody, I'm going to address them as who I was introduced to. I don't need to get into all this.
But I'm asking you, like, if somebody
this is
if somebody
ludicrous.
says I would
And
prefer to be a he, him, what makes somebody a he, him?
There is no he, him. There's just a being.
Well, as it turns out, there are he, hims. They're called pronouns. You use them every time you read the Bible. Did you know that?
Yeah, when Jesus says "I am he," is that not real?
What's a pronoun compared to the English compared to the Greek?
We're talking about
It's an
pronouns
address. It's
in
an
language, because as it turns out, Greek and Hebrew have pronouns too. That doesn't fix the problem. What I'm trying to get at here is, do you believe that it's wrong, that it's woke, to use somebody's preferred pronoun? So, for example, if somebody doesn't have a penis, should we still use he, him?
I'm going to address the person in the way I was introduced. I don't have to get into the weeds on that.
You're refusing to because you know that your God has preferred pronouns, doesn't he? What makes your God a he him?
Sure.
Actually, he's not really a he or a him. He's an I don't know how you word it.
So how come you never call it she? Why do you always say he?
Oh, see now, just God alone is a misleading title. There's many gods in the Bible.
God refers to himself as a he. God refers to himself as a he. Is God a he?
It's not really, like I said, answerable.
He doesn't want to get into it. If I called God as
I'm telling you,
if I called God as she, if I said she all the time, her and she, would that be a problem?
So you can't gender God is basically what I'm saying.
But God gendered himself. God says that I am he. So I'm asking you, why would it be a problem if I said that God is a she?
I mean, he didn't address himself as I as he.
Oh, all the time, yeah.
Messiah did it. No, he is I am.
God,
I am who is.
God
who
refers
was,
to himself
as
a he him.
I don't know if you're looking that up, but you don't have to gender God. I mean, you just
God genders God.
Mm-hmm. Well, pull that up because the only one I know that says that is Messiah, Yeshua HaMashiach.
Okay.
And I've already told you I don't believe in the 2,000 years of teachings of the Trinity as a witness.
Yeah, you don't believe that Jesus is God. All right, give me a second. So to be sure, every time God is called the Father in the Bible, that's improper?
No, that's creation. That's, the 10 Commandments.
Well, would it be wrong could we not call a mother?
Yes. So if you look at the 10 Commandments, they're split into two, right? The bottom last commandment on the left, this is called the God stone. The one stone on the right is called the man stone. Okay. So the parents are included in the first 5 commandments because why? A man and a woman created. They created you.
Are you going to answer my question or are you going to ramble?
I don't know. What's your...
What would be wrong with calling God mother?
Just because that takes on the Eve side of things.
No, Eve's
Adam
a human
was
being.
created first.
God's not a human being.
Adam was created first. Eve was out of Adam, right?
Also, in the Hebrew language, God always uses the masculine verbs.
Yes, it's masculine.
Okay,
sure.
so God takes masculine verbs all the time, and he says, and he refers to himself as a man of war in the masculine, Exodus 15:3. So he takes on masculine pronouns every time and masculine verbs every time. Also, Deuteronomy 4:35 says, Yahweh, he is God.
That comes out of the Torah because the leader is always the male. The female is not.
Let's try this again. It says, Yahweh, he is God.
Yes.
So did the author of this passage lie?
You have to address, right?
Did the author lie?
The leaders are always going to be referred to as a he or whatever because it's a masculine noun.
Did the author lie? Still asking you. Did the author lie? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, so when the author says that he is God, is it not a he?
It's just referring to the masculine noun, like you said. It's not saying he's male.
So then, what would be wrong with saying
leader?
What would be wrong with saying Mother God?
Because mother is not the leader.
It doesn't matter. God doesn't have a gender. He's not a mother or a father. A mother or a father ain't nothing to do with leadership.
See, this
because
goes on to like the
because as
naming.
it turns out, there are men who are not leaders.
So this goes on to like the naming. Then where you usurp the naming in the Hebrew because they're not actual names; they're titles. Okay. And when you convert it into a name, you've also lost some meaning there. I'll give you an example. Jesus. Okay. Depending on oral articulations, they vary throughout. You got Yeshua, whatever you want to say. That is Yah, which is God, saves. Okay.
That's not what that means.
It is what that means. But
no, Yah is not the Hebrew word for God. You're just as bad at biblical studies as you are at science.
So there you go. You can tell me, Mr. Guy.
So Yah is not the name of God. It's an abbreviated form of Yahoo. Yahoo is the form that they were using for Yahweh in the southern Levant near Egypt. It's popular in Elephantine. It's popular in like the Midianite region. But if you go north, Yahweh was the appropriate name for God. Both forms show up in the Bible depending on where the text comes from.
Yah is just a representation of the Tetragrammaton.
Not.
It's a way of addressing. I'll give you an
though.
example. You replace the J in the English language and put a Yah in front of it. Okay, you know, hallelujah. It's hallelujah.
Yeah, we're aware.
That he even let us.
We're aware, and I addressed that, and you weren't listening. I said Yah is an abbreviated form of Yahoo, which is an official name of the same God. If you look at the Elephantine papyri and some of the other ancient artifacts that we have, Yahoo is a popular name for Yahweh, which was used in the southern Levant, not the northern Levant. In the northern Levant, they used Yahweh.
You're citing Greek papers there.
Nope, why? Hebrew.
No, you're citing Greek.
I'm citing Hebrew. No. Hebrew. No. The Elephantine papyri. We've got all kinds.
You're saying papyri. That's Latin right there. It's in the word you're speaking.
I don't think you understand. Something being written on papyri has nothing to do with the language it was written in.
Nobody knows the exact oral enunciations of the Paleo Hebrew. So we're just communicating here.
This is
it's
crazy.
All gonna be sounding different.
This is crazy that you think the word papyri dictates the language that's written on it.
Absolutely.
So do you think that all papyri has Greek writing on it?
I don't know.
I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
But I'm telling you, it's got a Greek concept right there out of the get-go.
It doesn't. I'm going to show you an image. I'm going to show you an image of the so-called Elephantine papyri, which I assume you've literally never looked at. This is a copy
that looks like Dead Sea Scrolls.
of one of the Elephantine papyri. It's written on papyrus. The reasons why it's on papyrus is because it's from Egypt. They use papyri in Egypt. The language is in Biblical Aramaic, not in Greek. The reason why it's in Biblical Aramaic is because it's written by a bunch of Jews that lived in Egypt. Jews who lived in Egypt used the language. The Essenes didn't write this. This was discovered in Egypt. This is from Elephantine, a region in Egypt. There's a Jewish settlement. I know you don't know because you don't look anything up. There's a settlement in Egypt called You do need to know this because you're completely incapable of understanding anything because you don't look anything up.
No.
You've done no research. This is why you have honorary titles rather than real titles. The papyri that comes from Egypt doesn't dictate the language that's written on it. We have papyri from Egypt written in dozens of different languages. The people who are writing dictate the language that goes on the papyri.
Yes.
It's embarrassing. Dan, I've never met somebody so overconfident in their abilities and so underprepared. Underprepared to actually engage in any details or specifics. I've been doing this for 2.5 years, maybe 2.5 years now. I've never met somebody so underskilled and overconfident in what they think they know. This is a train wreck. Dan, I hope you don't have like grandchildren watching this.
This is bad.
Oh, I'm
It's
just
really
trying
bad.
to point out you can't even start at the beginning and talk a basic concept with me. And you go on to all your papyries. I'm like, I don't care. Let's go back to the basics.
You can't follow anything. You don't know the basics.
If I want to do a scientific test, right? And I'm going to write my reports on what I witnessed. If my first step is off, the whole thing is off. And that's what I want to address is the first step of science, the first step of man,
What's
the first step of religion.
What's the first step in the scientific process?
Whatever you want to process.
We can verify it right here.
You can tell me somebody's words on it.
So you don't know.
It's literally just the scientific method. Do you know who even came up with the scientific method?
It is Science
who's
Mandela, of
commonly...
course.
Yeah.
That is where the name comes from.
But like, do you know who's commonly ascribed as having developed the scientific method?
Nope.
No, of course not. It's Sir Francis Bacon.
And what does that prove? What does that piece of really helpful
He's the first
information
person
prove?
who described what this method should be.
It demonstrates that
you don't
you
even know what
haven't
the
spent.
method is.
Yeah, you haven't spent 5 minutes. These are a bunch of shower thoughts that you've strained together that you think other people need to hear. These are bad shower thoughts. They're not even good shower thoughts.
I'm saying the first.
These are embarrassing shower thoughts, is what they are. So no one can hear you. We're officially done here. I think we've wasted like an hour on this call, and there's never going to be any progress because you're incapable of listening. And you're incapable of following dialogue. You're the one that can't follow dialogue, not us. So, you don't know science. You don't know the Bible. You don't know anything. The best thing you can do for yourself is stop pretending like you know things and go take some classes. Go take some classes and learn something from actual experts, not from the internet. The internet's not your friend. Whatever, like, internet forum you learn this information on, yeah, go to Amazon, buy a book. Fuck, go to archive.org and get a free one. Get a free book from archive.org. This is bad.
I got the method up here. Oh, and yep.
Oh, yeah, you got the steps right there.
Go. Yeah. Observation, hypothesis, prediction, and confirmation. And then it's a cycle from there. It's that simple.
It's not hard.
That's simple. Oh, Lord.
I had a question for Quantinaut.
Yes.
So, it is impossible for something to be completely still, correct?
Oh boy. I've had this question posed to me a few times, actually, and it's complicated on the quantum scale because motion isn't really a thing. Because you have a wave function that describes the state of your system, and that wave function itself can be static. You know, like an orbital around an atom can be in the exact same state and not depend on time at all. And in that sense, you could say that the electron cloud is stationary. But also, every time you observe the electron, it will have momentum. So that kind of means that it's moving. So it really depends on your definition.
So my question is more relating to gravity.
Okay.
So does that change your answer anyway? So if something hypothetically,
yes, Ems. I had the same thought as you. Yep.
Okay.
If something is hypothetically an object, like for example my teaspoon, if it's completely motionless, then the curvature of space-time cannot affect its motion or its pathway. So would it then be affected by gravity?
So no, okay. Actually, ignoring quantum mechanics messiness for now, if something is stationary on the surface of the Earth, it is effectively actually still moving through space. It is accelerating through space, or rather, space is kind of moving through it.
So, for example, like if it's completely hypothetically, if it's completely still in all aspects, like it doesn't move with the galaxy, doesn't move with the Earth, it doesn't move with anything, but somehow, hypothetically, it's still like relatively in the same position relative to the Earth. Would it then be affected by any gravity at all?
Yeah, what? Like we can imagine an empty universe that only has the Earth, and that Earth is stationary, although, you know, all motion is relative, so even if the Earth was moving in this, empty universe, we could still define a reference frame in which it is stationary. And then you place like a spoon on the surface of the Earth, that spoon in a sense, would still be accelerating through the gravitational field of the Earth.
But how does that
Even
work?
if nothing's, yeah.
But wouldn't it, didn't you describe gravity as the pathway of a specific object being curved into another
Yes.
massive object? So if the
It's
first
the
object
path.
does not move at all, then how does
Well,
it
okay.
end up converging?
So it's because these paths are defined not just through space, but also through time. So even if something is stationary, that means that it is, in a sense, all of its motion is through time. This is one way to actually understand how time dilation works. One thing that you can say is that everything is moving through space-time at the speed of light, and it just depends on what angle it's moving at. So light, for instance, moves through space at the speed of light, and therefore you could say it's not actually moving through time from its point of view at all. Whereas in the opposite sense, if something is stationary in space, it is passing through time at the fastest rate it ever possibly could. It's very mind-bendy. There's some diagrams that help make it a little bit more intuitive, but essentially, no matter what an object is doing, you can still draw out a path through space-time that it's taking.
Very few. So it then would be stationary stuck without being affected by movement in space, for example.
Let's see, how do I explain this?
It's very complex, it seems.
A gravitational mass will. How do I explain this? Maybe I should figure out a better way to explain this offline, and then, because there are some good diagrams that make this make more sense. Because if there's no gravitational mass, you can describe space and time as sort of this flat Euclidean geometry, and the angle at which you are moving through space and time defines, the amount of time dilation or space contraction that you're experiencing. Gravity obviously complicates this a lot. It can curve the path towards and away from different, or mostly towards different areas. And this includes something like stationary on the Earth. It's effectively still accelerating through space, and it's just that it has an opposing force, keeping it where it is. That's why there's the equivalence principle, basically saying that if you were in a box and you felt like a pull down to the ground, there is no experiment that would ever be able to tell the difference between that box being on Earth, in a gravitational field, or if that box is accelerating upwards, from a rocket. Those two are effectively the same exact phenomena.
Okay. Good explanation. Hold on, I got a cat trying to unplug my entire computer here.
But yeah, maybe I can send you some stuff offline, and it'll help define it a little bit better, make it more intuitive.
Yeah. Well, friends, let me grab a couple of super chats. We're going to get another guest up in here. Thanks for sticking out on this late night with us. Colonel of Truth says, get home, turn on Sly and Fam. I don't know what that is. Pour a bowl of Fruity Pebbles. I know what that is. Pop on Basic Instinct, forwarding 20 minutes, volume off, and have the Prophet of Doug for a nightcap. I'm so gay for this. Well, thank you, Colonel of Truth. I appreciate you popping in when you could be eating Fruity Pebbles and watching Basic Instinct, but yet you're here super chatting, so we appreciate that. And iReactor, thank you for the 666. This sniffing either C2H520 makes you blind, kids. I don't even know what that is, but I'll be sure.
He's talking about a chemical compound in biochemistry, I think. But, organic chemistry. But I had a question for you, Justin. What do you think about for an entire stream one day, just referring to God in the female pronouns?
Oh, yes. I would love to do that.
The entire stream.
I won't even announce it. I'm just going to do it for the entire stream. Call God a she, her the entire time, and just watch people
mother
crash
and
out.
daughter.
Yeah. Okay. It's fantastic. Every time it says father, I'm just going to say mother. Just see what happens. The Christians will lose their head. Okay, that's good. Hank says, why do all these science men look like they're in a bunker surrounded by cans of beans and miles of tinfoil and jars of urine? It's because they're so much smarter than us, we can't comprehend what type of a lifestyle they could live. And Marcus says, LMFAO, yeah, electrons don't exist. I guess the science man isn't familiar with sulfation. I guess batteries just theoretically stop working. LOL, literally 7th grade science here. I know, listen, it's crazy. This is such a good point, because when you fill up a battery, what do you think you're putting in it? Like what
So
these...
I think I know where he was getting that idea from. This was an idea that Tesla was pushing for a while, because he also kind of denied electrons when they were first discovered, and he was trying to describe electricity as some sort of continuous fluid. But of course, we know that to not be true now. The electric field is quantized, and this is very easily shown.
Moses, I'm just going to say it. You should probably start asking guests what their highest level of education is, along with their age, name, and pronouns. I don't disagree. That might be the next thing to do. And Mo says, so many individuals have engaged Justin demonstrating functional illiteracy and poor grammar. Highest level of education level isn't too much to ask. Listen, I don't disagree. I mean, he could have been vetted. Ash is honorary member of the woke Trinitarian anti-electron school of pipes. Nailed it. And Samantha, thank you for the super chat, says, clicked on the stream, saw Science Man Dan, got briefly excited, then slightly disappointed, then really disappointed. Jesus was a trans man and he wouldn't have gotten a Y chromosome from Mary. That is the truth. But you know what, though? He didn't bite on the trans topic like I expected he would. And I don't want to stereotype people, but let's just say I stereotyped him as a person who would be really having a problem with the trans topic, being that it's so woke. Golak says, GM from Scotland, I just walked to the bathroom at 250 kilometers per second. I mean, that's pretty good, actually. And Ben says, wait a minute, glad to see y'all still cooking. Looking to start streaming games atheist community-wise. Let's connect. I think you mentioned that, Beans. When you get your channel set up, make sure you share it with everybody in the Discord so that we can go follow, friend. All right, well, I'm sure this conversation won't be long, but for funsies. Welcome back, Chris.
Hey, how's the Charlie Kirk Grifton going?
Well, being that he's no longer with us, it's hard for me to compare myself with someone who's no longer among the living. But how's the crying going? How's the whining and crying going? Did you come with an argument for your God being? Did you use? I'm sorry. Did you bring an argument for your God being real?
Well, I mean, there's many arguments of God being real, but I don't know which one you want to talk about.
Did you bring at least one?
I'm happy to discuss them, Justin, if you actually want to discuss them. But I mean, usually you just censor and block because you get intimidated. So,
no. Usually you get censored and blocked because you're incapable of having a real conversation because you're an asshole.
Justin, there hasn't been one time that we've actually had a conversation where you haven't censored and blocked because you get so scared.
You censor and blocked you. You get muted because you talk over people, and then you can't actually have a real conversation because, as I said, you're an asshole.
So I'm pretty sure that we have the recordings of all those conversations, and I just think that you're factually incorrect. And I guarantee if you go through all of those...
In fact, our first conversation was on 12/17. Yeah, because you're saying nothing. I'm giving you the evidence. First conversation was 12/17. Notes for the conversation is Christopher Salata made an asshat of himself again. Oh, that was our second conversation. Where's our first conversation? Let's see. Our first conversation might be on 11/17 or on 11/24, but I didn't write your last name in here, so it's hard to know if it's which one of these Chris's I put you down as. You might be a nameless Chris, but nevertheless, which argument did you bring today?
Well, I mean, there's plenty. I mean, first, I think it's important to understand that many of the scientists, which you often speak about on the show, actually believed in God, such as Einstein.
That's adorable. He didn't, but bring me the argument.
Does Einstein talk about Spinoza's God? Yes or no?
Spinoza's God isn't a real God. Try again. What's your argument?
Okay. Why do you think Spinoza's God is not a real God?
It's a naturalistic force. Try again. Do you have an argument?
No, actually, you're incorrect. Spinoza's
he's
God
never going to bring an argument. He's going to crash out this whole time.
No, we're going to talk about Spinoza because
he's going to crash out this entire time without providing an argument. He's just going to cry about me not accepting his definition of Spinoza's God. So to be clear, you're not going to bring an argument.
Okay. I'm actually trying to describe the argument, but you literally interrupted.
But also, you're assuming that like Einstein was never wrong about anything, which he famously was. Like there's his greatest blunder and all that. Like,
do you want me to answer that or just listen? Would you like me to respond to this?
I mean, we're hoping you're going to say words. So usually when we say something and then we stop talking, that's the time where you're supposed to start talking. And I know you have trouble with this because you always talk at the wrong moment, which means either you're incapable of having dialogue, which I think we've proven multiple times, or you're just an asshole, like I said.
Okay, so those were Justin's embarrassing attempts at trying to intimidate me, which don't work. But regardless,
I'm not intimidating you. I'm saying true things.
Here, just to go back to the argument, which is most important, Justin, is that science is just a way of describing what is happening within reality. And the problem with all of what you all are getting to is you can look in the deepest science textbooks and study the microbiology and all of the organic chemistry that you want, but that doesn't disprove God in any form. It just describes how God's natural laws exist.
To be sure, the science isn't disproving God because you haven't proved God, right? So when I say, what's your argument for God? Your argument for God can't be, well, science hasn't disproved God. So what's your argument for God?
Okay. Do you believe that people can study the science of consciousness? Yes or no?
This is not an argument.
Well, maybe if you let me continue to make the point, you'll understand it.
How about just give me premise number one of your argument?
Okay, well, you have a hyper-rationalist, modernist view of reality, which is automatically a problem in itself because you're addicted to modernist views of science. If you study much of the ancients, which are people who really understand the concept of God in itself, such as sages, such as Jesus, they really understand the nature of
Imagine being this clown. I said, give me premise number one of your argument, and you started rambling off on some bullshit. Premise number one of your argument.
I'm pointing out why you're hyper-rationalist.
This is why you get muted. This is why no one likes talking to you. This is why you get kicked out of every live stream you join because you're a clown that will never give an actual argument. Give me premise number one of your argument.
Okay. Consciousness comes before material reality.
Okay. Consciousness... You say comes before, like chronologically?
Material reality.
Okay. And what's your evidence for that?
Where do you think... okay, why don't we just keep it simple? Where do you think the universe came from? Do you think it came from an explosion?
I don't think it came from anywhere. I think the universe is eternal.
Okay, so you think the universe is eternal, but you think God can't exist?
I said there's no evidence for God. I didn't say God can't exist. I'm saying there's no evidence that God does exist. And your specific God, I assume you're a Christian, right? Did I remember that correctly?
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah, your specific God is impossible, but carry on.
Okay, so if Jesus is a teacher of consciousness, literally teaching how the mind works and literally the interaction between the internal mind and the external mind, and literally teaching people how if they ask things in prayer, which is basically a way of understanding as within, so without, he's literally teaching you the nature of consciousness, which is actually a true science.
He didn't, but I also don't care.
Okay.
So
it matters.
Show me a single verse where Jesus said anything about consciousness.
Well, we're using modernist terms for teachings that Jesus was teaching at the time.
Gotcha. So you can't show me anywhere where Jesus uttered the word consciousness.
Did Jesus specifically say anything that you ask for the Father in prayer will come to you? Does this make sense? This is similar to what modernists, like even scientific people, are talking about manifestation. People that believe in science.
I don't believe in manifestation. So try again.
Okay, so you don't believe.
Did Jesus mention consciousness even once?
Okay, so you don't believe any form of manifestation is real.
No, that's garbage.
Not really, no.
Okay, all right.
Why
Do you
would
want
you
me to prove
think that a
wrong,
bunch
like,
of atheists
factually?
believe
Do you
in
want me to prove you wrong
manifestation?
factually? Can I prove you wrong just factually?
No, you're wrong because we're not on that topic yet.
Are you saying manifestation doesn't exist, Justin?
Manifest something right now.
Doesn't exist?
Manifest it right now. Manifest something right now. Do it.
Okay, if I say the word crocodile, it automatically becomes an image in your head, which is a form of manifestation. It's
That's
an
not
inception of your
manifestation.
Yes, it is.
That's not what the
You
word
don't understand-
manifestation works.
That's because you don't understand the science of literally
That's not what the
consciousness,
word
Justin.
manifestation works.
But you don't. Okay, but
So I understand the science of consciousness. The reason why saying the word crocodile evokes an image in somebody's mind is because actual fucking sound waves move through the air and my ears hear them. When my ears hear them, my brain thinks, and my brain is capable of interpreting those words because you and I sometimes, not all the time, are speaking the same language. So when I hear the word crocodile, I'm literally responding to physical things in the physical world. This is not some sort of like translocation of consciousness. This is preposterous, but also it doesn't actually fix the problem, which is
let's
that
take it deeper. Let's take it deeper.
It doesn't actually fix.
Don't stop surface level. We're gonna take it deeper. So is crocodile just a word, or is it?
Chris, shut the fuck up for 5 seconds. I'm not going to let you derail this conversation the same way you did last time. I'm not going to let you derail the conversation the same way you did last time. We're still on premise number 1 of your argument, and I'm going to hold you to it.
Okay.
Premise number 1 of your argument. I'll never let you run away from your own argument. So you actually started an argument, and you're going to finish it. Premise number 1 is that consciousness comes before material reality, and your only support for this so far is that Jesus said things about consciousness.
Well, what he was describing is the kingdom of heaven is within. Does he say that, yes or no?
Luke says that. Jesus says that the kingdom of heaven is in your midst, or he said it's among you in the Gospel of Mark. But the kingdom of heaven is different between Mark and Luke. It depends on what you think, and especially in Matthew. In Matthew, it's going to be a physical kingdom. But again, that doesn't actually answer my question. I'm not asking you what did Jesus teach. So this is where you got a problem. I don't care what Jesus said. So consciousness coming before reality has nothing to do with what Jesus said. Jesus could say anything you want to.
You just want to go down the scientific argument, or you want to go down the biblical?
The scientific argument. The Bible's not true. You already know that. So when
so
you say consciousness comes before material reality, yes. When you say consciousness comes before material reality, Chris, hey, child, stop for 5 fucking seconds and we can have a conversation.
You don't speak to me that way. I'm not your slave,
I'm
Justin,
going to speak to you.
I'm not in your cult.
You're going to do what I want, or you're going to get the fuck out of here. No one likes talking to you in this community. You've worn out your welcome with everybody in the community. And the reason why you've worn out your welcome with everybody in this community is because you're a clown that can't shut up for more than 5 seconds. You're not serious. You're not a real adult. You don't actually know anything. You have no training. You have no education. You just get up here and make a fool of yourself while people try to keep you on track, and you're incapable of staying on track. You've got like severe adult ADHD, which is not a problem, but the problem is that you're not medicated. You're not medicated, so you can't actually follow a conversation from beginning to end. You get sidetracked on one thing to another. That's why no one likes talking to you. It's not because you're spitting truth. It's because you're an insufferable piece of shit asshole.
Notice all of Justin's insecurities coming out.
It's not insecurity. It's an insult.
An argument.
I'm insulting you because it's true.
It's an insult because you're afraid of losing a debate in front of all of your cult.
I'm asking you to stay with the debate. I'm asking you to stop veering off.
Then why not personally attacking me and just staying with
premise
the debate?
number 1, because you start by personal attacking 2 hours ahead of time in the comments. I watch you crying like a little bitch.
That's actuality.
I watch you crying like a little bitch in the comments for 2 hours before you actually get into the guest box. So when you get here, you don't get fucking grace. You don't get treated with kid gloves. You don't get treated like your mama's special son. You get treated like the bitch that you are. If you sit in the comments for 2 hours spouting bullshit, when you get up here, you get the fucking horns. If you want to get in the ring with the bull, you get the fucking horns. If you don't want to be treated like this, you come into somebody's live stream, you don't act like a fucking clown, and you won't get treated like a clown. If you've noticed, I didn't do this to anybody before you. There's not a single person that was up here all day that I had to do this to. You're the first person I've done it to, and it's not because I'm the asshole. It's because you're an unbearable piece of fucking shit that everybody on this app hates, because you're so fucking stupid and so full of yourself that you can't see how goddamn stupid you are.
Verbal abuse.
And now he's going to go tell everyone how abused he is. Get the fuck out of here. Stop coming back. No one likes you.
Christopher is the type of guy to lose to a flat earther in debate.
He absolutely would. He absolutely would. Oh well. At least he didn't have his camera on this time. Imagine like how easy a conversation would be with him if he would just shut up for 5 seconds and stay on track. Oh well. Let's get Gibberpy in here and then maybe Sail after that. Welcome in, Jib. Jib? Oh, Ashley, yeah, you can block his ass. No one cares about him. Jib, are you with us, man? No? Okay.
Honestly, during that whole discussion, I was having more fun just looking up diagrams to send to Ems.
Yeah, it's an interesting topic. Because, like, so, for example, if you have, let's say you have two objects in space, right? My understanding is that it's literally impossible for them to not be in motion because of gravity, the warping of space-time, right? So the minute you have any two objects in space, they have to move, don't they?
Well, I mean, unless they're... So, okay. Depends how you're defining motion in this case. Would you take in general relativity? But if you're talking about, like, the relative motion to each other...
Their distance to each other is going to move.
Unless there's an opposing force.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, unless there's an opposing force.
If you have any two objects in space, even if you just place them there and they're not moving whatsoever, right? You just have two objects in space and then you let go of them, they're going to fucking move. Like, according to what we call movement, right?
Yeah, that's just that's just how forces in general work.
Yeah,
because they're going to experience a gravitational force and whatever other forces they might experience, like electrical forces as well. You know.
Well, because that's my point. So this whole nonsense with the prime mover argument, like the idea that there must be a first thing to put things in motion. Well, that doesn't mean that can't be the case. If we have forces like gravity or any other force, the minute we have physical objects, they're going to be moving. Like, you don't have to have a first move.
Oh, yeah. This is a lot more of a simple question that I had anticipated, because there is a more interesting discussion to be had of because when an object is in free fall, you can essentially say that it is stationary in space-time, because that is or rather it's going in a straight line in space-time. But that's not what you're talking about. You're just talking about relative motion. And yeah, anytime you have forces, even if it starts out stationary, if you have non-zero forces between objects, things are going to accelerate. That's just F equals ma.
Yeah.
So if I try to rephrase it quickly just before we move on. So if you assuming like a universe that is completely static, it doesn't expand, it doesn't, just completely static, and it only has two objects in it, two apples, and those two apples relative to each other have a motion of zero.
Yeah, eventually they'll start getting attracted towards each other. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is, and to the point, like, this idea of a first mover is a dumb argument. You don't need a first mover. All you need is any object in space where there's more than one object. They're going to move eventually in relative to each other.
But also, like, from an even deeper perspective, that's kind of a weird argument, because even if you had a single object, just a single ball in a completely empty and static universe, you could equivalently say that it's in motion just by defining a reference frame in which it's moving.
True.
Because
True.
motion is like a relative thing. You don't need another object to be there to say that it's moving. All reference frames are equally valid. Now, for convenience, we often choose one in which like the center of mass is stationary, but there's no law that says you have to pick that one.
Well, the other problem too is like photons can't be stationary, right? Photons have to move at the speed of light.
They have to move at the speed of light in a vacuum from the reference point of any other inertial frame. There's lots of conditions in that, but yeah, essentially, yeah.
So like if you had, say you had 3 planets that are just chilling in outer space and you introduce one photon, that photon's not going to be, like even if you just take it and let it go, it's going to move. Like you can't stop it from moving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, from the perspective of the planets, it has to move at the speed of light in the vacuum.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, the whole first move argument is like dead on arrival just because of like how physics works, it seems.
Are they using like an analogy of like a domino chain or something?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
The argument is that motion requires a first mover, which is dumb, but sorry, we've got now with us.
When I listen to Quantinaut and Dr. Blitz, everything they talk about feels like every single thing, like singular topic they talk about, feels conceptually harder than the entirety of med school combined.
Oh no. They're bright. They're very
bright.
The
thing is, I feel the complete opposite. For me, physics is a lot easier than any of the chemistry and biology I've taken. That stuff's a mess. See, in physics, the rules are consistent, but in like medicine and chemistry, there's so many exceptions to the rules, and I can't keep them straight.
But yeah, I think the guest is Muslim, by the way.
Yeah, is this Sale?
Hello,
Sale,
yes, exactly.
Welcome
Hello?
in, Sale.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes, yes. Yes to both questions. I am Muslim, by the way, not Christian.
All right. Welcome in.
Thank you. Okay.
What do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Muslim God being real?
So I don't have a proof, like a mathematical or physical proof, because God is not physical. However, I have an argument or arguments that anybody can understand.
Okay.
And one thing that I wanted to say before is that you write that God is imaginary, prove me wrong. What I want to say is that something being imaginary is not necessarily wrong or arbitrary or invented. You know? Being imaginary is just that it's not physical. You understand what I mean?
I think the imagination is physical. So I think that's where we're going to differ. Also, I think things that are imagined are derivative of brains. And so when I say that God is imaginary, I'm saying that God is a derivative of our brain. And in order to say that it's anything beyond that, we would need further evidence.
Okay, so exactly, it's a there are a lot of things that I can give you that are derivative of brain. However, they describe the reality. I can give you the example of, let's say, mathematically a perfect point or a perfect circle. Okay, so this is completely imagination. However, we did not. It's not completely arbitrary. We did not invent it just for fun or just to. We invent it because it really corresponds to a reality that we experience.
So we use our brain to describe the world around us, right? So there are things that we describe. Like I could describe this case I'm holding in front of me. It's not a problem. I could use language to do that, right? But my ability to describe something has nothing to do with whether or not it exists. So, for example, I could also describe the life-granting unicorn, and you don't believe that the life-granting unicorn exists, do you?
No, I do not believe it, but this was just the first point to explain that something imaginary. Of course, licorne that you just said, does not exist, but there are other things that we can imagine, but they exist. This is what I wanted to make sure, is that imagination does not equal it is arbitrary or just a pure invention. Okay, and the second,
I am saying that God is an invention. That's my claim. God is something that mankind invented. That's why nobody can actually agree on what the God is or what it wants. because that God hasn't actually interacted with mankind. People are inventing gods.
Okay, but me, I say, and this is what I will, for what I will tell you the argument, but me, I believe that God is an invention that explains the reality, that explains something that exists, but we actually conceptualize it through our human mind, because we are humans. Okay?
Right.
And
But
the second argument...
Just say that's not an argument. That's a claim, right? So an
Okay.
argument would include support for your claim. So we agree we can imagine God. I know that you think that we're imagining something real. I'm asking you for the evidence that the thing that we're imagining is real.
This is what I'm going to tell you. I told you that this first thing was not an argument. It was just to make sure that inventing something in our mind does not mean necessarily it does not exist. Now you're telling me, I'm just telling you this. Now you're telling me, give an argument to prove that this exists. I told you that I can...
my claim, my personal claim, when I say that your God is imaginary, I'm saying that your God is invented. Do you have any reason to believe that your God's not invented?
Yes, I have a reason to believe why God is not invented.
Your God. Your God.
That my God, yes. That my God is not invented. I actually liked the argument of the person before, even though you did not like the guy, but his argument of consciousness, I can follow on this one, okay? Because
we said your God. Specifically Allah.
Allah,
Because
exactly.
the text is your God is imaginary. Even if he grants you the argument that consciousness proves God, it just proves a God. It doesn't prove Allah. Why is Allah true? Why is Allah not made up?
But the question here is about God.
Your God. It's not about God.
See, this is actually a very specific prompt, by the way. I do this for a reason. I could have just said God is imaginary. I don't do that. In fact, I did that when I very first started streaming, and that's very unintuitive for the guest and for what I prefer. I don't really care that much. Like, if you believe in a deistic God, that's not interesting to me at all. Plus, nobody believes in a deistic God. Also, I'm really interested in the God that you actually do believe in, right? So if you believe in a specific God, I want to hear about that specific God. So I changed my prompt like 2 years ago to say your God is imaginary. And the reason why I do that is because I'm saying the specific God that you believe in, that God is imaginary.
Okay. Well, then I did not understand very well the question. Okay. In this case, I will tell you, no, just the description that I have of one and unique God. I will not have an argument to tell you that it is specifically Allah or Jesus. Everyone has its own description. Every community has its own description of the same God, for me. But I know it doesn't correspond to exactly your question, because for me, I would not be able to tell you it is necessarily Allah or Jesus. For me, they all refer to the same and one, and we all have different descriptions of
wait,
different...
you think Jesus and Allah are the same and one?
They refer to the same one, yes. Every community has its own description.
The Quran specifically says that Jesus is not Allah.
Yes.
And it says specifically, and do not say three. O people of the book, do not go into the depth of your religions and the extremes, and do not say three. Allah is nothing but one God. Jesus is only a messenger of God. And do not say three, and do not say three.
I mean, I'm not an expert of Christianity and what they believe. I know only about Islam, but my thoughts...
Then you should know that verse.
Okay, but my thought is that I don't feel the need to know about other religions, since mine actually is okay for me and is sufficient for me. So I don't care. I would like to say I don't care about the God of Christians or the God of Hindus, but I believe they would somehow refer to the same kind of God, the creator. And they have their own description of him, and I have my own description that is completely satisfying for me, which is Allah.
And
but
it
doesn't answer your question. I'm aware it doesn't answer your question.
For you?
Huh?
What makes it satisfying for you?
Because it answers all the existential
What
questions.
questions?
Consciousness.
And how does the answer
First
them?
one. Consciousness. Because
Sure. Could you show us how Allah explains consciousness? Go ahead.
yes, I can show what Allah says about consciousness.
Yes, please.
God, yes, Allah says in the Quran, I don't know if you are familiar with, but He said, وَنَفَخْتُ فِيهِ مِنْ رُوحِي, which means that I
blew into him
how to say this in English?
From my soul and from my spirit.
Yes, please. Could you say it again in English?
I blew into him from my soul and from my spirit.
Perfect. So this is for me an explanation that is coherent or valid.
How is it coherent and valid? How does blowing into somebody from God's spirit explain consciousness? Like that just sounds like a creepy, like porno or something.
Okay, I'm not sure I understand because by the way, English is my fourth language, so it's not the. So how for me why it is sufficient it is satisfying as an explanation, because for me consciousness, and I think we might all of us agree about this, consciousness is something out of rationality. It doesn't correspond. Science does not recognize any consciousness, yet we all believe in consciousness. Okay, so for me this consciousness that is not described, is not recognized by science, actually comes from God, which is also something that is not described by science. Same nature.
You've read the Quran. You've read the Quran.
Is it from the Quran? This is your question?
Have you read the Quran?
Of course.
Could you explain to me how Allah describes sleep and why we lose consciousness in sleep?
I don't. I know the verse you are referring to. You are referring to it. I don't memorize it exactly, but
you don't have to. Just explain the concept. Just explain the concept. You do not have to.
The concept is that when you sleep, he actually takes your soul, and he gives it back to you when you wake up, as I remember.
So your soul leaves your body and goes to heaven, and it just intermingles with the dead souls, and then once you wake up, God sends back your soul into your body. You think that explains consciousness?
No, it's not. It's not the real explanation. Sorry, I don't know if you are Arabophone, but this is not the real explanation. No, this is not the real explanation. It doesn't go to heaven. Who said it goes to heaven? No. Sorry, what?
إلى السماء.
إلى السماء doesn't mean to heaven. It means to God. إلى السماء, to the literally to the sky.
Where is Allah? Where is Allah?
It's a metaphor. It's a metaphor when we say. Yes, it's a metaphor when we say God is in the sky. No, He's not in the sky.
But really,
He's
it is a
everywhere.
metaphor. It is a metaphor. So when it literally says it in the Quran, it is a metaphor. What is it a metaphor for?
That God is in the sky. God is everywhere. Is not in the sky.
How is that a metaphor? Where is the? Could you explain it بلاغيا?
Which one you're talking about?
When it says في السماء.
God? Are you talking about God or
God,
our
yes.
soul?
God.
God is everywhere.
Is he above? He's everywhere. So is he in just in Skatsas?
God is everywhere.
Is God in my urinary bladder?
Is in what? What is in what?
Is he? هل هو في المثانة؟
No, of course not. I mean, if you want to believe it, believe it.
Is المثانة a place? Is المثانة a place? It is a place. Why is God not in the Masana?
I mean, if you want to believe this, it doesn't matter.
No, I do not care about believing it. I'm asking you, where is he actually in actuality?
I don't know.
In the Quran, it says he's in the sky. Ibn Taymiyyah says in his very famous poem that to not follow those who go with their whims and to believe the one mighty who says he's above the sky.
But Ibn Taymiyyah, I don't care about Ibn Taymiyyah.
Jamil. Then again, why would God be lying about where he is when he says he's in the sky?
He's not lying. He's giving a metaphor. Don't you?
Then Jamil, then you'd have to be able to explain the metaphor according to Balagha. Where is Uslub al-Jamal, for example, or Tashbih?
Yes. Okay, I understand what you mean. The metaphor when he says he is in the sky is to show actually that he is above, that he is powerful. It's not to say he is localized in the sky.
Could you show it in Balagha? Could you give me a balagha explanation of it?
I'm not an expert of Arabic to give you
Then how
balagha.
do you know that? Then how do you know that what he's saying is a metaphor?
Because I refer
Because
to the
there
explanations.
is no linguistic pattern of a metaphor within the text.
Because I refer to the explanation that is given by different ulama.
Which alim?
I'm from Morocco, so the only one alim for us is Imarat al-Mu'minin, the Amir al-Mu'minin, the how to say this in English,
Which
the
Amir
commander
al-Mu'minin?
the commander
There's
of
multiple.
believers. Yes.
There is multiple. Which one?
No, there is only one in Morocco. It's the king. That's the only.
The king?
It's the only one. Yes.
Oh, really?
Check.
The king of
check.
Morocco.
Uh-huh.
No, Jamil. So the king of Morocco is your Islamic scholar.
Sorry.
The king of Morocco is your scholar.
Yes, with all the institution, of course. Yeah, yes. You know, in Islam, there is the concept
So
of
this is
Amir
modern King
al-Mu'minin, or
James,
not?
mashallah.
Look,
Yeah, but
MS.
the king of Morocco is not the caliph.
He is. He claims
No,
that
he's
he
not.
is. But
Then he's
for
a
us,
liar.
he is. For us, he is. We do
If he
the
claims,
bay'ah.
if he
We do.
claims he's if
MS.
he claims he's the Khalifa, if he claims he's the successor of the Prophet, he's a liar.
I don't believe he's a liar, and 40 millions of Moroccans don't believe he's a liar, and many people in Africa do not believe he's a liar.
So I just want to make
Actually,
sure.
not a single.
I want to make sure I understand
He's-
what's being claimed here. You're saying
he's
the
claiming
king
that
of
your king
Morocco is the successor,
is the successor of the
of
Prophet.
Muhammad.
Yeah,
Yes.
the rightful successor and the ruler of all of the Muslim nations. And
MS,
that he has,
I don't understand what you say. Is low. Your voice is low.
Oh, is it? Is this better?
He is better. This is what you're asking.
Is this better? Is my sound better now?
Your son.
Sound.
A little bit, yes, but it's still a little bit low. Yeah.
طيب. I'm at a loss at how to tackle this. Like this is somebody telling you that King Charles is now the successor of Jesus. Like, yeah, how? I admit defeat. I'm lost.
I gotta be honest. I think this is even more interesting than Allah being real. How does one know that the king of Morocco is the successor of Muhammad?
There is the tree.
What tree?
The tree of of his
lineage.
The lineage. Sorry, yes, the lineage.
That has nothing to do with being a Khalifa. Umar
Okay.
ibn Khattab was not
No.
from the lineage of Muhammad.
Just one second.
Abu Bakr was not from the lineage of Muhammad.
Just one second.
Ali and
Yes,
Uthman
yes,
were not
yes.
from
I
the lineage
understand
of
what you mean.
Muhammad.
I thought that deconstruction was asking about the lineage. If you're talking to me about why he is the Khalifa, because we do the bay'ah for him. 40 million people. We do the bay'ah. The bay'ah in
40 million people.
40 million, yes. We do the bay'ah.
That is nothing. That is nothing.
Oh, it's important for us.
It is not important for anybody.
I do not tell you to follow it.
You had multiple different Khalifas claiming Khalifahood.
Okay.
Who had multiple different, for example, the followers who added up to a higher percentage of the Muslim population than 40 million. 40 million is nothing.
But that's good, huh? That's good for them. I mean, why would I follow?
Why should I follow him?
Please, one question.
Why should we follow him when we have actual, valid narrations and explanations given by people who were followed by 100% of the Ummah?
Okay.
Like, for example, the Prophet himself, in which he tells you literally God is in the highest heaven. He never once did the Prophet say.
But you never let me answer the question, MS. You're asking me 100 questions and you don't let me answer the question. Okay?
Go ahead.
So, yes. So when you tell me that there are other Khalifas who claim that they are Khalifas, good for them and good for their community. Why would I, as a Moroccan, check for a Khalifa that is in India? Indian people will follow him. Me, I follow the Khalifa that I belong to and that is closer to me. This is the philosophy of Islam.
No. There is only one Khalifa. It doesn't matter their ethnicity. There is only one Khalifa alive at any time.
There is Khalifa that is being
and there is no Caliphate at this point.
Bay'ah.
Jamil, it is not based on ethnicity.
It is not what?
It is not based on ethnicity.
But yes, it is not based on ethnicity. However, it's based on your localization.
No, it is not.
It's based on your localization.
No, it is not. If you have a rebel if you have a rebel in Morocco under the Rashidun Caliphate, for example, and he goes against Umar ibn al-Khattab, you wouldn't say that I'm going to follow the Moroccan guy because he's closer to me than Umar ibn al-Khattab in Arabia.
Yes, go for him. Yes, go for
him. You do realize that when that happened in the Ridda Wars, Abu Bakr unalived all of them.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so?
Do you think Abu Bakr was sinning then?
I'm not here to judge him. I mean, God will judge him.
I mean, he was promised heaven. He was guaranteed heaven.
Okay.
So he's already been judged.
You know, if you are guaranteed heaven, you can still go from judgments before.
What?
You can still go from judgments before. Go for judgments. You mean, you know that in Islam before, even if you are promised, bien sûr, of course, even if you are, even if you are promised to go to heaven, you can go through judgments before. This is the step, the first step. This is the philosophy of Islam.
No, it is not.
Yes.
They do not get judged. They end up in heaven because they were promised heaven by God.
No,
yes.
I can't. No.
Are you following like a made-up religion? Because this is not Islam.
I'm telling you, I'm following the Islam Sunnite Malikite of Morocco. That's it. I am following the Islam Sunnite Malikite. So do not talk to me about others.
Al-Malikiyya
exactly.
does not follow what you're saying.
But
Al-Malikiyya follows the actual Salaf, in which they say that God is in the highest heaven. It doesn't say that God is in somebody's urinary bladder.
Who would I trust? You or all an institution in Morocco that is
maybe trust the guy who made up the entire foundation. Sure, maybe trust the guy who literally made up the school of thought you're following.
The guy who what?
Imam Malik, the guy who made the school of thought you're following.
No, but Imam Malik is not living in 2026. We need to
but we have his books.
Yeah, but I do not have the science to do this. The ulama have the science to do this, to adapt what the Malik said. But you do not let me finish my sentence. You do not let me finish
French
the idea.
in Morocco?
Arabic and then French, yeah.
Because I'm detecting that you have a French accent, even despite speaking 4 languages.
If she speaks Arabic and I speak Arabic, we wouldn't understand each other.
Gotcha. Okay.
Like your Arabic is like an entirely different language to mine.
But I speak also probably yours, you know. In Morocco, we speak all Arabics. But anyways, so what I wanted to say is that when you, of course, I am Muslim Sunnite Malikite. Okay, so what I follow. Just let me please finish this sentence.
Go ahead.
What I follow is not what Al-Imam Malik said centuries ago, because the philosophy of Islam is to reform it. You do not let me finish my sentence. What I said is that I do not yet, even though I follow this, but I do not follow literally what Imam Malik said centuries ago, because the philosophy of Islam is to keep it valid for each time and each place.
Name a single person who says that.
You never let me even finish one idea. So
where are you getting this information from?
This is the information. الإسلام صالح لكل زمان ومكان.
صالح في أصله ليس في تعديله لا يصلح تعديله. It is not okay for you to change. You do not agree. Then you're contradicting yourself. So her statement, just in her statement, P1, Islam is valid for every place and every time. Premise 2, we need to make Islam valid for every place and every time.
Great. Exactly.
If it's already valid, you cannot make it valid.
When we look, logically, when we say Islam is valid for every time and every place, it doesn't mean that it is by definition. It means that God, Allah, puts the responsibility on Muslims to keep it and to make it valid for every time and every place. So it is our responsibility as Muslims to actually reform and revise all these texts and make them valid to each time and each place. This is the real definition of this.
So when it says that it is valid, that is not actually what it means. It means that we have to make it valid.
If you want, but the idea is it is valid.
Contradiction.
No, it is valid. It means you should.
Is the claim that Islam is valid for every time and place, is that an objective statement?
It's an object. It's an object, a goal.
It is object. Is it objective? Is the statement objective?
It is a goal, not objective. No. It is a goal. It is a purpose. It is our responsibility.
So when I say that I am, for example, 150 years old, that is not a statement, that is an objective.
Say again, please.
If I say I'm 150 years old, that is not a statement, that is an objective.
When you say I am 150 years, c'est ça? Is this?
If I make the statement or the claim that I'm 150 years old, that is not a statement, that is a goal.
No.
Exactly. If I say Islam is valid for every time and place, is that a statement or is it an objective? It's a statement.
I'm telling you the real explanation of this. It's not a statement. It is a goal.
How do you know the real explanation? Because the founder of your school of thought disagrees with you.
Okay. Let me give you one proof that it is not by definition the Islam, like the one that has been sent 40 centuries. I hope that you do not interrupt me, please, so that I can keep my idea until the end. When I will give you now, just right now, the real argument that this sentence does not mean it is by definition like this, but it is your responsibility. You know that Umar ibn al-Khattab, which is one of the companions of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, years after the death of Muhammad, he actually did not apply for a certain period cutting the arm of the stealer. Okay, why? Because it was his responsibility to keep Islam valid for that period, and that period, the economic conditions were very difficult. So this is why he actually did not apply this. So he reformed.
When did he not apply it? When did he not apply it?
During that period, that was difficult.
No. When? At which scenario did he not apply this punishment? Because it wasn't in absolutity.
No, it was not in absolute. I told you when it was at a certain period where the economic conditions were difficult.
In the case of a person stealing to be able to afford food or shelter,
exactly,
it wasn't applied.
Exactly.
Again.
Exactly. So he reformed it, right or not?
That is already within the Sharia. No, that is not reformed. That is already within the jurisprudence.
Reform.
It was not reformed.
I'm telling you.
It is already quite clear within the jurisprudence.
Is it written in the Quran literally as in all conditions?
It doesn't have to
be. Is it written?
Jamil, it doesn't have to. Yes, it is, but it doesn't have to be written within the Quran for you to apply jurisprudence.
No, but did he apply this verse at this moment or not?
Yes, he did.
Exactly.
No, yes, he did.
Did he apply exactly this verse or not?
Yes, he did.
You just now admitted that he did not.
He doesn't in the cases in which it is not allowed. It is not allowed for you to cut the hands of somebody stealing to eat.
But he is the one who put this law. It was not before him.
He's not him. This is literally a consensus of the Salaf. It's a consensus of the Salaf.
He is the Salaf. I mean, who is Salaf before him?
He's one of them.
He is the one who put, I'm telling you, check the information. He is the one who actually, yes, he is.
Jamil, by the consensus of all of the Salaf, you do not apply this punishment when he didn't apply it. He didn't reform it. This is not a reformation.
It is a reformation of the verse. I mean, anyone in the live can understand this. I will just say it. In the Quran, there is a verse, please. In the Quran, there is a verse literally that said, in all cases, it says just like this. The stealer, you cut his hand.
It doesn't say in all cases. It gives
the
a statement.
The stealer cut his hand.
The masculine and the feminine robbers cut their hands. Further explanation is given by the Prophet and his companions. That this doesn't apply to a person who's stealing to be able to feed himself.
I don't know, but for me, if you do not understand this, I cannot do anything more. But for me, it's clear. It's clear that he changed. Actually, he reformed this verse. You cannot say anything more. And one second argument that I wanted to say, please. And one second argument that I wanted to say that the Quran and the Islam should be actually reformed to be adapted to the period we are living in, is that the institution of Imarat al-Mu'minin in Morocco, which is based on Islam Sunnite Malikite, actually is reforming a lot of laws from the Quran. This is, we're living it in 2026.
Because Morocco is not an Islamic country.
Sorry, the third article of the Constitution says it's Islamic Sunnite Malikite. What are you talking about?
It is as Islamic as the U.S. is Christian.
No, is it said in the Constitution of the U.S. It is Christian? It is.
I believe it mentions God in the Constitution, does it not?
So yeah,
I'm not sure.
We have a mention of God, but nothing of Christianity. I think the Treaty of Tripoli pretty much put the kibosh on the idea that we were a Christian nation. But a lot of our founding fathers were Christian.
But the Constitution in Morocco, it's literally said this Constitution is based.
Sure, and my ID says a Muslim.
Sorry.
My ID actually says a Muslim.
You are a Muslim? This is what
my ID says a Muslim.
Sorry, I told you my English is not the best. Your English, you said I'm Muslim?
No, his identification says that he's Muslim.
His identification says he's Muslim?
I can show you.
Okay, it's up to you. I mean, but you do not apply it.
Ems, don't do it on live stream, please. Please don't do that.
Okay.
No official identification documents on live stream.
But you do not apply Islam in Morocco. We apply it.
No, we don't.
We apply it in everything.
Sure. For example, in Morocco, do you stone the adulterer?
Sorry, do we?
Do you stone the adulterer?
No, not today. No.
Okay. Can you marry more than one wife?
Sorry. Yes. There is yes. We punish it. We punish it. Sorry. We punish it, but not with the. Yeah, not with the punishment that
then the answer was
like.
No. Sure. Then the answer is no. Are you allowed to marry more than one wife, legally?
Yes, allowed to marry the more.
I'm not
legally. Yes, sure. Yes, of course. Legally, but it is conditioned to the acceptance of the first wife. This is what is written in the Mudawwanat al-Usra, okay?
Mudawwanat al-Usra.
Yes.
Okay.
But legally, yes, of course.
Apostates? Do you unalive apostates?
Yes, apostates. We do not do anything for them. Yes.
You don't do anything to them. Are you allowed to marry children?
No, not allowed to marry children, of course.
So.
Of course. What do you mean, of course?
Of course, in 2026, I think there is no country.
Of course, you're allowed to. Iraq, you can marry 9-year-olds.
It was 14th century before.
No, now they changed it. They had a whatever they call it, a parliamentary bill or whatever, like a year ago. In Iran,
where is this?
Iraq.
It's their business. I mean, in Morocco, it's not so.
What? Well, where do you think they got age 9 from?
The age 9.
Yeah, where do you think they came up with that? Where do you think they got that random number from?
Lucky guess.
I know you're talking about the Prophet, etc. But I told you this was the 14th century before. In a community that were applying this kind of things, in a community where women were considered to be as goods, so you cannot actually apply the logic of 14 centuries before to the logic of today.
You're saying that the prophet considered Aisha as goods. I thought he was perfect.
I told you the community there.
That's what I heard.
So he stuck to the rules of the community.
In the fact of marrying children, yes, but not in the fact of considering them as good, because he said an-nisa shaqa'iq rijal. But yes, he said an-nisa shaqa'iq rijal, which means women are the. Yeah.
Sure. I mean, I could have a brother. That doesn't mean that my brother is going to be equal to me.
You're sorry.
The
Who is going to be
tells you
equal
that men. The Quran tells you that men are preferred by Allah.
Not are preferred in all conditions, no.
Not in all conditions, but they're preferred by Allah in a lot of them, which is why they have guardianhood over women.
Yes, and in other things, women are preferred. الجنة تحت أقدام الأمهات.
That is a weak hadith.
أمي ثم أبي.
That is a weak hadith.
I'm Sunnah, so I told you I'm Sunnite. I believe also in hadith.
This is a weak hadith.
But it's not wrong. Weak
wrong.
does not mean wrong.
It is wrong. No, it is wrong. If you think, if you think that weak does not mean wrong, then I'm just going to have you demonstrate to me why did God, or explain to me why did God specifically make the universe for Muhammad? Because it says in a weak hadith that God made the universe for Muhammad.
Made the universe for Muhammad? Look, there is something.
If it wasn't for you, Muhammad, I would not have created the universe.
Okay. When I said that weak hadith does not mean it is wrong, it does not mean it is right. It may be wrong, it may be right.
Choose.
Yes, it's the ulama who choose.
Oh, really? So show me ulama that says that heaven is actually underneath the legs of your mother.
Yes.
Because I think none of us would be hanging I think all of us would be hanging underneath the legs of our mothers.
It's metaphor. It's metaphor. Don't be. I don't want to be rude.
It is insulting. It is blasphemous, which is why they reject it.
Huh?
It is blasphemous, which is why they reject it.
I'm not sure I understand what you say.
Izdira.
Izdira, yes. Is this izdira for you?
It is, yes.
I mean, this belongs to you. But anyways, for me,
is it not blasphemous to say that heaven, which God is within, is underneath the legs of your mother?
No, for me, no. No, for me, what you say is not right.
So God is below the legs of your mother.
Yes, it is under the feet of my mother.
And that is not blasphemous. So it is not blasphemous to say that God is underneath the legs of your mother.
God is not under the legs of my mother, but the
You
Jannah.
said he's everywhere, though. And you said that heaven is below her feet.
Yes.
If he's everywhere, then by definition he's below her feet. And if he's in heaven, and the heaven is underneath her feet, then he's also underneath her feet.
Maybe. So what's the problem? I mean, when I say God is everywhere, it's not physically everywhere. When I say God is everywhere, God is not physical. But anyways, I mean,
he's not physical. So when he describes himself,
really important,
when he describes himself as having a throne upon which he sits and having two right hands, and describes himself as having a shin, and he's not physical.
Look, I'm making an effort to understand you because your voice is low, and English is not my first language.
Is my voice low for anybody else?
Sounds good to me.
But
just fine.
My English is not my first language, so for example, when you talk, I understand completely what you say, the host. But you, I'm really, I'm not afraid of any arguments. I'm just really having a hard time. At the same time, understanding what you say because, as I said, English is not my first language, and the volume is low. So
you know what's crazy
this is what
is your name Sal? How do I pronounce your name?
Salma, yes, but you can say Sal, yes.
Sal. Your English is better than Science Man Dan that was up here like 2 guests ago, and that guy's been speaking English all his life.
I'll confirm this.
If you want, but no, it's very difficult for me. English, I'm trying, but especially when the volume is low.
The guy who writes down like a entire perfect essay in the comments, and he starts it off with apologies for my English.
Okay, so I just
Sal,
I don't want to.
This is really interesting. This idea that the King of Morocco is the Khalifa. Let me ask you a question. Is there a way to falsify this claim? So, when we talk about
yes,
when we talk about claims, typically there's ways to prove it's true, and then there are ways we can prove it's false. What would be the method of proving it false?
Okay, I will tell you, and I will just explain something to you because I'm not sure you understand it. Being a Khalifa in Islam does not mean you should go. You should come from the Prophet. You should have the bay'ah, which means that people should like vote for you. Okay, so what would make
not
it
vote for you,
false? Sorry, I just finished this question. What would make it false is simply that Moroccan people do not vote for him. Do not do the bay'ah actually.
So, Justin, do you remember in Trump's first term when he unalived a guy called Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi?
Yeah.
Oh.
He also claimed to be the Khalifa of the Prophet, and he had bay'ah.
Yes, he did. But
So how do I choose? Do I choose the King of Morocco or do I choose the leader of ISIS?
it's up to you actually to see who is the one who is proposing good things. Is it Abu Bakr? Who, I don't want to say his name because it's not good for your life, I think.
Al-Baghdadi just means the guy from Baghdad.
But it's up to you to look at the
It seems like there's no way that this could
anybody.
actually be false, because ultimately somebody's going to win, right? And whoever wins, you would just claim that they're that person. So, like, there's literally no scenario in which you don't have one.
The scenario where you don't have one, I mean, it's in the case of people do not want anyone Muslim. This is this. If tomorrow all Moroccan people or most of Moroccan people become actually not Muslim, all the country will go to actually be not Islamic country and vote for this law.
Do you think that there's a more likely explanation why they would vote for somebody Muslim?
Moroccans?
Yeah.
Because
is there a more likely explanation for why that happened rather than a religious, like a supernatural religious one?
No, there is no.
There's literally no other like psychological effects or biases that you think would influence people to vote one way over another.
What do you mean one way
over another? The only other
another?
possible explanation is a supernatural one.
No.
By the way, you do not have to vote. Like if a guy comes in and conquers the land, Muslim, as long as like the criteria fit him, being that he's a male, being that he's above the age of puberty, etc., then Muslims, by definition, they have to obey him. They cannot go against the leader. As a Muslim, you're not allowed to disobey the leader, no matter what.
Yes,
unless he becomes.
This just seems self-fulfilling. Like I don't see how anybody would find this convincing in any way. And regardless, I feel like we've almost gotten like far away from the actual topic of proving
exactly, yes, I think so. Yeah.
Your God is actually true. Because like I do not see how, like, even if I were to grant that this guy has a certain lineage or whatever, how we get from that to your God is true. I'm not seeing that.
Well,
I think the point is that she's trying to make an argument for Islamic subjective morality by saying that the current king of Morocco, or whoever your local official is, can decide to reform the religion as he wills, and now that becomes the new religion. So if the king of Morocco decides now that child marriage is bad, then Islam actually says that child marriage is bad.
Exactly. Yes.
And that is just silly. That is subjective morality with extra steps.
And it is interesting, and I've got some questions about that, but here's kind of where I'm at right now. It's like 1:30 in the morning where I'm at, and I've got like an hour of super chats I have to read. So yeah, and here's the thing. I actually think, Sal, that you're actually a very bright young woman. I'd love for you to ponder this one question and come back and give us a really good argument. So the question is, I'm going to make a statement with a blank at the end of it. My God is real because X. And think about that for a while. What could you plug into the X that would make that statement true, right? And then I'd be really interested to hear a piece of evidence or an argument that would point towards that statement being true. And I don't know what time zone you're in. It's like 1:30 in the morning where I'm at, so like my brain's already gone. But I'd love for you to come back sometime earlier where we could dedicate like a good chunk of time to discussing it. Because, you know, a lot of times we get people in here and they're not all that bright and they don't really know much about their religion or their book. It sounds like you're actually trying really hard and it sounds like you're intelligent. So I'd love to hear like a good full-throated discussion from you on why you think that your religion is true.
Okay, perfect. Let's do this. Yes, perfect.
Sound good? But I'm
And
usually
thank you for the conversation.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for coming. I'm usually live 3 nights a week. I'm usually live on Monday night, Wednesday night, and Friday night. Those are my typical live nights. So any time you have a free Monday, Wednesday, or Friday, stop by, and I'd love to have a longer discussion about, say, the validity of the religion. I'll try not to get bogged down in semantics. But the as soon as I heard that you thought the king of Morocco was the caliph, I was like, this is so interesting. I was willing to let the conversation get sidetracked. But next time you come back, I'll make sure you keep it on track. Okay.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you for the conversation, and see you on one of these days.
All right, perfect. See you soon.
Bye bye. Thank you.
Quanta, could you imagine speaking 4 languages?
I could barely speak the one.
I'm at a loss.
I know, right? I have a question though. Like, if you grow up in a culture that is multilingual, say you grew up in a culture where they already have 4 languages, are you just going to pick them all up? Like, is that how that works?
Yes. That is why she speaks 4 languages. Because Morocco, they literally speak in the street in Arabic, in their version of Arabic, and in French. And she probably speaks Amazigh, which is like the local tribal language.
Mm.
But Ude Uye Ixpe Igpe Atenlay. Got you there.
Oh. You know what? I heard something about
I've been
Pig
debating
Latin.
the king of Morocco for a while. So.
I got to be honest. The king of Morocco is the caliph. Wasn't on my bingo card tonight. I didn't see that one coming. But it kind of it. You know what it feels like to me? That type of a claim, it feels a lot like what you would expect from somebody who is like a dictator. It's kind of like how in North Korea, they think Kim Jong-un is like some sort of deified, leader.
And also, you just reminded me, you're not even allowed to like inherit like succession of the prophet. Yeah. How is he a king and his son the prince gonna be? Anyways. So
anytime like you have a dictator or a king and they want to also be the figurehead of the main religion, I feel like it's a recipe for absolute disaster and control. Right? Because
you should read upon like the stuff that he does. He has like, I believe he even had like female guards protecting his castle and shit like that.
I saw that actually. By the way, that was the same guy that was wearing like skinny pants at one point. Hold on, let's see. I saw a picture of him at one point. He was wearing like skinny jeans, trying to look cool. I was like, okay, this guy's he's not doing it. It might be a different. I thought it was the same guy.
I think you're talking about Gaddafi, the guy from Libya.
No, he did too. Libya. No, there's another king that that rules over one of these majority Muslim countries. That is like, he's kind of scandalous. He's got like, it seems like he's got these extramarital lovers, and like he walks around dressing like he's like 20 years old, but he's like 50.
Huh. Oh, are you talking about like the guy from like, I think, is it like an East Asian country?
It's gotta be. Hold on.
Like Brunei or something.
I'm Googling it right now to see if I can figure out who it is. Let's see. He was super in the news like 8 years ago. I forget what the situation was, and then they kind of disappeared. Oh, here it is. Hold on.
Sultan Ibrahim Iskandar.
I found a picture of the guy. Let me get his name. It's Crown Prince Maha Vajiralongkorn. Oh my gosh, where's he from?
Which country?
Oh, he can't be Muslim. Maybe he's Muslim. No, he's from Thailand. I'm thinking of a different guy. I got the wrong guy. Nope. He's a crown prince. He's from Thailand, and I don't think he's Muslim. But this is the guy I was thinking of. Hold on, I'll show you a picture. As soon as you see the picture, it'll make a lot of sense.
I gotta see this now.
Just keep in mind that this is the crown prince of Thailand. That's the picture he wants you to see. This is what he looks like normally.
Oh, I saw that.
Huh. Is he wearing? Is he not wearing underwear? What is going on here?
I have no idea. I have no idea what's happening in this picture. He's like in a crop top, and his jeans are like down to his ass crack.
He was
Where is his underwear? What?
I have no
Why would he
idea.
need underwear? He doesn't have a butt.
No. Why does he have a belt in his
Raises
jeans?
so many questions.
What's the belt doing there? I wonder if there's another picture of him in here. There's so many goofy pictures of this guy, though. He's such a goof. But that's the guy who I was thinking of. But I don't think he's Muslim. That's my bad. Ridiculous. All right, friends. I got to read some super chats to get to bed before it's like 3 a.m. And what time is it where you're at?
It is almost 9 a.m., but I'm leaving soon for work. So
That's
I've been up for
one where it's like a reasonable
35
time.
hours.
Ems is an animal. Absolute animal. Chris says, fuck that guy. To the other Chris. I'd be mad too if my name was Chris. Here's my guilt money again. Felt like both chats were crucifying me. I cried a little. I'm going to change my name, I guess. I don't blame you. Listen, if I had to sit through Chris more than once, I'd change my name. And he's not coming back. He's never coming back. Kenneth, thank you for the $17 super chat. It says, blasphemy. The king is successor of the last prophet. This is the most interesting Islam debate. Other Muslims, you agree? Praise Doug. I agree. The moment she said it, it left her lips. I was like, what? This is new.
By the way, Muslims are not supposed to be in divided countries. Like all Muslims on earth, they're supposed to be under one person who's selected to be the successor of the Prophet. And that is why land on earth is divided onto the land of Islam and the land of war. So, for example, in this hypothetical unified Islamic country, Europe would be the land of war, America would be the land of war, and you would be commanded by God to go and conquer these lands.
Oh, damn. That explains
What
a few
lovely
things.
vision.
Right? Woolite, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, is this the first open cafeteria Muslim? And I think this is the first Muslim I've talked to that viewed the Quran and the rules as being like moldable and changeable. They're like the Christians, what they did with the Jewish Bible. They're like, well, do we need to follow these laws? I know God said to follow them forever, but like, did he really?
The guy who made her school of thought said to unalive people like her, by the way. But yeah.
Oh, shit. Oh, wow. So, guys, I wasn't joking. We had some long conversations tonight, and there's a lot of super chats I didn't read yet. So, just buckle up. I'm going to be up for a while tonight. Dread Goose says philosophy is for those who think they're too good for sewing circles, book clubs, and honest labor. You know, here's what is hard about philosophy is I feel like it could be useful, right? It helps you to think. It helps you to do logic. You could probably pair it with a math degree, but every person I've ever known who took philosophy, like as a major, they're useless unless you became a philosophy major. In fact, I met a guy once early on in my engineering career. I was up in Canada, and he was a programmer, and I was like, I said, "How do you?" It was clear that he wasn't an electrical engineer. He just wanted to do software programming. And I was like, well, how did you get into software programming? He was like, well, I was really good at logic. And I was like, okay, that's good. So did you go to take engineering classes? He's like, no, I actually went to school and got a master's in philosophy. He goes, and then I taught myself how to program after. He's like, but obviously you can't make money with a philosophy degree. So like, I just wasted all that time. I could have just learned programming from the get-go. And I met another guy who got a degree in philosophy who was waiting tables. I haven't met too many people with philosophy degrees that actually have jobs in philosophy. I feel like they're really good, if you're going to do a master's degree. Like if you take a philosophy degree for your bachelor's and then do a master's degree in something, then it could be useful. But like if you just go to school and get like a philosophy degree and then graduate and think you're going to go do a whole bunch of stuff, like you don't have that many options. Like you got to get trained in something else.
Maybe you can be an author, but like that's a that's a long shot.
Right.
But why would you go to a school for engineering when you can just be an honorary engineer? So
that's where I went wrong.
I was about to say, now that I remember, I think I remember his name in Flat Earth Spaces now more. Simon Dan. That name rings a bell as being in Flat Earth Spaces.
He's got a huge YouTube following. He started his YouTube channel back when Flat Earth first took off, like 10 years ago, combining Flat Earth YouTubers. I think he's from the UK.
Wait, are you talking about the guy, like this guy?
So the guy that came in, Daniel, his name when he came in was Daniel Ben Daniel, which means Daniel, son of Daniel. But there's another guy named Simon Dan, and I changed Daniel's name mid-debate to Science Man Dan just to mess with him.
Okay.
I did that. I changed his name.
Okay. I was like, is that? I thought...
No, I did that. I couldn't help myself.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Honestly, all Flat Earthers kind of blend together in my brain, so it wouldn't have surprised me if he was.
I gotta be honest, I was shocked that he wasn't a flurf. I thought that was going to happen.
I've never met somebody who thinks that there's like a dome over the Earth, because he was trying to make that argument that like our atmosphere is contained somehow, but also we live on a globe. So
he's a flat earther. He's just embarrassed.
I think you're right. Yep.
Yeah.
The only people that ever talk about how you can't have atmospheric pressure when you're in a vacuum are flat earthers. Mm-hmm. Nobody else has any reason to make that argument ever.
And also, he mentioned that the Earth might be very young.
Yeah. Charles says they want us to educate them on their Bible. You know what? They do, and I'm okay with that. That's one task I don't mind doing for them. If you don't know the Bible, I'm more than happy to open the book and walk you through it. Dave says, love what you're doing. You should set up a debate with Matt Slick. He just attempted to debate Aaron Ra. He did? Well, I didn't know that. Well, here's the thing. I don't know if Matt Slick knows that I exist. Matt Slick has been on the debate space for a long time. He does a lot of bad presuppositional apologetics. So, like, I think it'd be fun to debate Matt. I don't know if he would take me seriously yet, but I think given enough time, like once I've kind of been doing this long enough, like I think maybe he might come a knocking. We'll see. Piranha says she was literally squirming when you changed her special word. Justin, don't you know potential isn't super duper special? What a great start. You know what? I remember talking to Kay, but she had a slightly different name when I talked to her for the first time. It's been like 2 years though since I've heard from Kay. And the first time we chatted, she was really difficult. She was really combative and over talking, and that happens sometimes. We get that. Even I do it. But it was very contentious. And then we messaged a little bit afterwards, or I forget, she messaged me trying to continue the argument or something, but we sort of made nice afterwards and did some apologies for treating each other poorly during, talking over each other. And then I didn't hear from her again. I thought she was going to come back and we were going to have another follow-up debate, and then I didn't hear from her for another 2 years, but she came back and I didn't recognize her accent at first, but I was actually glad once I realized it was her. I was glad that she actually came back, but I was a little bit sad that she was still giving arguments from Aquinas. The first time she came, she was just doing that. She was giving Aquinas arguments, and it wasn't really getting anywhere. Adam says, made you that cheat sheet for callers from Matadorin on Discord. Hope you like it. Cook the crooks. Well, I don't know what you mean by cheat sheet for callers. Probably, and that's my bad because I'm backed up on Discord messages. I apologize. It's just one of those difficulties. I'm mostly up to date on my email messages because that's where like my formal business messages come in. I'm just huge apologies. I'm sorry. I'm backed up on Discord messages. They come in too fast to keep up with. And I don't know what to do about it. I don't have a secretary to answer. And the other thing is I get a lot of messages from people that are like just wanting to shoot the breeze or ask me questions. And I love answering questions, but I get a lot of them. I get a lot of people that also just have want to debate me as well. I get a lot of people message me that want to debate me on Discord. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. I'm not debating you.
I sometimes get people who want to share with me their theories.
Oh, that too. Yeah, I get that. Yep. Or I get a lot of people that send me like, well, here's my argument for why atheism isn't true or why God isn't true. Maybe you can use it sometime. And it's like a 15-page argument. I'm like, I'm not going to read this. Charles says, your beliefs don't mean it's true. You can believe in anything. Doug is my God. Try to argue that. Well, that's the thing. Doug is God. And no one's ever disproven Doug. He's the grounding of all ground. Matthew says, I become more and more convinced that they can't tell the difference between thoughts and reality itself. That seems to be the case. And I think part of the problem is when you're a believer and you have like God thoughts, you're surrounded by other believers. And so when you say things, nobody pushes back. And then they get here and they get pushback and you're like, what's this pushback, right? Myth Anthropology says Christians say we can't understand God, but insist we believe anyways. No, fuck you. I won't do what you tell me to. That's about right. Listen, if we can't understand God, that means you can't explain God to me. And she says God is love. Love is God. Round and round she goes. I know it's so circular. You can't say that God is love, and I would say what's love? You say it's God. Like this, that doesn't define the word yet, right? Charles says, grape is justice to David's wives. I know. This is the other problem. Like, the minute you read the Bible to them, words definitely don't mean words, right? If justice means you always get what you deserve, and then you read the story of David's wives, well, now justice doesn't mean that you get what you deserve. Chris says, ask her how we can know her God isn't just a sophisticated idea from millennia of human theological thought. I mean, Chris, that's really the point, right? Is that we've got thousands of years of people thinking about God, having shower thoughts about God, writing them down, putting them in argumentation form, and then people will read these and think they're good arguments, but they haven't read the rebuttals. Like I assume Kay has read Aquinas, but she hasn't read any rebuttals to Aquinas yet. You know what I mean?
And also, it is not very sophisticated if your God promises pussy and gold in heaven. So,
yeah, that's not very convincing to me at all. Or a river of milk. Isn't that part of it? A river of milk?
So, a river of honey, a river of milk, and a river of alcohol that does not cause you to be drunk. You have, like, alcohol in heaven, by the way. And you get mansions, and, like, gold, and, like, floors of silver.
What the fuck are you going to do with gold in heaven? Yeah, like, what are you buying?
Make electrical components, I guess?
They've got Nintendo cartridges that you don't have to blow into, apparently.
Sign me up.
I'm in. Bugat says, Philo Sophie choice. Oh, God. Philo Sophie's choice. She has to decide which Omni property to abandon. I'll be sad if the reference is lost. Fucking it's not. It's a reference to the movie Sophie's Choice. Oh, that's really good. It's like a Mexican standoff of Omni properties, but instead of Mexican standoff, it's Sophie's Choice. I love it. That was really good. And Reverend says, Katie, you just admitted your God is limited by faultiness of its creation. Us. God is less powerful than his failed DIY project. Yes. If God is limited, he's certainly not omnipotent. And Sarah says, confident ignorance is super dangerous, rock hard for Doug. And you're 100% right, Sarah. It's not just that people are wrong or that they have bad arguments. It's that they're so confident in being wrong. And that's the trouble. When we get some people up here that are like, they're they're like aware that they could be wrong, those conversations are usually pretty pleasant. It's the people that get up here thinking that we're idiots because we don't believe what they believe, and they just have to tell us why they're right. Those are the really interesting conversations. Those are the ones that get cooked. Meg says,
A lot of people call that the Dunning-Kruger effect, that there's like peak stupid and everything. But actually, it's even worse than Dunning-Kruger, because even by that original paper, all they say is that people tend to non-experts overestimate their knowledge on a subject. But even then, on average, they'll still say that they know less than experts. So
Right.
even by Dunning-Kruger, these people are outliers.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Meg, my friend, says, I get back from a margarita and sopa de pollo, chicken soup, to Filbra. I know. What do we call a female Filbro? Is it Filbret?
This works.
Okay. Filbra's fine. Godwin says, tithing to the prophet of the rock god. Rock for Doug Silva for sure. Well, thank you, Godwin. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing well, friend. And I don't know if you stuck around for the whole live stream, but we had a wild one. Dan says, keep cooking, Justin. Always rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Dan. I really appreciate that. And we're going to keep cooking. Santa Bark, I found a list of 8 loves. I know that's the funny thing is that you hear these sermons of like, there's 5 different Greek words for love. There's actually more than 5. But anyways, I found a list of 8 loves: eros, philia, storage, agape, ludus, pragma, philotia, and mania. God is which? I'm going to go with mania, actually. That's where I'm going to go with. But I think we're actually... That may or may not be right. I think that might be right, depending on spelling. But yeah, as it turned out, the famous sermon about 5 different ways of love is wrong. There's actually more than 5, by the way. Mitch says, I always find it funny that Christians think their God cares about a single person out of Israel. Doug loves all. That is the case. Listen, God indiscriminately kills people in Israel through famine, through plague, through war. He doesn't care about the individual within that nation. He cares about the nation as a whole, giving them all the praise and worship. That's what he wants. Coffee Mom, beautiful cat, says words don't mean words, because if words did mean words, then none of my beliefs can be true because they are obviously wrong. Therefore, Aquinas. That's 100% it. The words can't mean what they say, because otherwise my religion doesn't mean what I think it means, or it's not true. Therefore, words don't mean words. It's interesting that Christians are so willing to lie, though. Weezer says Christians treat the Bible like movie witches treat spell books. Never read it at all. Just flip to a verse or a spell. Literally cosplaying Slytherin. Wild. You're not wrong. I had this conversation with Sarah from Leaving Faith. The way Christians treat the Bible, especially the way Catholics treat religion, is just magic. Everything's just magic, especially in Catholicism. They just can't recognize it. They just put their God in front of it, and now it's not magic anymore. Gargoyle says Philbros suck. Philbras are even worse. Boring. Gay for Justin. Well, sorry, Gargoyle. To be fair, I think the audience liked the conversation we had with Kay. The numbers were sustained for the entire conversation. Even when I let her go, we were at max capacity of what we're usually at. We didn't start losing people and we started taking conversations from people who weren't real opposition. That's how you really lose the audience, is have people up here that aren't opposition. Tinsbark says God is made of aerogel. God is made of aerogel. Okay. Or the wispy winter undercoat I brushed out of my dog. I'm going to go with aerogel. But if you don't know what aerogel is, yeah, you got to look that stuff up. It's pretty cool. I'd love to try make some at home, but I'd spend way more money trying to make it and fail than just buying some from a manufacturer. Thomas says she doesn't find it concerning that she shouldn't use her own brain to understand her holy book. She's just okay with that. The Bible is Bronze Age brain rot. I agree. So Thomas, this is the difficult part when we're talking to a lot of these Philbros, is they farm out their especially if they're Catholic and Orthodox, they farm out their theology and their thinking to the church fathers. Well, it doesn't matter what I think about it. I have to use what the church fathers say, right? So the minute you tell me, well, it's already been decided, my opinion doesn't matter. Well, how did we decide that the church fathers got it right? You know, especially when they argue with each other. I'm the Big Jesus. History of Christianity is burning all the book and recovering them hundreds of years later and mark it as Christian thought intellectual bankrupt. So this is the case. And I don't know if you guys know this. As early as Constantine, they were already doing book burnings. They were burning Arius's works. They were burning Greco-Roman works, like philosophical works, mythological works. And they were burning the books of somebody else. Hold on, there's another person early on. It'll come to me later. There's another person along with Arius that got condemned. And if you were caught with either his books or Arius's books, you could be killed. It was just, and this is the very beginning of the Holy Roman Empire. Started out with, we will fucking kill you. It's never been a religion of peace. It was spread by violence. Not Your Echo Chamber says, my master points out that without double standards, special pleading, participation trophies, violence, threats, and indoctrination, Christianity fails. And that is the case, right? Without special pleading, Christianity will never work. Like every philosophical argument for the Christian God ends in special pleading or words don't mean words. Woolite says you can't use theology to understand and parse out the text. I know. Yeah, you can't do that. You can't start with the theology. The theology is what comes after you've parsed out the text, which means you can't start with the theology. That's the end point. And Mike says, when is your book coming out? The CES letter is the best information for Mormon debates. Just got a gifted membership. Rock hard for Doug. You're the best. Keep it up. Well, thank you, Mike. So I am on chapter 12 of 22. So I'm basically a little over halfway, and I committed to finishing a chapter a week until it's done. So that means it should be out before summer for sure. I am undecided if I'm going to shop it around with a publisher or if I'm going to self-publish. If I shop it around with a publisher, I basically won't make any money on it, but they could sell a lot of copies. If I self-publish, then I'll make more money because I'm self-publishing, but I don't know how many copies I'll be able to sell just promoting it on my own. I don't really know yet. So I have to work all that out. I might be able to do all the marketing myself and self-publish. We'll have to wait and see on that. Reverend Nate says, Leo Alatius, a Christian scholar and keeper of the Vatican Library, thought rings of Saturn were Jesus' holy prepuce. The church fathers were no less absurd. So this is the case. The story, too, by the way, of the holy foreskin of Jesus is told in the Arabic infancy gospel. If you want to know about how this holy relic of Jesus's foreskin came to be, you have to look up the Arabic infancy gospel. Basically, it's a fucking crazy story, by the way. So basically, there's this woman who's near like the cave where Joseph and Mary are going to give birth. And Joseph runs out looking for a Hebrew woman who could act as midwife. And he finds this old woman. The old woman who is like sick. She's got an ailment. Comes in and when she touches Jesus, gets healed. So she's like, oh my God, this child is really special. So she dedicates her life to basically being a nurse or a caretaker for the child to help Mary and Joseph. And she's there at the circumcision. And when they do the circumcision, she retrieves the foreskin to keep it for herself because she thinks it might be sacred or have holy powers. Because when she touched Jesus, she was healed. So she actually gives it to her nephew. Her nephew owns a company that like buys and sells oils. And so he puts it for safekeeping in a jar of oil, nard specifically. And then the way the story goes is when the woman came and put their perfume on Jesus to anoint him for his burial, the metaphorical burial anointing, it was supposedly that same jar of nard oil, which means Jesus was anointed with a jar of nard oil that contained his foreskin. fucking crazy to think about.
Oh.
Yeah.
Also, DCM's down here.
Yeah, I'm down there roasted me on my own live stream.
Do you get the reference?
Mm-mm. No, who's that?
I told you. That is George R.R. Martin. They've been waiting on like the next book of Game of Thrones for like 12 years or something.
My girlfriend is patiently waiting. She's given up hope.
It is never coming out.
No,
I will
no,
not take that long. Here's the thing, guys. You have to understand. It's a big fucking book. Like this book is gigantic. It's because it's a reference book. So like
that is what he said too. So
you got to be more like Brandon Sanderson. That guy pumps out 1 billion books a year.
It's gonna be like a 600-page book. It's gonna be really big, guys. I'm sorry. I'm trying to make sure that I don't leave anything out because I know 1,000 apologists are gonna eventually get the book and write bullshit apologies. So I want to make sure all my bases are covered and I don't spend a whole bunch of time having to revise the book for the second edition. Interstate says, I am all knowing. No. Yeah, I mean, that's the case. God is all knowing if we do NO. Gargo says, a true Catholic turning claims into wine. That's good. I haven't heard that joke, by the way. That's the first. That's the first. Daniel says Jesus is self-limiting and is a separate person in the being of God. I mean, yeah, that's the claim. But if Jesus is limited, that means he also is omni, right? So if Jesus is limited, but he's still omni, then he's not limited, right? But if he truly is limited and he's not omni, well, then he's not God because God's omni. It's a silly thing. What you saying, Willis says, J.K. Gibbs here, rock hard for Doug. He is my rock in my foundation. I used to be Catholic. Doug saved me. She kept speaking louder, faster when she felt cornered. Yeah, that does happen. You could definitely tell there was a moment where she was, she got a little bit backed into a corner there on the Trinity, and that happens. To be fair, anyone who really knows the Trinity well should be uncomfortable because it defies the laws of logic. Made for AI says, your live is awesome. You remind me of a Richard Dawkins, but much funnier. And plus, you have a cat. Well, thank you. I'm no fucking Richard Dawkins. Let's be clear about that. I'm no Richard Dawkins. I'm just some asshole who read this book a whole bunch. That being said...
Yeah, you're not a bigot.
What's that?
You're not a bigot.
Oh, is he a bigot?
Yeah, unfortunately. He went down the whole trans. Yep. He's a transphobe, unfortunately. Well, I know of all people you wouldn't have expected. Yeah.
Guess we're going to have to cancel Dawkins. That's unfortunate. Well, I've got two beautiful cats, Volta and Faraday. So Faraday's napping behind me right now. Trey says regular M&Ms not needing to exist is heresy of some kind. No. Peanut butter M&Ms are the only M&Ms that need to exist. Also, 2 hours, if anyone, is too much. Horrors for life. I'm sorry, Stray. There are some conversations where I let them go on too long, and I apologize for that. I shouldn't do that. You know, when I first started, my conversations were almost never over a half hour. And I do longer conversations now. One of the reasons why is there's a lot of people who don't watch the live streams. They only watch my clips. And the viewer rate for a clip is the prime length is somewhere between 30 minutes and just a pinch over an hour. Those clips get the most amount of views. I can't explain it. All I know is that they're like, my viewers have a preference for clips. They like clips that are fucking about an hour. If I post one that's 2 hours, they like that as well. If I post one that's only 15 minutes, believe it or not, it doesn't actually get as much airtime. So it kind of depends on the clip as well. So I have been having longer conversations this last year just because, you know, there's a lot of people who want to hear longer conversations and they don't want to tune in for the live stream. Prisoner says, Justin, what's your favorite movie of all time? Favorite genre? My favorite genre is comedy. I don't know if I have a favorite. You know, it's childish, but I do love most of the Will Ferrell movies. Trying to think about any others. I don't know if I have any. Like, I know I have favorites, but I can't really think of a whole lot of them right now. I do love some of the like science movies, but more of like the nerd science movies. Not like Star Wars. Not really into. I mean, like the comedy science movies, like Weird Science. Thinking of like movies like that. Zelda's phone battery says, "What's the official candy of Doug? Is rock candy like Eucharist? Take this rock candy as the body of Doug and this kraken as their blood." You know what? We talked about that, whether or not Doug was going to have sacraments, and I think rock candy came up. I'm going to go with rock candy, actually. Which reminds me, where's my box of sacraments? I had a box of sacraments around here. Oh well. Juju says, "Appreciate your patience with Kay. She reminds me of myself. Playing Jenga with all the cognitive dissonance will help her wobbling and help her keep searching for what is true." Well, Juju, I agree with you. So, like, well, it might be boring for people to listen to that long of a conversation. The reality is, someone like Kay, she's honestly doing her best. Like, she's trying. You see what I'm saying? Like, she's not being dishonest. Is she experiencing some cognitive dissonance? Maybe she is. But I think she's trying her best. I don't think she's dishonest. She's no Christopher. Christopher's just a jackass. Sonic says, John 3:8, if literal, then Jesus is not omniscient. If metaphorical, it denies exclusive path of the Spirit through Jesus. Praise Doug. I think, is it John 3:8, not 1 John 3:8? Hold on, let me see John 3. Oh, what just happened here? Get my keyboard going. John 3 says...
We're all just paying attention to the cat now. I'm sorry.
I don't blame you. The wind blows wherever it pleases. You hear its sound, but you cannot tell where it comes from or where it's going. So it is with everyone born of the Spirit. I guess I don't really know what that has to do with Jesus. Well, Sonic, I don't know. You might have the wrong verse. Do you mean 1 John 3:8? Is that what you're looking for? Let me try 1 John 3:8 and see if it's different. It says, "Does the one who does what is sinful is of the devil?" Oh, because no, that's not what you wanted. I guess I don't understand your point. Maybe I'm not grasping it, Sonic Shroom. Former Prophet says, "Hey, Justin. As a layman and trying to learn what would be a good book recommendation to start learning about some of these Near Eastern religions." So here's what I think. I got a couple books, but hold on. So there's a lot of books in my library on this topic. I primarily read primary resources. So I read the literature from the ancient Near East rather than reading books about the ancient Near East. But if you want what I would say is like a smattering of literature that parallels the Bible with the ancient Near East, these are two really good books that are accessible. And it's going to introduce you to the ancient Near East, some of the primary texts, and also have explainers. Like, it's not just the text. This includes explainers. So this one by Victor Matthews and Don Benjamin is Old Testament Parallels. It's a really good one. This is Laws and Stories from the Ancient Near East, and they specifically show how they line up with the biblical account. So, for example, this. Why are your feet wet? Why are you always wet? What are you playing in? This cat is always wet. Volta, I don't know what you're doing in my house. Why you're always wet? I swear to God, this cat is playing in the fucking toilet.
Leave him alone. It's just a kitty.
This one has an explanation before each chapter and each Near Eastern document that kind of puts it in biblical context. The other book that's similar to it, which is really good, is called Mesopotamia and the Bible. This is a really good volume if you want to read and learn about the ancient Near East and understand how it relates to the Bible, right? So I think these are two good starts. Once you get through some of these types of books, you can get something a little more beefy. You can get like the context of Scripture, or you can get the ancient Near Eastern. Hold on, I got it behind me. You can get the ancient Near Eastern texts relating to the Bible. These are reference works. They're full of literature from the ancient Near East. There's no explanations. There's nothing like that. It's literally just a collection of documents. That's all. But that's what I would do. But yeah, the ancient Near East is pretty phenomenal. Techman says, "Hey Justin, I love the aroma of a good French fondue." That's what I'm talking about. I've actually never had French fondue. I've never had fondue ever. It's definitely on my to-do list. We'll say that. And HP Lovecat says, "God is love, but he judges us for self-love." This is actually an interesting point that I've never thought about. God is love, but if we love the wrong individual, God will light us on fire for all of eternity. I feel like there's a contradiction in there somewhere. Something's doesn't sit right with that, you know? Diobolo says, "I'm not confused. I was likening Kay's call to enduring hell." Oh, I got to be honest. I didn't think Kay's call was like enduring hell. To be fair, like I thought she was just, doing what a lot of young apologists do. Giving the apologies. Not a Cockroach says, "Don't forget the audio book." So that's the thing, is my book has like charts and graphs and foreign languages. I don't know how I would audiobook it yet. I still have to think about that. I've talked to Sarah about it. I think I might do a second edition of the book. That's like for like a too long didn't read, like a scaled back version of the book after the first one comes out, for people that really need like just the basics without all the in-depth stuff. And then that one I can turn into an audiobook. That one wouldn't have the charts or the Greek and Hebrew translations or anything like that. Percy says, "What did you think of One Battle After Another?" I don't know what that means. Is that a name of something? One Battle After Another? I don't know, friend. Is that a band? I guess I'll Google it. Oh, it's a movie from 2025. Never even heard of it. Guys, I don't get any of these pop culture references. I don't watch movies or listen to new music. I'm fucking a million years old, guys.
I do watch movies. I don't get that one either.
Yeah. Yeah, never saw it, Percy. Sorry, ma'am. Steaming Hot Take, great name, says, "An omni being on principle should never be able to ask a question," right? I agree, actually, unless it be rhetorical. Oh, yeah, you said that. The questions, and then it's just being a douche. I agree. Yeah, if an all-knowing being is asking a rhetorical question, especially when it doesn't need to, it seems kind of douchey to me. God does that in the Bible quite a few times, actually. Reverend 8 says, "I meant, imagine God and Jeebus having family dinners, but God isn't Christian because Jeebus can't possibly be the Messiah. You're a disappointment, son." Wait, hold on. Because, like, if Jesus is God's son, then what is he? Like, I guess he doesn't have to be the Messiah. You can be God's son and not be the Messiah, but it's a weird juxtaposition. You know what I mean?
We're all children of God. Maybe in
That's
that
what it
sense,
is.
I don't know.
And like, if Jesus isn't the Messiah and God said he failed, does it mean God intended him to be the Messiah? Like God wanted him to be the Messiah and then he failed in completing the mission? I got questions. Joshua says some Christians never pray for speedy internet and working hardware, and it shows that is the case. The amount of Christians that get up here that never thought to myself, like, hey, should I have fast internet so I can video call? Doesn't cross their mind. Should I have my microphone actually plugged in? Who knows? Iantu says, oh my God, you're drinking out of Kenny. I do actually have, this is my Kenny Valentine's Day mug. He's got a Valentine for you, and the Valentine says, because it's Kenny.
Kill him.
Right? Not till Valentine's Day. I gotta kill him after Valentine's Day. But it says, rock hard for Doug, Simple for Sharon, game for Justin, vexed by Volta, Fantic? You mean fantastic? Fanatic for Faraday? Maybe fanatic. Yeah, fanatic for Faraday. I like that. Vex for Volta and fanatic for Faraday. We need to keep those hashtags. Buka says Mark 14, 3-7, Jesus saying helping the poor is useless. Because he says the poor is always with us, or will always be with us. This is at his anointing. His anointing. In Mark 14. Yeah. Isn't that crazy? Jesus himself says the poor will always be with us. Okay. Thanks for letting us know you're a failure, Jeebus.
It's all just a metaphor.
Oh, there you go. You're right.
Yeah.
The metaphorical poor. The poor in spirit.
Yeah, exactly. Words don't mean what they mean.
They can't. Quanta, words have meanings, but they don't mean what they mean. They must mean something other than what they mean.
I can tell that you're saying something, but I have no idea what you're saying because the words you're saying don't mean what they actually mean.
Precisely.
There's literally no way to know.
Yep. 90 says, what are your thoughts on Kirk Cameron changing his mind about the existence of hell? Is it a sign that he's begun deconstructing? So I do think it is. I felt the same way when Rob Bell wrote that book, Love Wins, and he started to shift the conversation about hell. Here's what I think. I think Christianity sees the problem nowadays with this idea that God is so fucking mad at you that you're imperfect, that he has to burn you for all of fucking forever. When there was a society where most people were Christian, it was just like a given. Well, yeah, I mean, you're not Christian, you should go to hell. But now that society is not like majorly Christian, or at least it's moving away from that direction, people are actually having to think like, hey, is my Uncle Bob going to hell? He's a decent guy. Bob's like a really nice guy. Why is God going to torture this guy forever just because he doesn't believe? So I think when people get to this point where they're like trying to make hell go away, that's a very first step in deconstruction. They're now realizing, oh, the Christian doctrine doesn't work. But the problem is, once you get rid of hell, well, Jesus died for fucking nothing. His death is a waste. What the fuck did he save you from if not hell? Atlas says John has got to be lying and the platinum rule is better. Treat others the way they want to be treated. Praise Doug. Atlas, that's such a good point. Good to see you tonight, by the way. But you're right. I think Matt Dillahunty says that. Doesn't he say that? But you're right. It'd be much better to treat people the way they wanted to be treated. But on John Masters, by the way. His name was John Masters, for anyone wondering. I don't believe John was an atheist. No atheist is going to get on my live stream and get that upset that I don't believe that Jesus was a special, moral genius. Atheists don't give a fuck about Jesus. That's ridiculous. Very Good Wizard says today's clip, the historicity of mean golden masters. He did say historicity, didn't he? I'm pretty sure he said that at some point. He was something. He was special. He's going to get clipped. He's going to be up there with BMF soon. Adele says, ha 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 ha, additional chat for the atheist Minar. Yes! John Masters is the atheist Minar. Now we've got Minar, we've got BMF, and we've got John Masters. So pretty wild. We did have one. What's his name? We had one theist that crashed out a little bit during a live stream that I left up. He didn't stay up that long, maybe 15 or 20 minutes after I muted him and left him up and took the nice guest. But you know what? He actually emailed me like in the preceding week and apologized for his behavior, and I think is now deconstructing. So like a huge fucking W for like having the balls to do that. Most people wouldn't. Miss Anthropology says if
when a fever breaks.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Miss Anthropology says if we can get John Masters and BMF in the same live together, I can die happy, man. Here's Miss Anthropology. I want to get BMF, Minar, and John all in the same room and just watch the room implode. Jeff says John was something else. What makes a person continue even when they're obviously muted? Maybe he's doing an homage to BMF. So here's the thing. I'm with you, Jeff. This is what perplexes me. He knew he was muted. We all knew he was muted. Once you know you're muted and nobody can hear you, why are you still yelling? Who do you think is going to hear you? Like, what's your expectation? You know what I mean? Like, why are you wasting all that time and energy yelling at a screen when no one can hear you? Sign says, if God was love, there'd be no VD. Oh, yeah. So there's different ways to say that, but VD is a fine way to say it. Venereal disease, yeah. If God was love, there'd be no venereal disease. I agree. Yeah. That would be silly. But remember, the one thing we know about the biblical God is even though he is love, also he doesn't comport to the idea of love. It's anthropomorphic. Julian says, the New Testament. I mean, if I know anything about believers and interlocutors, is that they're going to run from the Old Testament and dive headfirst to the New Testament and hope I don't catch them in it. Jimmy says, my Holy Ghost keeps me in the New Testament. Yes. Yeah, Enterprise thinking that the Holy Spirit doesn't understand the Old Testament was one of my faves. May Besady says, God wants us to be solo moms with donor sperm. Well, I don't know about that, but I do know this. There's a record number of single women having babies nowadays due to donor sperm. They're like, women are like, fucking men are ridiculous. I don't need a fucking man. I can go buy some sperm. And they're doing it rather than getting with men because men are fucking preposterous. Can you fucking imagine that?
Aren't we supposed to like not have children at all because the end times are coming any day now?
Yeah, we went over that today actually with one of our guests.
Yeah. Because
there's a contradiction. Jesus and Paul say don't fucking have kids, be a eunuch for the gospel. But in 1 Timothy it says no, women will be saved through childbearing. Well, make up your fucking mind.
Well, I mean, both can be true if it's pro-abortion.
Oh. Well, if it's pro-abortion, that means babies will be saved through aborted childbirth, right?
It's all coming together.
Yeah, we got a plan here. Adam says, so women are saved through works, not of faith. It's amazing how words don't mean words, but mean other words, but also not those words either. And I think you nailed it. Adam, I think that's it. Words don't mean words, but definitely not those fucking words, but it could mean these words, but if it means these words, definitely it can't be those words, got to be these words. Design says, never let the good book get in the way of bad apologetics. Never. Listen, apologetics come first, reading the Bible comes second. That's the way Christians are going to come up here and do it. Dad, Techie, good to see you tonight, said, I dedicate this to the little Johns of the world. Poor John. John did not have the night he was hoping for. That was not the night he wanted. And Matt says, what is John thinking as he is accomplishing? I don't think he was thinking, to be fair. I don't think John had a fucking clue what was happening. I think he was out of his mind. And May Beth Sadie says, God is just a dude with a master's in chemistry. Oh, maybe. To be fair, though, I mean, you guys saw the wine in the Bible. Like, he made the best wine.
Did it say it was good wine? Or
Yeah.
just that it was? Oh, okay.
It was the good stuff. Yeah. So
Well
maybe that's
aged,
the
I
case. Yes. GH says John got dugged so hard he needed a smoke. I think that's a good description. Design says, forget evolution. How can you trust a GE refrigerator manual when it doesn't explain everything? Exactly. Listen, guys, if you don't know everything, you can't know anything. And Lucor says, Illusion of God's Presence by neuroscientist John C. Wathy, How Our Brains Are Naturally Wired for a Higher Powers Religious Experience. Great book. Oh, fuck, I need to look this up. Hold on. In fact, I'm going to go to my resources tab on the cheat sheet and add this as a resource under evolutionary psychology. Illusions of God's Presence. All right, let me see where I can find the book. I am trying to build out the resources tab with like books and articles on a lot of these topics so people can have something to turn to. This book is available on archive.org, so I'll link it to archive.org. You can go there and rent the book, or rent the book? You can check the book out. You can't really rent it, but you can check it out. So you can read the book for free if you want to read it for free, friends. Zet says rapidly.
You can always find a way to read academic books for free. I mean,
there's always a way.
Hypothetically.
I can't tell you how, but there are ways.
In Minecraft.
Obviously.
You just have to add in Minecraft and it's totally okay.
Indeed. Yep. Zet.
I do have a few physics books I want to recommend myself, so
in Minecraft.
will post those in the Discord. In Minecraft.
Obviously, yeah. Actually, yeah, send them over to me. I'll add them to the deconstruction cheat sheet under the resources tab for the field of study that it's in.
And I'll make sure they're introductory level too, nothing like advanced, theoretical physics or anything like that.
Right. Zet says, rapidly becoming a huge fan of your stuff. Found you on the line. I cringe a bit though, because my name is actually Doug. Well, actually, it's funny that you say that. There's another member of the community who's married to a Doug, and he loves the fact that our fake god is named Doug. And so it just depends on who you are. But yeah, listen, y'all get bricked for Doug. We're happy to have you in the community. In fact, I'll be on the line Sunday night with Forrest in After Dark. Design says, my science is too complicated to give answers statistically. I mean, that is the case. Listen, when you're as smart as a science guy, we can't expect anyone to understand the actual answer. Maybe it says design is indistinguishable from a crapshoot. Yeah, that's a fair point. Like, listen, if God's design is indistinguishable from chaos, it seems more likely that chaos is the answer, given what we know about the world. And Jeff says, Christians, words don't mean words. Also, Christians, you don't understand words. Chris Tucker, do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? Great line. But you're right. Words don't mean words. Also, when they don't mean words, you can't know what they mean because you don't have the Holy Spirit, right? So not only do words don't have meanings, but only I can tell you what they are because I have the Holy Spirit. See how that works? Although I do love the amount of Catholics and Orthodox when they get up here, how much they hate the Protestants, how much they hate the fact that the Protestants go to the Bible and think that they have an interpretation of it, and like they fucking hate it. They hate it that human beings in the Christian faith can open the book and say, hey, I think it means this. And they're like, yeah, fucking Protestants, you need the church fathers. I do need to organize a good Protestant versus like Catholic argument sometime. Z says mankind has diseases because they don't keep law. I have no idea what that's supposed to mean. I mean, according to the Bible, yeah. Are you saying according to the Bible? According to the Bible, that's why people die. Right? Because we aren't perfect. And since we're not perfect, we all have to die. And the diseases come from unclean spirits. So Joshua says,
so
snitch.
if you always followed the law, you'd be immortal?
I think the general idea is that if you lived an absolutely perfect life, then you'd be immortal. But you know, the funny thing about that is, according to the Bible, the only one who ever lived a perfect life got fucking killed. So there's that. Joshua says snitch,
Rip.
Pythagorean theorem, calculus, Shala, but I don't think you understand. 2 + 2 = 4. Did you know that? Yes. Shalala wasn't ready for the conversation. Shalala was nice and kind, but Shalala was not mentally equipped for the conversation that he came up to engage in. Evan said, hey, good to see you, Evan. This caller brought beans to the cookout. Food for fart. His accent reminded me of somebody else that calls in a lot. When I first heard it, I was like, "Oh no, not this guy with a different name." But it wasn't the same guy. Tim says lobsters only live forever because I developed an allergy. Oh, well, I guess yeah. Some people do have an allergy to shellfish. For a minute there, I was thinking, I know people have allergies to shrimp. I'm trying to think if I do know one person with an allergy to shellfish. How common is that? How common is it to be allergic to shellfish? It can't be super common, right?
Moderately. I mean, it's enough to be a thing.
Yeah, I guess so. Like being allergic to peanuts, I suppose.
Terry, which is actually going down.
Is it really?
Peanut allergies have been going. Yeah, because I think we understand better. Probably Snitch could explain this better than I could, but we understand now that if you expose children to peanuts at an appropriate age, they're less likely to develop peanut allergies. And it spiked up because we were actually avoiding giving peanuts to young kids, which caused more peanut allergies. And so we stopped that, and it's now going back down.
That makes sense. Terry Harda says, I loathe nothing more than insistence on mystery. It's the height of arrogance for him to demand we always wonder and never know. I agree. And here's the other thing. And when you get the God of the gaps, it's basically saying, listen, I don't know how this works, therefore it must be a God. But that's not an argument for God. And if you're a theist still watching this late at night, if your only argument for God is, I don't know how to explain something, therefore God, that's not an argument for God. I can easily posit a non-God solution. Like if the only thing we need is a gap in knowledge to invent something, then I'm just going to invent a naturalistic force. Listen, there's a naturalistic force that causes abiogenesis to be true. And I know it exists because otherwise we have no explanation. So if we're just insisting that something's true because there's a gap in our knowledge, well, I can put fucking anything in that gap. Putting God in that gap doesn't solve anything. ISO says jellyfish are more eternal than God. Indeed, because God doesn't exist. And Mindforge Manacle says deists are less annoying, but use many of the same errors in reasoning. I do agree, but I really hate talking to a deist only because I don't know any people in real life that are deists. In fact, I suspect the people that are up here that really, truly are deists are only that for the sake of fucking argument, not because they really are convinced by it. It's just that's the only argument they feel compelled that they can give without embarrassing themselves.
I do know one person in real life who's a Unitarian, and that's kind of similar. From what I understand, I'm not entirely sure if there's a significant difference between the two.
Well, so a Unitarian typically believes, and it's hard because Unitarians have a whole varied array of beliefs. but most Unitarians do believe in like a more of a theistic God that created humanity, that loves humanity, and everyone gets to heaven. I have met some that were deists, and I've met some that were fucking atheists, like legit atheists.
Okay,
so like
interesting.
The Unitarian Church
this is part
wild.
of why I was having such a difficult time. I was having a discussion with this person, trying to figure out what they believe, and it was I could not quite pin down what it is that they actually believed.
That's the problem, is they don't really have a set of core beliefs. In fact, there is an organization literally called the Atheist and Agnostic Unitarian Universalists. So, I know. It's hard to know what they believe because there's so many of them. It's like asking, what do Christians believe? Well, fucking no Christian believes the same thing.
Yes, sure.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's a tough one. But I tell you what, none of them believe in hell. I know that much.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Tim says horseshoe crabs have made it 2.25 turns around the galaxy without changing. Yeah, listen, horseshoe crabs. So I talked about this not that long ago. Like the rate of evolutionary change is somewhat driven by how quickly you mate, but also there are some animals where their DNA is really resistant to change, and the horseshoe crab seems to be one of them.
So I'm not entirely sure it's that, because they still do experience genetic drift. Like if you took a modern day horseshoe crab and an ancient horseshoe crab, I don't think they would be able to actually mate with each other. The genetics are actually too different, but they carved out an ecological niche so finely. They've optimized this design so well that any deviation from that body plan is just worse at surviving. And so it just keeps converging to the same solution.
So, I mean, that's part of it. That's like we have people making tongue-in-cheek references today that everything's evolving into crabs. But
sure.
But there are certain animals in the gene pool where their genes are less susceptible to damage during reproduction. So they don't end up with as many mutations like what we have among humans. And so what we find is the mutations that are caused by just genetic copying are less with some animals and higher with other animals. And it seems that there are a couple like trilobites and horseshoe crabs and things like that where it seems like their genes may have been aided by not just their environment, but also the fact that they don't mutate quite as easy, if that makes sense.
It looks like Skog in the comments is elaborating a little bit more on this. And he'll know more than I do on this.
Okay. Yeah. It's certainly an interesting topic.
He's a friend of mine. He's another scientist.
Okay. I read an article on it probably 6 months ago or so, and I didn't revisit it, but it was a really interesting argument because I was curious myself, hey, why is it that some animals seem to be stuck very similar to their prehistoric versions of themselves, Ice Cream Assassin, good to see you, says, these are not the results of a divine being. These are the results you'd expect from a temp worker with a bad attitude, George Carlin. I love George Carlin. I'm new to that one. I haven't heard that quote. That's a really good one. Yeah. If God designed this, he's not really, he had no idea what he's doing. Mindforge says, Rock Hard for Doug is saying, why didn't the gospel writers just write a fake history for Jesus to make him fit the prophecies, I think. So this is a fair question, and this is one of the reasons why I'm not a mythicist, right? If they were just going to invent a story, they could have invented a story that didn't fuck up Judaism. He could have legitimately fulfilled real prophecies. You see what I'm saying? If they were just going to invent a story, it wouldn't have problems like Jesus being from Nazareth. They could have invented a story about him being from fucking Bethlehem right from the beginning. So it's just one of those difficult things where there's too many elements of the Gospels to think that they were just invented out of whole cloth because they don't read stories that are invented out of whole cloth. But you never know. Maybe they were. Kevin says, have you heard Monty Python's Drunken Philosopher song? 3 philosophers need to listen and have a drink. These philosophers, here we go. I haven't heard the song. Here's where I'm at. I love Monty Python. I'm not crazy about their music. I've never found their music to be all that enticing. So I haven't heard the song. I apologize. That being said, I love Monty Python and the Holy Grail. I love The Life of Brian, and some of the other movies. What's the other one I'm thinking of?
Meaning of Life?
Meaning of Life. And there's one more. Hold on, there's one more that's really good.
Gosh, I'm forgetting now too.
I gotta look it up. Hold on. I clicked the wrong button on my keyboard. All right. No, it didn't come up with a search. I'll have to think of it later. There's maybe I just
somebody will say it in the comments.
Yeah, you're right.
The Robin Hood one? I don't think there is a Robin Hood one. I mean, aside from their just normal sketch show.
Yeah, I think that's the case. All right, we'll worry about that later. Zoidberg, good to see you again, says, absolutely, Justin. Would be happy to join if a Hindu finds their way to your debate. Almost done with 3 of the 4 Vedas. Can add to your cheat sheet. Oh, please do, Zoidberg. Zoidberg, if you have any good insights on the Vedas that we can add to the cheat sheet, send them to me on Discord. I'd love to see them. I'd love to add them to the cheat sheet. And Design says, Justin's wearing the sardine cologne. We got him for Christmas. I know. The cats are obsessed. They really think they're going to find a nipple on my neck one day. They really do. Also, they do the same thing on their bed. I've got like one of these beds up here for them to sit on over here. And it's got like a pad on each side of it. And Volta keeps going up to it and like trying to suck on it, trying to find a nipple somewhere. And he does this thing, when they're nursing, they do the kneading. I'm like, buddy, it's a fucking bed. You're not gonna find a nipple. It's not even alive. Why do you think you're gonna find a nipple on it, guy? But it is.
My girlfriend's cat does the same thing.
I'm told by cat experts it's because they were taken from their mom so young, and the instinct to they have the instinct to search for nipples and to knead, because when you're nursing, kneading helps the milk to flow. So they have
it's a comforting thing,
yeah, they have the instinct, but they don't have the mental capacity to realize why they're doing it.
I mean, it's like a baby sucking on their thumbs, right?
Yep. Roy, thank you for the $3 super thanks. I appreciate that. And 15 blows. You were in the guest queue for a while, and sorry you couldn't connect. Says, very new to DC question. What's the answer to the suffering servant in Isaiah 53? Can't be Jacob because he had committed no sins, violence, and there was no deceit in his mouth. Unfortunately, you'd be wrong. It's referring to not only Jacob, but the righteous remnant of Jacob. And that's why it says in Zephaniah 3:16, let me pull it up real quick. So if you look at what the Old Testament says about the righteous remnant, it mentions righteous remnant on a bunch of different occasions. And it talks about this righteous remnant, like basically being perfect. Like once the righteous remnant finally comes out, they're going to finally be like this perfected people group that God has been waiting for. Like that's why he had to refine them in the fire of the Babylonian exile so that he could have this refined righteous remnant come out of it. But let me make sure I get the right passage. It was Zephaniah, right? Yeah, I know it's Zephaniah. Oh, Zephaniah. It's got to be Zephaniah 3:12 through 13. I apologize, not 16. All right. So it says of the righteous remnant in Zephaniah, It says, I will leave you, the meek and the humble. The remnant of Israel will trust the name of the Lord. They will do no wrong. They will tell no lies. A deceitful tongue will not be found in their mouths. They will eat and lie down. No one will make them afraid. The general idea in the Hebrew Bible is that God is like, I've got this nation, and some of them are righteous, and some of them are fucking assholes. So I'm going to send them through the refiner's fire of exile, and then all the assholes will be murdered and done away with, and all the good ones will be left over, and that's their righteous remnant. But in order for this to happen, the righteous must suffer alongside of the wicked. And so that's the idea. It's clearly Jacob. Trust but Verify says, got my first Isaac equals a type of Jesus because he carried wood up the mountain. Have you heard of this? If yes, thoughts. Sounds like horse shit. Appreciate you. Your Trust but Verify. Good to hear from you. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, here's the problem. Is one, the parallels don't work. Because, as it turns out, just because he carried wood up the mountain is meaningless because Isaac didn't fucking die. Jesus actually did die. Jesus got sacrificed. So that doesn't work. Second problem is that it's a test. So if you read the story, Isaac was never meant to die, and he doesn't save anybody. The test is for Abraham. So is God fucking testing himself? Like, what a weird thing. Also, Jesus can't be the sacrifice because the ram caught in the thicket is a ram and not a lamb, and Jesus is supposed to be the Passover lamb. Like, nothing in the story makes sense. Like, anyone could take two stories and put them side by side and say, oh, look, here's an interesting point of comparison. What about that? That doesn't make it a typology. I could fucking do that with anything. In fact, I have done that with me. I've taken biblical stories about me and about Doug and said, oh, it's fucking typology, right? Because it mentions something. Like, for example, I've had one of my hands and one of my feet pierced before, right? Does that mean every passage in the Bible about being pierced is about me? No, fucking of course not. It's just preposterous. It's silly. Percy says, tread lightly. I don't know what you mean by tread lightly, Percy. Need context. I can only assume you're a Christian. 15 Blows says, also love what you're doing, and I see Dalton says he's editing all the time, 17 years in editing myself. If he ever needs an extra hand, would love to volunteer. So actually, 15 Blows, I appreciate this. I have one rule against volunteers. I don't take them. And here's why. I worked in church ministry for a long time. I worked for some small churches and some big churches. And when you have an organization that requires work to be done, right? Meaning there is work that has to be done every single week, no matter what. If you rely on volunteers, it won't get done. You'll burn them out. They won't do good work. And eventually they'll want to get paid for their labor. So it's just easier. In fact, I worked at this big Lutheran church once, and I asked the church pastor once, I said, why is it that all of your Sunday school teachers, all of them get paid, even if they only work like one day a month? He goes, two reasons. One, if you pay them, they show up because they feel like it's a job. Number two, they don't get burned out because they feel like they're getting something for their labor. I still believe this is the best philosophy in any organization. If I want something done, I'm just going to pay someone to do it. I don't mind. So I pay Dalton to edit and clip my videos, and I'm perfectly okay with that. I pay him more than enough to cover his services, way more than what he was working before he was clipping for me. And it frees up my time. It allows me to actually get fucking working on this book. So for me, it's a win-win. Dalton gets to make some money while he's building his channel. I don't have to waste time clipping videos. And also, he's fucking good at it, by the way. I don't know if you've noticed, his thumbnails and titles are fucking hilarious. Dalton's great. We love Dalton. So, that being said, I don't take volunteers, although I love and appreciate everybody who is willing to volunteer for the cause. I get it. I understand. People want to volunteer. But from a business standpoint, I hope you understand why I don't take volunteers, because I don't want to take advantage of people in the community. I don't want to burn anybody out, and I want to make sure that people take the role seriously. Make sense?
That's a good take.
Yeah. Dr. Joe, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, for Tulip and others, the free Deconstruction Journal workbook is pinned in the Discord. I forgot about this, actually. I appreciate the reminder, Dr. Joe. So, Dr. Joe has a free Deconstruction Journal workbook that's pinned in our Discord. If you don't know where it's at, you can follow her channel and you can find it through Dr. Joe. But please do get a hold of that. Dr. Joe is a phenomenal resource. And Not the Bible Jason says that was the story of how he died. You owe me $5. Wait, of how who died? Now I got to go back. Hold on. Last one says, okay, so this is how the philosopher died. He got drunk one night, belly laughing at a donkey eating a fig, and died telling a slave to give donkey wine to wash down the fig. No shot he didn't get a vision about how stupid the Jesus Christ story would be. And then you said the story was about how he died. JMR, also, the artist formerly known as JMR, now known as Not the Bible Jason. I love you. I have no idea what the super chat was saying, even the second time around. I'm sorry.
I actually remember the story. Yes, I can kind of explain it a little bit more.
Okay.
Yeah, there's this ancient philosopher guy. The whole point is that he died laughing about how he should give a donkey some wine. It's not even really that funny, but for some reason this guy thought it was so funny that he laughed so hard that he died.
Oh,
that's the whole thing.
Interesting. Okay. Well, JMR,
I'm still not entirely sure what that has to do with Jesus, though, but I do know the story that it's referring to.
I don't see the connection either. I'm sorry. Here's a chat though. It says, donkey, fig, wine, slave, laughing. Listen, JMR, I know this makes sense to you. It still doesn't make sense to me. I don't know what you mean. What are we talking about?
That again, I know the story that they're referencing, but I don't see how that relates.
I know. I don't see what that has to do with Jesus. Are you saying it's a typology?
It's a weird story.
It came after Jesus. I don't know. Good question says, are these the best verses to show that the law is forever, Yahweh and Jesus, and temporary for Paul? Numbers 15:15, Matthew 5:18, Romans 7:6. So I don't think Romans 7:6 is a good one. But I do agree that Matthew 5:18 is really good. I would add Matthew 5:19 as well. I think 18 is one, but if you leave 19 out of it, I think you're going to miss it. That being said, Numbers 15:15 I haven't considered to be part of this repertoire. I would have included Deuteronomy 30:6-9. I would include Deuteronomy 29:29. I'd include Deuteronomy 12:28. I would include Deuteronomy 11:1 and Deuteronomy 12:1. But Numbers 15:15, let me pull this one up. It says the community is to have the same rules for you and for the foreigner residing among you. This is the lasting ordinance for the generations to come. You and the foreigner shall be the same before the Lord. So this is a tough one because the verbiage that you'll find in the Hebrew Bible for lasting and perpetual shifts, it changes. And so it's difficult sometimes to make a good case that it means forever until you have a text that literally says doing this thing forever. Like 2 Kings, I think 17 has one. Hold on. So maybe 16 or 17. Let me double check. Has a really interesting one where if you thought maybe the Hebrew wording was ambiguous, it wouldn't matter because the context would tell you. The context of the passage would tell you that they envisioned this being forever. Let me grab it real quick. Yeah, so this is 2 Kings 17:37. It says, you must be careful always to observe the statutes and ordinances of the law and the commandments which he wrote for you. You must not venerate other gods. The covenant I made with you, you must not forget. You must not venerate other gods, so on and so forth. So there's this idea, and this is coming from let's see who's speaking here. I'll have to go back to see who's speaking. But so I believe this is the king speaking. I'll have to double check. Nevertheless, we have like these pronouncements in the Bible where it's like, listen, God said to do this always and forever and to not forget it. And if you do, he'll fuck you up. I think those verses are pretty good for demonstrating why the law was temporary. Not temporary. Heather Lewis, also, I think Deuteronomy 30 is powerful because it depicts the law being followed in the Messianic age. Deuteronomy 36, 6 through 9. Also in Jeremiah 33, verses 14 through like 21, we find that even when the Messiah comes, they're going to have Levitical sacrifices. So, you can also go to Ezekiel 46. Ezekiel 46, when the Messiah comes, the Messiah is going to be giving Levitical sacrifices. Heather says the Browns are going to go far in the playoffs for the first time in 21-37. I've foreseen it. Yeah. It's going to take that long. But I think Stefanski's out. I think Kevin Stefanski's out. I don't think we're going to put up with him any longer. If Tomlin retires, and I think he is, we could definitely get Tomlin from Pittsburgh. Also, who else is retiring this year? Hold on. There's another really good coach retiring this year. Hold on. The coach of the fucking Ravens. What was the Ravens coach's name? Anyways, the coach of the Ravens is retiring or quitting or getting fired this year. One of them. I would love to pick up the coach of the Ravens after he's done this year. Oh man, that would be my favorite coaching pickup. I'd love to see him with the Browns. Dr. Pizza says, Flo Ginston proves God. Well, see, now I've got more homework to do because I don't know what Flo Ginston is. A substance supposed by an 18th century chemist to exist in all combustible bodies and to be released upon combustion.
Oh, I've heard of this. Yeah. This is sort of an alchemy concept, I think.
Yeah.
But again, doesn't actually correlate to reality.
It reminds me, the next time someone thinks that just because you're smart, you know everything, remember Isaac fucking Newton believed in alchemy. So,
Yep.
We got that. Marcus says,
weird guy.
He was goofy as hell. In his he wrote a commentary on Daniel. It's horseshit. The worst commentary ever.
He also poked needles in his eyes and drank mercury. Dude was wild.
That's crazy. Yeah, no wonder he was crazy. He was drinking mercury. LMFAO, not the band, says, I left science, my best proof for God, telescopes. These people are so goofy. I swear Hadassah made better arguments than that. To be sure, my God is true because telescopes is a weaker argument than what Hadassah brought. Hadassah at least brought prophecy, or tried to. Adam says bespoke woo is an ether or proposition.
I love that. I still have no idea what he was trying to get at with the whole telescope thing.
He doesn't know. He's just shouting words into the void,
Stream of consciousness, I think.
Yeah. Reverend 8 says, how many licks does it take to get to the bonding material of the center of a Tootsie Pop? You know what? We never did ask him what the material was made out of, just that he believed that it existed. Is what it is. Hank says, basement goofs with theories of everything have nothing. It's the first law of Hank as written in my holy super chat. And now it is written, thus it must be so. And Carrie says, science man's superpower is dodging arguments, avoiding having to listen. And that is the case. His only real power was not listening, especially when women were talking for some reason. And Redmond says, words don't mean words. Facts don't mean facts. This is the only way to believe in faith-based logic. Happy 47th birthday to me. Bless you, Doug and Jared. Well, Redmond, happy fucking birthday. I'll drink to that. And I hope you're having a good birthday, friend. Jeff says, Christians, God isn't knowledgeable or powerful enough to create minds and or consciousness with physical brains, but yes, he's omnipotent. That's the paradox you have to tie yourself to. God is limited, he's not all powerful, but also this motherfucker's all powerful. Eric says, Science Man Dan. Please, Science Man Dan was my father. Call me Sci Man Dan. Gives me someone who uses sovereign citizen vibes when they get pulled over by the cops or trespassing. So, you know what? You fucking nailed it. Science Man Dan, if he's not a fucking sovereign citizen, I'll eat this cup. There's no way he's not a sovereign citizen. No way. I'd love to see a videotape of him before the judge trying to defend himself as a sovereign citizen. I would pay money for that.
How much you want to bet that footage already exists out there somewhere?
Internet, do your thing. Please go find Science Man Dan trying to be a sovereign citizen.
You got to reiterate, that's not his actual name.
I know he came in under the name Daniel Ben Daniel, so that's not mysterious at all.
And I realize now that the actual Cyman Dan is not a flat earther. He's actually like a quote unquote glober. And I was mixed up, but
yeah, he's one of those globetards, you know.
I wouldn't use that phrase if I were you.
I know
there's a bit of ableism mixed in with that, and it's.
I know that's what they call them. Is what I'm saying.
I do know, but like I would, if I were you, I would avoid using that term because it's not some great terminology inside of it.
Clearly, I wouldn't use that term of somebody. Obviously.
Right.
Alishana says, imagine being as arrogant as Timu Simon Dan to think you know more than every expert in the world. That's basically what his argument amounted to, though. Was like all the scientists, everyone, all of them, they're all stupid. I have the answers. These scientists, they're all part of a cult. Quanta, do you know you're in a cult? You're in a Trinity cult?
Oh yeah, no, I mean we every Sunday we go and try to open up a portal into hell with the particle collider. Didn't you know?
Obviously,
that's why they have the Vishnu statue there, right?
Yeah, let me know when you're taking invites. I'd love to join the cult and maybe open a portal to the underworld.
Oh yeah. We as I said, we do it every Sunday. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm down. Joseph says, I took a CPR class once. Does that make me an honorary doctor? I mean, that's kind of what it amounts to. I took an electrical safety class once. Therefore, I'm now an electrical engineer. Dr. Fudge says, Science Man Dan's a boring tool. Check out Sci-Man Dan instead. Way cooler. I know. I changed his name to Science Man Dan, joking on the Sci-Man Dan channel, but I've been following Sci-Man Dan since like his early days. I fucking love his channel. He was my favorite, and maybe still is my favorite flat Earth debunker of all time. And
I need to check him out more.
Oh, he's really good. He's really good. He does do some alternative content. I think now that flat Earth is dead, I think he's doing some other stuff. But Simon Dan's really, really funny. And it's funny too because so he's kind of like thin, and sometimes like the flat earthers will make fun of him. They'll say like he's feminine, but he's like fucking 6'5". Like if they met him in real life, like why do you think he's thin? He's 6'5". He'd crush you.
Oh man. And did you see that one of the flat earthers who went to Antarctica for the final experiment, he's now fully turned now, and he just did a live earlier today. I was on it. And it like props to him for admitting that he was wrong. That takes guts to actually balls. Like admit that. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. That's what people get up here. They're like, well, you'll never admit that there's God because you're making money. I'm like, motherfucker, if you prove that there's God, I'm doing the same thing tomorrow. And my prompt says that God is real. Like that's the only thing that changes. I'm interested in what's true. I don't care. Like if I change my prompt tomorrow and I give verifiable proof for God, it's a fucking win for me. And it's a win for the audience because the audience is like, oh, this motherfucker, this hardened atheist now believes in God. He must have like a really good fucking argument. So like,
honestly, you'd probably even make even more money out of the whole debacle of, oh wow, this guy switched sides. Yeah,
I'd quadruple my fucking money if I became an apologist tomorrow. Oh my god, I'd take the apologist world by storm.
yeah. Oh man.
Oh man. MRG says, Justin, don't you know that all cars are made in England because the word car is English? Pretty obvious. You know what? I never thought about that, but that's a sound and valid argument. I got to accept it. And Karen says, honorary engineer, they let him drive a train at the zoo. I mean, that is the case.
Surprised he's not banned.
You know what? We'll see. Maybe he'll come back. Mo says, please ask Ems to say the following phrase. Oh, I'm sorry, Mo. I didn't see this in time. Post fruity pebbles are part of a nutritious breakfast. Yabba dabba delicious.
I took a screenshot. I'll send it to him.
Thank you. That's a crazy line for Ems to repeat, but if we get it, I want to hear it. Colonel Truth says Sly and the Family Stone. Doug's church band. Yes. Obviously, that's Doug's church band. It's a holy and anointed church band of Doug. Colonel Truth said, remember Douchey John? Science Man is the new King Douche. Made me limp. I don't know what it means to make you limp, but I assume it means you're not rock hard anymore. And John was something. Science Man Dan, though, he was entertaining. Well, fuck, actually, they're both a little bit entertaining. I don't know. I'm torn now. Joseph says the amount of Dunning-Kruger Science Man Dan has his own gravity.
So dense, he's pulling space-time into himself.
That's fucking crazy. That's a good one. Misinterpretations. Good to see you. Says Sly and the Family equals Sly and the Family Stone. Rock group. Yeah, I did. You know what? Here's the funny thing. Misinterpretations. You know I don't get references at all. Because I'm fucking nerd. For some reason, I know that one. Like, I know band references from like the 70s, 80s, and 90s. But like after that, I'm hopeless. Like I didn't keep up with anything, you know. And that's on me. I'm sorry. Rando says, so tired of these armchair scientists. What's that?
That's why us youths are here. To help you out with that.
These Utes. That's another movie reference for the 80s.
I do know that reference.
Okay. Space Lord, good to see you. Says Spinoza's God is the least God that ever godded. I agree. When people say they believe in Spinoza's God, I'm like, what the fuck? You don't believe in God then? Like, what a nonsense. Get out of here with your Spinoza's God. And not the Bible, Jason says, first premise asks you for magic to be granted. Bold move. I think you could grant and still win. Actually, listen, JMR, you're right. You're right. You could grant magic and still not get the God. You could still win the argument and still not get the God. I agree. Former prophet says, imagine being dog walked and not realizing you're on a leash. On a leash. Is that a rhyme? A poem? A limerick? Yeah, I mean, that's the funny thing is like, it's not that we get dumb people up here, it's that we get really dumb people up here and they don't realize how dumb they are or how dumb they sound or how bad their arguments are. That seems to be the situation. Reverend Nate also said Christopher is an HJ with a glass glove. What's an HJ?
Something not TikTok appropriate.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess we won't say that then. But follow up.
I think at least.
Christopher wants to be Russell Brand so hard. Oh, that's a good fucking comparison. Chris Salata would love to be the Russell Brand on TikTok. He would love it, but he's no Russell Brand. Russell Brand has like wit and charm. He's crazy, but he's got wit and charm. Naru says, let's go, Justin. Well, thank you, Naru. I really appreciate that, and we're fucking going. Reverend Nate says, Ems is an equal opportunity world ender. That is the case. If you're coming up here as a Muslim, Ems got some things to say. You're not going to like it. Herbie says, I went to bed at a sensible time last night and have just woken. I'm drinking coffee with my Justin and the line mug and having a toast and starting the live. Well, good morning, Herbie. I'm up fucking late. It's 3:15 in the morning. I should have been in bed 3 hours ago. But fucking here we
I
are.
was just gonna say, even on the West Coast, it's starting to get like past midnight here. You're crazy, man. You're crazy.
Listen, I've got a problem, friends. I've got a problem. I don't know. I can't help myself. I get caught up in these live streams and I can't stop myself. It's now been 9 hours and 16 minutes.
Whew.
So there's that.
I don't got the social battery for that.
I don't know fucking how it works. ADHD, hyperactivity. I have no idea what you're talking about. And don't worry, it's not critical. This is referring to the conversation between Ems and the young lady, but it's fine. A lot of us don't know the ins and outs of Islam. Aaron says, the real Simon Dan is a great debunker of flirts. I agree. The real Simon Dan is dope. And DB59, have you ever debated someone knowledgeable as you? I don't think so. That being said, here's the thing. I personally know many people that are way fucking smarter than me. I know people that are way fucking smarter than me on the Bible. The problem is they're not debating. See, the reality is I appear smart because smartness is relative. So, like, compared to the other people debating these topics, I'm smart. Compared to what real smart people are, I'm not that smart, friends. I went to school with some really fucking intelligent people. I can't explain to you how intelligent some of the people I went to school with are. That being said, internet sometimes is kind of a low bar. So, you're stuck with me. That's all you fucking got, guys. You're stuck with this guy. But I appreciate it. I try. I'm not stupid. I get it. I'm not stupid.
From Mezzo?
Oh, fuck. Mezzo finally went to bed? He's in California. Okay. Well, sorry, everyone coming in from the Mezzo raid. I apologize. I'm fucking going to bed. I'm reading like 2 more super chats and going to sleep. Morton sent 5 deconstructions of memberships. Hey, I really appreciate that, friend. It helps the channel a lot. And Kenneth, I don't know what you're still doing awake, but I appreciate the $17 super chat. Says, Justin, please, the next person that comes with a ridiculous evidence to God, pretend to be convinced. Look at the trees. Oh, I guess I was wrong. Oh my gosh, Kenneth. You know what?
Funny.
I don't do that nearly enough, but I'll do it for you. We have to do that. Next time someone comes in with just a dog shit 101 kindergarten argument, I'm just gonna pretend like you finally convinced me, and fucking like I'm gonna shut down the live. Well, guys, sorry, we gotta check out now.
You've never heard tag before.
You know what? I never heard of tag. It just never occurred to me that God could be in existence through necessity. And I'm shutting it down. Channel's over, guys. Everything's done. Yeah, we'll fuck with some Christians that way for sure.
The universe is fine-tuned, you say? Oh,
holy shit!
Oh, this changes everything.
I never thought of that. Ellie says Science Man Dan equals Simon Dan. I'm confused. Don't be confused. Science Man Dan is not Simon Dan. They're very different, and one of them is intelligent, and only one of them is intelligent.
Who knows which is which?
I think
literally no way to tell. Literally impossible to tell.
Maybe impossible. Mandolin says her faith sounds like Islam equivalent to Mormons. Yeah, you nailed it. Yeah, her version of Islam is like Mormons' version of Christianity. I think that's a good way to explain it. Yeah. And last but not least, from Black Hole Sun, good to see you tonight. It says we're off to see the wizard. The Wonderful Wizard of Oz. I should put that on the soundboard. Okay, friends, listen, it's 3:20 in the morning. I'm 3 hours and 20 minutes past my bedtime. And I'm going to be a fucking mess tomorrow. Although, hold on, I think we've got Dalton's. What's Dalton doing awake?
I was about
Dalton,
to say,
buddy.
what the hell are you? I was about to say, what the hell are you still doing up, bud?
Dalton,
I'm leaving. I'm going to bed.
My bedtime isn't for another 2 hours, but I usually go to bed at 4 a.m. But I
That's
was like, what
crazy.
the hell? I'd be staying up all night
y'all are
doing work.
crazy. I have such a delicate sleep schedule.
No, bro, I wake up at 2 in the afternoon, go to bed at 2 in the morning. I got a fucked sleep schedule.
Yeah, mine's pretty bad as well. In fact, I went to see one of my doctors. I got multiple doctors. And because I usually take like a medication to sleep at night because I'm so high energy. That's why I can go so long, is because I got some form of like ADD or something. And my brain never shuts off. So so I take this sleep medication. It's dog shit. It doesn't work. It's never really worked all that good. So finally, I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna go talk to my doctors and get a better sleep medication. So I went there today. This is my first time going since the new year. And they're like, oh, we don't take your insurance anymore. Like, you motherfuckers. What do you mean you don't take my insurance anymore?
I was just having some insurance issues lately because I'm going to be getting a deviated septum surgery in a couple weeks. And I recently got a bill for like $600 in the mail. I'm like, what? Thankfully, it was just a mistake on the insurance, the bill for the insurance. They forgot to include a little code, and I got it fixed. But that was like, yeah, getting that bill in the mail was like, pardon?
Yep, it's rough. I know. That's a rough one. Who's live right now, friends, that we can go raid? I'm finally done. I'm calling it for a night. I'm gonna, even if I can't fucking fall asleep, I'm gonna go lay in that bed until I do fall asleep. So we got to go raid somebody though.
There you go. That's the spirit.
Right?
Let's see. Who is live right now?
Go find. Let me see.
Someone's saying Tiny and Fluff.
Oh no way, Tiny's live? This late?
Mezzo's in the chat, I see.
What's up, Mez? So I
should follow them. I need to follow more people in this community.
Born Again
really
is
do.
live also.
Oh,
Of course,
no way.
Doing her party thing.
So here's what we're gonna do. Born Again Born Again's still not streaming to YouTube. She's uploading videos to YouTube, but she's not streaming to YouTube. So I think this is what we'll do. Friends, if you're on TikTok, we're all gonna go raid Born Again Atheist. She's fucking funny, she's hilarious, she's entertaining, and she's witty. I love her. Let's go raid Born Again Atheist. If you're watching on YouTube, though, we got a bunch of people watching on YouTube still yet. Let's go ahead and raid my friend who is live on YouTube. The channel name changed. You might know the channel as Breakfast Tacos. Breakfast Tacos has rebranded the channel, no longer as Breakfast Tacos, but hold on, what are they calling it? Hold on. Mega Bloodbath Debates. That's the name of the channel. Mega Bloodbath Debates. And the debates are typically atheist versus Christian in nature, but he's a really cool dude. I really love Taco. Taco has a really fun argument. He has a presuppositionalist argument for atheism. It's fucking hilarious. Have you guys heard him run this yet?
No, but I gotta hear it. Oh my god.
Oh, it's so funny. So he does this presuppositionalist argument for atheism, and he kind of mocks the Phil Bros. He'll deliver it in like this super monotone, boring voice on purpose, just to mock the Phil Bros. It's really funny. But anyways, he's super smart. He's funny. I definitely think you'll like Breakfast Tacos. The artist formerly known as Breakfast Tacos, now known as Mega Bloodbath Debates. But go drop him a follow. Tell him I sent you. Tell him Dalton sent you. Tell him Quanta sent you, and also same thing on Born Again Atheist. By the way, I love the screen name Born Again Atheist. If I could pick another handle other than Deconstruction Zone, I would pick Born Again Atheist. I love that handle. But tell her we sent you, and we'll see you again soon. Are either of you two live tomorrow? Or today?
Yeah, I'll be live at 5 p.m. later today.
Okay.
I'll have to see how I'm feeling tomorrow or today because, I'm already getting to bed late.
Yeah, sorry for keeping up so late.
Sometime
But
this weekend, I will. It's
I
a 3-day
appreciate-
weekend for me, so I get time.
I get it. I appreciate you joining me. It was a treat to have you up. And Dalton, I hope you get some rest. I'll see you again soon. And friends, I love you. We'll see you on Sunday, because today's Friday. So I'll see you Sunday morning on Unapologetic. And then Sunday night, I'm going to be on the After Dark show with Forrest. I don't know if I'm on AXP Sunday or not. I'll have to check that out. But thank you so much for
Forrest
being here,
is awesome.
friends. He's phenomenal. He really is great. All right,
Good night,
friends.
gentlemen.
Have a great night.